Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jack's death caused a huge reaction in the memory gallery. Countless wards with closed doors collapsed and were destroyed one after another. All the guilty memories belonging to Jack were wiped out in an instant. The remaining rooms joined together again after a ray of white light. From this moment on, there was only Mark in them. And Steve's memory. Mark stared blankly at the changes in front of him. And after a trance, he subconsciously looked down at Jack's body. But he found that it was not only Jack's memory that disappeared after the white light, but Jack's personality was also completely wiped out. He raised the two scimitars that shone with cold light in his hands, and with the reflection on them, he carefully looked at his current attire. The hood and cloak were gone, replaced by a set of solid armor that was armed to the teeth. Armor with two crescent daggers on his chest were gone, and he could feel two more scabbards on his back that fit the two scimitars in his hands. The thick armor provided him with excellent defense, but it didn't slow him down at the same time. Whether it is in terms of strength or speed, he can clearly feel the great improvement that has surpassed everything. It is no exaggeration to say that the current him can at least beat 10 of himself in the past. Can I still change back as this thought came to mind? Mark felt that his hands were empty. He looked down and saw that he had transformed into the most familiar Moon Knight costume. Like a child who got a new toy, he took the trouble to switch back and forth between the armor suit and the cloak suit. After going back and forth dozens of times, he finally realized that he shouldn't do these things in his current situation. Oh, Steve. Mark finally remembered this second personality that entered the memory that he least wanted to remember. He looked around, but found that he could no longer tell which door was the ward that Steve broke into. Already calmed down, after wandering in place for a few times, Mark casually walked to the door of a ward. He held the handle of the ward door with his hand, closed his eyes and hypnotized himself. This is your memory corridor. Your inner world, this is idealism no matter what you want. As long as you really want it, you can definitely do it. Crack, the handle turned and the door opened. The darkness inside forced Mark, who had just come in from the clean and bright memory corridor, to squint his eyes and try to adapt. With the still bright moonlight in the sky, he quickly recognized the dilapidated temple in front of him, the Moon Temple. The entire ruined temple looked very abrupt in the desolate desert. Thinking about it now, Mark seemed to have suddenly appeared in front of him. Whether it was the time when he was seriously injured and dying, or the reason why he was seriously injured and dying, everything seems to be a script that has already been written. There are no holy steps on the road leading to the temple gate, only steep sandy slopes covered with footprints. Mark quickly climbed up using his hands and feet. At a glance, he saw the second personality, Steve, who was hiding outside the door and peeking his head, and himself, who had entered the temple and was crawling hard. Hey, Steve, from Jack's memory. Mark already knew that an outsider like him in his memory could not have any impact on the plot. So he directly faced Steve, who was hiding outside the door and was obviously startled by his own voice. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm really looking for you." A damn disobedient guy. Seeing Mark walking towards him in such a swagger, Steve rushed forward and tried to cover his mouth with his hand. But how could Mark give in? He slapped Steve's outstretched hand open, and then followed the trend, grabbing his forearm. He pinned him down on the soft sand with his backhand. "I apologize, Mark." Steve spat out the sand in his mouth, turned his head desperately to look at Mark, who was pressing him down, and explained guiltily, "I chased him thinking you had killed the child. But after seeing what my mother said to me, after everything you did, I." Steve hesitated a few times and then said softly, "After all, you were still just a child at that time." When Mark heard this, He unconsciously recalled everything he had just seen in Jack's memory. He stared blankly at Steve Yuho was pressed by him on the sand. And the strength in his hands couldn't help but loosen a little. Steve noticed the change and jerked away from Mark's front. He patted the fine gravel on the sweater. Walked up and patted the latter's shoulder gently. You may be wrong, Mark, but Mom really shouldn't have treated you like that. I'm sorry for what happened to you. I don't say any more. Mark waved his hand, directly interrupting his emotion. After seeing Jack's memories, he knew that everything his mother had done to him was deserved. After that, he could no longer comfort himself and said, "You didn't mean it. Those were just unavoidable accidents." He couldn't deceive himself, and he didn't want to deceive anyone else. I don't know what you saw or how much you saw. Mark pointed at Steve and said seriously, from now on, never mention this matter in front of me, you know. The reason why those memories are dusty is because as long as I think about them, I really don't want to go through this again. Steve looked at Mark with sympathetic eyes and promised, I promise you. Mark, I will never mention those things again from now on. The two hugged each other in silence, and separated from each other in silence. Finally Steve, who still had a big heart, broke the deadlock. Can we continue? I mean, I respect your privacy, Mark. If you don't want me to browse your memories anymore, then let's go out. Maybe you can take a look at my memories. Thank you for your kindness. Mark sighed softly and then shook his head and said, there is nothing to hide in this section. But some of the things that happen next may exceed your current understanding of the world. You are here now, so just leave after reading it, maybe. It's not necessarily that you can get something from it. As soon as he finished speaking, Mark took the lead and walked into the dilapidated temple that was so dark that only the moonlight illuminated it. Steve followed and confused. He glanced at the past Mark, who had just crawled under the huge statue of Kongsu. The moon god, he didn't feel much fear in his heart, because although the Mark in his memory seemed to be dying not long ago, but since he can now stand beside him and browse this memory with him, it means that he must have survived. Although he was not afraid, Steve still had a lot of doubts in his heart. For example, Mark's abdomen that was constantly bleeding in his memory. He lifted up his sweater and carefully searched his belly, but all the skin he saw was extremely smooth, and only the sharp-edged muscles could be felt by his groping fingers. A feeling of looking at Mark, who was walking up the steps. He temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart. Since Mark said what he said before, all his current doubts will definitely be answered in the near future. Beyond my current cognitions, Steve stood in the middle of the temple and looked around at the dilapidated temple. Super technology. Help from superhero as aliens. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he subconsciously looked at the statue of the moon god Kongsu standing on the altar holding the staff of the moon god. It can't be that the god has appeared. No one answered his words, talking to himself. Mark began to circle around the statue of Kongsu after he walked up to the altar. He knew that he had now turned against the god who gave him new life and provided him with strength. Since in this case, it is better to understand the other party as much as possible before the other party is ready to increase your chances of winning. At this moment Mark, who was lying paralyzed on the steps under the altar, weakly let go of the hand that had been covering the wound on his abdomen. He looked down at the wound that was almost no longer bleeding, and knew that he might not live long. Thinking of the enemies who were still chasing him, he made an extremely decisive decision after countless struggles in his heart. Rather than lingering until someone catches up and tortures you to death, it's better to end it on your own now and be happy. He took out the pistol from the holster, pulled off the scarf around his neck, and put the muzzle of the gun against his soft chin. The gun is loaded and the safety is on. As long as he pulls the trigger, the bullet with huge kinetic energy will pass through his brain in an instant, destroy his consciousness and soul, and take away his miserable life. What a waste of life. A hoarse and deep voice sounded from the statue of the moon god Kongsu. The two Marks in the temple, past and present, and Steve, who had been worried from the moment Mark took the gun and prepared to commit suicide. All looked up at that man under the moonlight. The awe-inspiring statue of Shen Zhuan. I can feel the pain in your hearts. The hoarse voice sounded again. And then Kong Su fell into silence as if he was savoring it. Mark, who was about to commit suicide, and Steve, who was in shock, almost asked in unison, What are you, Mark? What the hell is this? I am Kong Su, the moon god. The statue answered calmly, I am looking for a warrior. Good luck, Mark, who was lying paralyzed on the steps, put down the pistol in his hand weakly. He rested his head on the uneven stone steps and prepared to chat with this guy who didn't know whether he was a god or a devil before he died. Steve looked for Mark in a panic. And now he agrees with what the latter said to himself just now. What happened now is indeed beyond his current cognition. But Mark's operation was even more beyond his comprehension. This guy actually followed the Luna's stick and stood majestically on the arm of the Luna, Kong Su holding the stick. What are you doing, Mark? Hearing Steve's scream in the temple, Mark held the Luna staff with one hand, lowered his head, waved his hand and said nonchalantly, You don't have to worry about me. Just watch. At this moment, the moon god Kong Su began to speak again to Mark, who was lying on the stone steps. Do what I do. See what I see, avenge me. And make the final punishment for me on those evildoers. A judgment, dedicate your body to me. And destroy those bad people who are full of evil and deserve their crimes. You want to die, still want to live. While Kong Su was speaking, Mark had already climbed onto his body along his arm. This guy looked and touched Kong Su's ferocious bird head, which made Steve tremble with fear. The actions of the two people beyond memory had no impact on the conversation in this memory. Mark, who was lying on the stone steps, took a breath and answered vaguely, I don't know. After Kong Su heard this, he immediately said, I can feel the fragmentation in your heart. This is really fascinating. Now, you are qualified to serve me in exchange. I will let you live. Will you swear to protect the night travelers and avenge me on those who hurt them? Steve looked at Mark on the stone steps, and then at Mark, who was pressing Kong Su's sharp beak on his nose. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the moonlight shining into the temple became brighter and brighter. Will you swear to protect the night travelers and avenge me on those who hurt them? Kong Su asked for the second time. At this time, Steve finally confirmed that his discovery was not an illusion. The moonlight was really brighter. I am willing, as Mark's voice fell on the stone steps. The bright moonlight falling from the top of the temple turned a corner in midair in a manner that violated the laws of physics and fell directly on Mark. At the same time, Steve's exclamation. A bird-headed monster wearing a white shroud of the ruined moon and holding a staff of the moon god appeared silently next to the statue of Kong Su. What is even more frightening is that the real body of Kong Su did not turn his gaze to the dying representative Mark, whom he was supposed to be watching instead. After a brief confusion, he directly raised his head and looked at the man who was trying to knock open the statue of Kong Su. Take a look inside your head to see what's hidden inside Tsukuma Makoto. Mark Spectre. Kong Su slammed the moon god's staff on the altar in his hand, and his voice was unprecedentedly furious. You traitor who betrayed the contract. Who gave you the courage to return to my temple, haha. Mark looked down at Kong Su, who was looking up at him. He was surprised that he no longer had any fear or timidity towards this god who was once so taboo. He let go of the statue of Kong Su that he had knocked open the Tianling cover. It was empty inside. Just a simple clay sculpture. He slid down from the statue of Kong Su with both hands and feet. After patting the dust on his hospital gown as white as snow, he walked up to Kong Su without fear and said, Now, I will exchange this question with you. Kong Su, who gave you the courage to appear in my memory? Just when Kong Su reacted belatedly, two voices sounded in the temple in no particular order. You know this is the world Yuri built himself. You know this is a world I built with my own hands. In Steve's horrified eyes, moon-white shrouds emerged from Mark's body in an instant and wrapped around him layer by layer. In just a few breaths, a set of armor that looked particularly beautiful was revealed. It completely enveloped his figure. Kong Su on the side looked at this armor that should not have appeared on Mark in amazement. and tentatively asked the Moon Knight, who slowly pulled out the scimitar from behind, "Jack. Is that you Jack have to say?" Mark turned the gleaming crescent scimitar in his hand a few times, and as he strode towards Kong Su, he mocked in a sarcastic tone, "The relationship between you and Jack is really deep. It's all here such a situation. You still have time to care about his life and death." Kong Su snorted coldly when he heard this. His eyes no longer stayed on Mark, but looked around with great vigilance, as a god. If you can't hear a guy who just beat him to the point where you have to run away with all your strength. If his voice is loud, then he really should take matters into his own hands to avoid making people laugh. Mortals, don't hide your head and show your tail. Kong Su shouted loudly. He was very afraid of this guy but not too worried, after confirming that he had escaped safely. He reviewed all the details of the battle in the apartment. He found that at the very beginning this guy in fact, mortals have no strength to resist themselves, and can only stand dumbfounded under the protection of the guy who shamelessly betrayed him. As a well-informed god, he guessed that this might be this mortal performing some kind of special magic ritual. He dared to conclude that all the ridiculously powerful operations performed by this mortal, after this, must have borrowed some of the outward manifestation of the power of the more powerful. This more powerful person is really strong, at least several times stronger than him. The god who was kicked out of the god system. If he really meets such a strong person, then he must run as far as he can, dare to touch its edge. But if it is a mortal who borrows power, as we all know, if it is not yours, it cannot remain with you for a long time. After the sound, Kong Su saw no movement around him, and was about to taunt him again. But his powerful consciousness and body sense made him notice something strange behind him. The mortal he mentioned was standing with his hands behind his back impatiently. "In place. Kong Su, my name is Yuri, don't call me mortal again." He looked at Kong Su, not quite sure why the other person didn't seem scared at all. You know, not long ago he almost killed this guy completely. A mouse should be scared when it sees a cat. But why is this guy so scared? Aren't you afraid of the mouse that escaped from your hands? Kong Su looked Yuri up and down. What appears here is only Yuri's spiritual soul, compared with his outrageously overbearing body. The spiritual soul is relatively his weakness, even so. Since Yuri dares to directly face a god in a spiritual form, then he must have his own support. The holy shield and holy sword are held in his left and right hands. Hehe, a mortal who overestimates his own abilities. After some observation, Kong Su confirmed his previous guess. Although the current mental body of Yuri is several times stronger than the mental body of Moonlight Knight, who has transformed into the third strongest form, it is not the same as the previous one. The forbidden power that controls the rules is still too weak in comparison. This must be because the borrowed power is beginning to fade. Although he was fully confident that he could defeat this mortal named Yuri, Kong Su still retained the last trace of caution. He noticed the two ancient weapons in Yuri's hands. Among the gods, what determines their strength is not just the strength of the divine vocation and the amount of divine power. In many cases, weapons are also an important and decisive factor that can extend their strength. Just like a human holding a long knife cannot defeat a monkey holding a pistol and learning to shoot. The power of the weapon can even reverse victory or defeat in an instant to a certain extent. For every opponent, Kong Su does not think they are fools. Just like the mortal named Yuri in front of him, Kong Su didn't believe that he didn't know that his current mental body couldn't compete with him. But since the latter came, it meant that he possessed something that would allow him to reverse the current situation. The magic weapon for this disadvantageous situation. It's self-evident what this magic weapon is. But will Kong Su be afraid? Of course not. He also has this artifact. Kong Su put the moon god staff on his shoulder. You must know that this is the moon god temple. It is different from that ghost place in the world. Here, not only can his strength be displayed 100%, but there is also an increase in home games and bonus. Here his strength can be maximized. Yuri held the holy shield in front of his chest with his left hand, and held the sword in his right hand hanging by his side. A pair of golden eyes stared closely at the moon god Kongsu, who had locked himself with his spiritual consciousness. In this moon temple, he sensed that the opponent was no less threatening than Thor, the god of thunder, when the Mark of Merlin is not activated. This is indeed a powerful opponent in a spiritual battle. The battle is imminent. The moon god Kongsu, who was at home, was unwilling to waste this hard-won advantage. Under the bright moonlight, he ignored the scimitar struck by Mark behind him. Only a moment later, he appeared out of thin air in front of Lee. The Luna staff in his hand was piercing straight towards Yuri. The sharp point of the crescent moon at the head of the staff was pointed directly at Yuri's throat. As the leader of the mutant tribe who grew up from fighting, Yuri determined that the real target of the attack was himself, the moment Kongsu ignored the attack from behind. At the same time that Kongsu disappeared, he quickly raised his right hand. The holy shield blocked him in front of him. The moment the sharp tip of Kongsu's staff fell, his holy shield was just on the path that he must pass forward. There was just a dang sound, and the fatal blow containing the power of the moon god was absorbed by the holy shield calmly. Taking advantage of the moment when Kongsu was stunned, Yuri's body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. The action of sheathing the shield and drawing out the sword was completed in an instant, and the all-cutting holy sword accurately cut through the gap between Kongsu's bird head and body. "What are you testing, mortal?" Kongsu's figure appeared on top of his statue in an instant after the attack failed. He touched Kongru's non-existent neck with lingering fear, looked down at Yuri and mocked disdainfully, "How can the body structure of a god? Just like you mortals." Yuri and Mark looked at each other. The former sneered and said, "I always like to behead people when I kill Kongsu. It was you who refused this more pleasant way of death." After taunting each other, both sides adjusted their states in the eyes of Steve, who was holding his breath and silently watching the battle. The three guys on the platform launched a second wave of attacks at the same time without warning. Kongsu kicked off the nose of his statue and jumped down from the sky. The moon god's staff he held in both hands instantly transformed into the sickle shape under the control of his mind. Underneath Kongsu wearing armor, the moon horse rider connected the hilts of the two swords in his hands. After a flash of white lights, they were connected to form a strange S-shaped weapon. This time Kongsu's target of attack became Mark, which the latter already knew well through the previous eye contact. I saw Mark twisting the handle of the knife, and the crescent-shaped dark golden blade accurately passed through the huge sickle chopped down by Kongsu. After some exquisite changes in power, the S-shaped scimitar was like a dexterous poisonous snake, stuck Kongsu's sickle with his own body. Just when Kongsu was in a dilemma, Yuri's attack arrived. Under the effect of the power of space, he accurately grasped this hard-won opportunity. Under the blessing of super speed, the sharp edge of the holy sword was aware of the dangerous Kongsu's shock after knowing it. While shouting, slashed at the latter's right arm, which he raised in desperation to block. Without any surprise, this arm was completely separated from its owner, in order to prevent a bloody plot similar to repairing severed limbs. Yuri did not choose to pursue the victory after being hit by a sword. Instead, he bent down and picked up the bony arm that was still moving, and directly put it in your storage space. How dare you? With only half of his right arm left, Kongsu finally fully realized what had happened. He transformed the huge scythe back into the moon staff, pushed Mark's S-shaped scimitar away, and then flashed back to the statue of Kongsu. The sharp beak on the top of the statue's head had been broken by the force of his kick just now. All that was left on the neck of the statue was a bare and ugly vulture head. He waved his remaining right arm around, trying hard to sense the position of the mutilated body. But how could he sense the storage space transmitted from Shenlong? After some attempts to no avail, Kongsu looked at the mortal named Yuri, who was holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and finally felt afraid. "Come down." Yuri held the hilt of the sword with his right hand and pointed it at Kongsu, who was stepping on his head. He taunted loudly, "Didn't you just say that you were a mortal and a god? What is the situation now, you Kongsu, a majestic moon god?" actually had his arm cut off by a mortal like me, and then hid in a corner and didn't dare to come out. Mark on the side felt that he had not contributed much in the battle just now, so he decided to make up for it with his talk. He held his S-shaped scimitar with one hand, raised his head and said disdainfully to Kongsu, if only earlier. Knowing that the god I serve is a weakling like you, I would rather choose death than live when I entered this temple by mistake. Shut up. Kong Sasheng could endure Yuri's ridicule to a certain extent, but he couldn't accept that this servant who had been saved by him from near death, and who signed a contract to recognize him as his master, dared to be so mean to him. The extremely sharp contrast between before and after swept through Kong Su's mind in an instant. The already paranoid and irritable god of the moon became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. These two damn guys wouldn't really think that. Can you defeat yourself with just this method? Under everyone's gaze, Kong Su stood up straight as if he had made up his mind. He held the middle part of the lunar staff with his left hand and slowly pushed it towards the moon above his head. When Yuri and Mark noticed something was wrong and were about to interrupt the process, it was already too late. Several rays of moonlight falling from midair into the moon temple suddenly exploded and scattered to various locations in the temple. Dots of bright, solid moonwhite light spots fell on the dilapidated temple walls like spring rain. They had seeped into the wall, and in just a moment the entire temple was soaked in moon white. At the same time, countless golden divine power poured from Kong Su's body into the statue of Kong Su at his feet. A large ball of sand swarmed and fell on Kong Su from outside the open door of the temple, as if it had been summoned by something. The statue's Tianling cap that was smashed through by Mark, and the beak that was kicked to pieces by Kong Su himself. But in the blink of an eye, the Kong Su statue returned to its intact appearance. Boom, the door of the temple closed with a bang. And Kong Su on the statue also made new movements. At the tip of the crescent staff at the top of the moon god's staff that he held in his hand, there were countless bright and substantial moonlights bound in the crescent moon by invisible divine power. These moonlights hanging down from the sky seemed to combine all the moonlight. It was as if the light had been taken away. Except for Kong Su's staff of the moon god, everything illuminated by the moonlight dimmed a bit in an instant. Yuri Y. Mark raised a hand, trying to cover up the bright moonlight blooming from the tip of the staff of Kong Su Luna above his head. He broke away from Yuri's hand holding his arm, looked at him in confusion and asked, "We had a chance to stop him from accomplishing this." Too late, even in the process of answering the question. Yuri's eyes never left Kong Su on the statue of Kong Su. He murmured as if talking to himself, since Kong Su had the idea to do all this. Nothing we do can affect the process anymore. What he exerts is the rules given to him by the priesthood. The rules are uttered by him but not by him. The next thing we have to face is no longer Kong Su, but the rules of the moons. Mark was stunned for a while after hearing this. He waved to Steve, who was hiding in the corner watching the show, and told him to come over. Then he looked at Yuri and said sadly, "It doesn't sound like it's going to be easy to deal with. Let's go next, what to do?" Yuri looked at the moon god Kong Su above his head, who was as sacred and majestic as holding a moon. With a joking smile flashing in his eyes, mobilizing the rules requires a lot of divine power. And Kong Su is a god expelled from the pantheon. His divine power is rootless trees and sourceless water. Instead of trying to resist this regular attack, it is better to escape directly and let Kong Su's long-charged punch hit the air. "Sorry, with all due respect, Steve," who had just ran over cautiously reminded, "I tried just now. But the door of the temple cannot be pushed open. This old vulture wants to catch a turtle in a jar for us." "Catch the turtle in the urn." Yuri withdrew his gaze from Kong Su and learned a little secret from Merlin's wisdom. Any god whose divine power is not enough to drive the rules, but who forcibly drives the rules, cannot stop the continuous manifestation of the rules on his own. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Kong Su is already in trouble. Otherwise, with his temper, how could he not laugh at us?" Mark covered his eyes with his hands and quickly glanced at Kong Su above the statue. The latter's figure had gradually begun to fade under the wash of the moonlight. He turned into points of light and followed the bright moonlight into his feet. Among the clay statues, this process was very slow, and Kong Su's expression was not natural during the process. It was obvious that the latter was unwilling to do this. The mutual antagonism between the moon god and the moon rules left enough time for Yuri and his party. They quickly rushed to the tightly sealed temple door. Mark took the lead and without saying a word, he put his hands up and pushed hard, HMPH. Wearing the moonlight armors, Mark only felt as if he was pushing an unshakable mountain. Under the continuous increase of the power of the moon god and the moonlight, all the forces acting on this door were eliminated invisible. After several fruitless attempts, Mark stopped, looked at Yuri, shook his head and said, "Pure power will have no effect. This door is connected with the entire temple, and it is under the control of Kong Su. They are indestructible if we want to get out. I think we must first get rid of Kong Su, who controls everything." That was the last option. Yuri patted Mark on the shoulders, and after the latter retreated, he thrust the holy sword straight into the temple door. Before Mark and Steve had time to be happy, they saw that when Yuri was pressing the holy sword to cut downwards, his cutting speed could not keep up with the self-healing speed of the stone door. It was like using an extremely sharp magic weapon. The sharp weapon cuts a stream of water, and the knife cuts off the water to make it flow again. "Hold it for me for a moment." Yuri handed the holy sword to Steve, the only one beside him who had nothing with his empty hands. The latter was flattered and took the apparently magical and ancient sword with both hands. But when he saw Yuri's free hand, his right hand gently rested on the intact temple door. "Yuri, if I remember correctly, I should have told you that power has no effect on this door." Mark's tone sounded a little impatient. He covered his eyes with his hands, glanced at Kong Su through his fingers and said, "In my opinion, we shouldn't have this idea of retreating. Look at him, he can't even move as long as we can solve Kong Su. All problems will be solved, right?" Yuri ignored Mark, whose mental state was somewhat abnormal. He chose to retreat not only to mess with Kong Su's mentality, but most importantly, to protect Mark once Kong Su is fully integrated with the statue. He will completely activate the power given to him by his godhead, the priesthood in this case. He can take back all the things in Mark that belong to the moon god without any effort. Without explaining too much, he just said silently in his heart, "You must not let me down." That's right. Yuri plans to mobilize the life energy in his body. He wants to use the weak time retrieval ability attached to this energy to push the timeline of the stone door in front of him back to its dilapidated state before it was soaked by the moonlight. A ball of golden light instantly bloomed from the palm of Yuri's right hand. This light was not dazzling compared with the ball of moonlight on the staff of Kong Su Moon God. The life energy emitted was the light emitted can even have a positive healing effect on all creatures that look directly at it. Kong Su's body is still continuously seeping into the statue of Kong Su. In the process of such a long time, the statue has shown a trace of magic. Its clay body seems to have come alive and has become flesh and blood. Countless bright moon's flowers condense and interweave around this body, forming a set of moon-white costumes that are complex and gorgeous, but still majestic and solemn. As the lower body has been fully combined, Mark, who has been watching Kong Su vigilantly, can even observe his slightly moving toes and slowly stretching leg muscles. It was a head-on confrontation. But what happened at the temple gate made him stunned. A slender hole suddenly appeared at the lower end of the door crack without any warning. In the eyes of Mark and Steve, who were thinking carefully and horrified, the hole slowly moved along the door crack as if someone was carrying it, sliding upwards. The trajectory is exactly the same as Yuri's previous attempt to chop down the wooden door with the holy sword. Back in time, Steve held the holy sword in both hands, his eyes jumping back and forth between the golden light in Yuri's hands and Mark's face. He looked at it like a child who saw something he thought was amazing and was eager to share the happiness with his friends. Mark affirmed in a questioning tone, "This is time retrieval." It must be true, Mark, as he spoke. The moon-white temple door had gradually faded from its moon-white brilliance. Mark glanced at Kong Su, who had only his head left outside the statue, and did not dare to waste even a moment to answer Steve's question. He took a few steps back and used all his strength to hit the temple door, which had only a crack left with some bright moonlight left. Yuri, who was concentrating on running energy, only saw a thick moon-white figure flashing beside him, and then heard a deafening, rumbling sound. When he came back to his senses, he found that it was Mark who used too much force and directly hit him. This door of earth and stone that had lost the blessing of divine power was smashed into pieces. "Give me the sword," glancing back at Kong Su, who only had his nose up outside the statue. He automatically ignored the other's extremely resentful and angry eyes. After taking the holy sword from Steve's hand, he immediately grabbed the latter's hand and moved toward him. Mark, who was staggering to his feet among the rubble, ran over. "Give me your hand." There was no time to ask why. Out of trust in this comrade who had been with him through life and death, Mark directly grabbed the hand handed over by Yuri, who was running. "Kong Su." Yuri looked at the statue of Kong Su, whose eyes suddenly lit up. He made contact with the magic circle in the real world with a thought. At the last moment when he escaped from the memory world, he waved the moon staff towards the three of him, Kong Su, who played the rule of the terrifying moon, sneered, "I wish you good luck, see you later." Boom. The white power of the moon's rules bombarded the deserted and desolate desert. The rules, a tribute that annihilated everything, instantly killed all living things within 100 miles. The splash sand and dust were tens of meters high. After the highest point fell, the bonfires in front of the temple were instantly extinguished. "Yuri, you damn mortals." Kong Su flashed from the temple of the moon god to the place where the three of Yuri disappeared. He transformed the staff of the moon god into a huge scythe and slashed at the air there as if venting his anger. After he got angry, he walked back step by step towards the moon god temple behind him with unwillingness, and whispered in a very spiteful tone, "I will come out. When I come out, I must kill you." In the apartment, Mark, who was lying on the bed, and Yuri, who was sitting on the chair, opened their eyes at the same time. The former looked at the familiar ceiling in a daze, while the latter stood up directly as usual and found a bottle from the refrigerator at Steve's house. The most expensive-looking wine was opened. "Mark, can you hear me, Mark?" Steve's voice rang in Mark's mind. "Can you give your body to me for a while? If not, I hope you can express to that handsome-looking guy how much I feel about him." Behavioral point of view, he cannot, at least should not, open the bottle of wine and drink it without the consent of the owner. Mark was stunned for a few seconds by Steve's complaint, and then he was surprised and said in hindsight, "Can you see everything I saw?" Steve was also stunned. After a few seconds of silence, he carefully asked, "What is this personality fusion, or?" "It means you share control of this body." Yuri held the most expensive-looking bottle of wine in the refrigerator in one hand, and used the other hand to throw an ordinary can of cold beer to Mark, who sat up straight and subconsciously reached out to catch the beer. "In my perception, your third dark personality has been completely eliminated by you. Now you and Steve are similar to being one and the same. As long as you are willing to each other, you can exchange control of your body at will." The third dark personality. Steve accurately captured the word in Yuri's words. He asked Mark, who was dominating the body, "What is this? Was he created by you to deal with some situation? Just like me, why should we eliminate him completely?" No. Mark looked like a madman talking to himself. "My relationship with this guy is just like you and me before. And he even said that I am not as good as you, after all. You can still detect differences from various details. But that Jayahua was too cautious, according to him. He appeared in this body at the same time as me at birth. But in such a long life experience, I didn't notice his existence at all. Not the slightest trace. Why do you call him a dark personality?" Steve continued, "Did he do a lot of bad things?" Mark was silenced by this question. He thought about it and answered vaguely, "Yes. That's right. He killed many innocent people without my knowledge at all, and committed many crimes that I couldn't do. The sin of forgiveness, when you browsed my memory, I was invited by him to read his memory. Thinking of those dark and cruel truths. Mark shook his head and forcibly interrupted the topic. In short, I killed him, don't ask any more questions about him. I don't want to talk. Mark opened the can of beer, raised his head and took a big sip. Yuri looked at him with some pity, waved his hand, drew a space door, and took the big standing mirror from the door. Look in the mirror, so you can see each other's presence. Mark blinked as he looked at the large standing mirror in front of him. But what shocked him was that the guy in the mirror, who looked exactly like him, was motionless with a confused look on his face. This. Yuri raised his head and took another sip. He patted the frame of the large standing mirror. As you can see, you are Mark Spector, and the person in the mirror is Steve Grant. You can see him and so can he. I can see you, but I can't see Steve in the mirror. Seeing what else Mark wanted to ask, he waved his hand and interrupted him directly. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why, I don't know, and even if I know, I'm too lazy to tell you. I'll go to the living room to see what Steve said about you. Can have a good chat here about the research manuscript on Egyptian mythology. After watching Yuri leaves, Mark in reality and Steve in the mirror came to their senses one after another and looked at each other in amazement. Neither of them expected that after leaving the memory space, the person who is purely constructed by spiritual will after the world, they can also achieve face-to-face conversation in this way in reality. Do you have anything to ask, Steve? Mark made a few moves very childishly. Steve in the mirror showed no intention to cooperate with him in imitating these moves. The latter lowered his head and pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking. Can you tell me about your situation? Are you wearing armor that suddenly pops out from your body? That's really cool. No problem at all. With a thought, Mark directly summoned the third set of Moonlight Night battle uniform. In Steve's exclamation, moonwhite shroud strips appeared out of thin air near Mark's body surface. They seemed to be alive. In just a few blinks, Mark was completely covered. The package covered it. There is nothing wrong with Kong Su being a guy with a bad personality and extremely poor spiritual skills. But it is undeniable that this guy did pull me back from the hands of death when I was about to die, and gave me this an extraordinary ability. Mark stood up from the bed and showed Steve his outfit generously in the large standing mirror with his envious eyes, due to the blessing of the moon god Kong Su. My physical fitness, speed, stamina, and strength will increase with the moonlight, and the degree of these abilities depends entirely on the will of the moon god. So this does not mean that you will lose your abilities during the day or in outer space. I can see spirits that ordinary people cannot see with the naked eye. I can see things in the dark without the aid of props. I can move invisible in areas with large shadows. My injuries will be healed by being shrouded in the moonlight, etc. Wait, and can I play Steve, who couldn't bear it? Interrupted Mark's eloquent statement. What I mean is, if we exchange body dominance after you summon the moonlight suit, the armor you are wearing now will change accordingly. Are you going to disappear immediately upon my arrival? Mark thought for a while and shook his head honestly. I don't know. Seeing Steve's face suddenly darken, he smiled again and said, but we can try. What if? Under the condition of mutual consent. The change of body control is only a matter of thought. Mark only felt that his consciousness was blurred for a while. And then when he regained consciousness again, he saw Steve. In reality, Steve felt the same way. Due to his relatively weak mental power, it took him longer to regain consciousness than Mark. He stood up a little longer, and by the time he realized that he had successfully taken over the control of his body from Mark, the moonlight uniform on his body had long since disappeared without a trace. Oh, Steve sighed with great annoyance. I knew. Whenever possible, no one can deny superpowers for Steve. The opportunity to obtain superpowers is right in front of him. But to his helplessness, this short distance has become an insurmountable gap for him. Sometimes it is better than nothing. What's even more uncomfortable about eating is that something delicious is right in front of you, but you can't put it in your mouths. Whether it was Mark in the mirror or Steve in reality, the two fell silent at the same time. The latter was actively trying to adjust his mentality, while the former thought of the third set of moonlight that suddenly appeared on him. War service, if I guessed correctly. This third suit should have belonged to the third dark personality, Jack. The reason why it could be summoned under my control should be because I completely eliminated its owner. The third personality can have a battle uniform that is unique to him. The main personality can have a battle uniform that is unique to him. There is no reason that Steve, who is also one of the physical personality essent. Don't be discouraged, Steve. Mark in the mirror suddenly became excited. Facing Steve's doubtful gaze, I said firmly, "You can do it. You can definitely do it. You can't use my suit. But you can try to get your own battle uniform." What do you mean? Seeing that things seemed to be turning around, Steve's gloomy mood suddenly brightened. "I don't expect to be as powerful as you. Or as powerful as that guy sitting in the living room flipping through books. I just want to feel it feels like having superpowers." I understand. Mark paced back and forth in the mirror. And he analyzed as he walked. "Do you remember, Steve? What we saw and heard in the Temple of the Moon? It was this body that signed the contract with Kongsu. Not you and me, any personality. Which means the power of Moonlight Knight is rooted in this body. No matter who dominates this body, he can summon his own Moonlight suit." Steve scratched his head and asked uncertainly, "You mean? I have superpowers myself, but I haven't discovered its existence all this time." Mark nodded, then shook his head. "Our abilities are not innate. It was after Kongsu rescued us that night that you and I gained superpowers. It's useless to say this, Steve. Give it a try. I'm sure you can do it." Steve looked at Mark suspiciously. He recalled the way the superheroes with superpowers summoned their suits in the comics and movies he had seen in his memory. He looked into Mark's eyes and shouted weakly, "Moonlight Knight. Transform." It was as if time and space were condensed at this moment. In the not-so-large apartment, all that could be heard was the clattering sound of Yuri, who was sitting in the air and reading a book with his mind. Mark in the mirror put his forehead on his palm and said helplessly, "This won't work. Stevie, at least your tone must be firmer. Do you remember the superheroes in the comics, Faith? Verm's Faith. It is the key to your summoning the battle uniform. If you don't believe that you can summon the battle uniform, then you will definitely not be able to summon the battle uniform." Okay, after listening to Mark's instructions, Steve began to keep mumbling words such as "you can do it" and "you can definitely do it" to boost his confidence. Just when Mark was getting a little impatient, he looked like he finally felt something, and suddenly shouted to the moon outside the window, "Moonlight Knight. Transform." Under Mark's delighted gaze, a bright moonlight fell directly on Steve's chest as if he had been summoned. After that, spotless moonwhite shroud strips quickly appeared out of thin air on Steve's chest. Around the body, the whole process was very fast. But in the blink of an eye, Steve's pajamas were replaced by a straight suit that looked a little different. The latter raised his hand and quietly opened one eye to peek like a thief. After taking a quick look and confirming that he had really summoned the suit, he jumped up excitedly, looked at Mark in the mirror and shouted, "I did it. I really did it, superpower. I also have it, a superhero with superpowers." Before Mark could say his congratulations, he heard a sudden click sound coming from outside the window. Then, an obviously extremely angry middle-aged woman's voice came to Steve from the window of the resident on the upper floor. "In her husband's apartment, why are you crying and howling at night? Do you want to see what time it is? Do you want to go to bed?" The furious reprimand was like a basin of cold water mixed with ice cubes, which instantly extinguished Steve's excitement about gaining superpowers. He shrank his head and reached out to scratch his hair, but found that a moon-white hood has completely wrapped his hair underneath. Steve excitedly came to the big standing mirror to take a look at his current outfit. But what was reflected in the mirror was Mark with a pleased smile. Steve could only clasp his hands and plead to the mirror, "Mark, could you please step away from the mirror for a while?" "Oh." What? Mark in the mirror spread his hands and rolled his eyes and said, "No, Steve, is this how you treat me? A mentor who induced you to discover your own superpowers? Come on. Steve was in no mood to appease the man in front of him who was obviously playing tricks. After the latter had no choice but to leave the mirror, Steve, who was wearing a moon-white slim suit, finally saw what he looked like now. He looked up and down in the mirrors. I would nod with satisfaction from time to time. Great. I like this outfit very much at this time. Yuri finally read all of Steve's research manuscripts on Egyptian mythology. He exquisitely controlled the biological force field to put all the manuscripts and books back to their original places, leaving only one of them pinched with his fingers. He walked slowly to the bedroom and said to Steve, who was still admiring himself in the mirror, "Stop playing around and call Mark out. I have something serious to ask him." Moonlight Gentleman Steve looked at he glanced at Yuri, nodded without saying anything, lowered his head and handed over the control of his body to Mark. After the latter woke up, he took the piece of paper Yuri handed him, and while reading asked, "What's the business? Tell me." Yuri pointed to the picture in Marco's hand with a scarab on it and said, "Through some channels. I know the real purpose behind what Kong Su ordered you to do. He wants you to rely on this scarab. Find the tomb of Ammit the Devourer first and kill it completely." Mark nodded, holding the blueprint in one hand. He turned his face and asked in bewilderment, "But why did Kong Su do this? Is there any grudge against him?" Yuri thought for a while and smiled and said, "It's not hatred. But it's more serious than hatred. As a group of immortal species with immeasurable lifespans, the complexity of the relationship between the gods is far beyond our imagination. Before understanding how the hostile relationship between Kong Su and Ammit was formed, you must know that these two each guy has his own abilities and responsible tasks. First of all, Kong Su is the god of the moon. The concept of his priesthood is very abstract, simply put. He is responsible for protecting all humans under the moonlight from harm from others. If you walk under the moonlight, the night walkers were harmed. Then Kong Su needs to punish the perpetrators. As a high-ranking god, Kong Su cannot always keep his eyes on every night traveler. Therefore, he will not stand up when a night traveler is injured or even dies. Only the night traveler is injured or dies. Only then will Kong Su punish those who committed violence. Kong Su is an avenger. He tends to punish the evildoers who have committed sins. Yuri paused and continued, then Ammit. Ammit is not an ordinary god, nor is he worshipped. He possesses all the qualities that the Egyptians fear. He is an evil god born after the latter's thoughts gathered together. He has the head of a crocodile and the upper body of a lion or leopard, with a hippopotamus underneath. All considered the most dangerous animals by the ancient Egyptians. Although Ammit is an evil god when he was first created, his duty was to destroy evil. Anubis would put the hearts of dead people and the feathers of Mot, the feathers of truth on the scale. If the heart is heavier than a feather, it means that the person has done bad things, and Anubis will hand him over to Ammit to swallow. The swallowed person will not be able to enter the reed field and will never rest in peace. But there are too many evil people in the world. After devouring the souls and hearts of countless evil people, Ammit is no longer satisfied with waiting for Anubis feeding every day. In order to satisfy his growing appetite and with the desire to devour the soul, he stole the power of fate and gained the ability to spy on time. Ammit integrated this ability with his priesthood. After his ingenious operation, he could only devour the hearts and souls of people who had done evil. But he expanded his foraging scope to include those who had not done evil, but showing everyone in the future timeline who might do evil. Then a massacre of humans by gods began. Yuri glanced at Mark, who was thoughtful, and continued to tell the story recorded in the classics he saw in Kamataj. Countless gods have descended to Earth, including Kong Su. No one knows that as for the specific process of the war. We only know that after that wars, most of the gods in Egypt abandoned humans. Ammit was sealed and buried, and Kong Su was expelled from the pantheon. In short, the current Ammit is a forerunner, and he tends to kill all those who may do evil. Mark nodded with understanding. One is an avenger and the other is a forerunner. They have different ideas about punishing evildoers. So there is a conflict, suddenly. He had a flash of inspiration and thought of another possibility, Yuri. Is there a possibility that the reason why the Egyptian gods at that time failed to completely kill Ammit was not because they didn't want to, but because they couldn't do it? Their willingness to abandon human beings may be due to heavy casualties, and they have no choice but to do so. And will Kongsahu was expelled from the divine system, be imposed by the gods similar to killing Ammit can return to the divine system, where's the mission? Yuri raised his eyebrows, looked at Mark with approval and nodded. The situation you mentioned is indeed one of countless possibilities. Ammit's priesthood is to devour. No one knows how many hearts and souls of evil people he devoured before the battle began. No one knows how much of his strength was devoured during that battle. To what extent has your heart and soul been elevated? Kongsu is not weak in the multiverse. This guy was an existence that could affect time in his heyday. He owned 3 artifacts: the Moon God's Staff, the Moon Roulette, and the Moon God Pendant. The 3 artifacts were combined. The energy generated after the first one can reverse time and create a new universe without any evil. Perhaps Kongsu was the vanguard who led the army of Shen Zhuan in that great battle. The enemy was not eliminated and the mission was not completed. As a vanguard, Kongsu would naturally have to accept punishment. Mark nodded and said, this means that if we want to kill Kongsu, we don't have to find his location. We can directly cut off his retreat and force him to come to us. Full-level understanding. Yuri smiled and patted Mark on the shoulder. He became more and more satisfied with the captain who once took good care of him. So our task now is to find the sealed devourer Ammit before Kongsu. The Tomband, as far as I know. The only thing that can point us in the direction is this thing called the golden scarab on the drawing. Mark folded the drawing in his hand in half again, and finally put it into his trouser pocket. He walked to a small cabinet next to the bed, pushed it to a specific position, and under Yuri's indifferent gaze, recorded it in the mirror with Tiff's puzzled eyes. He pushed open the hidden compartment on the ceiling and took out a military green backpack hidden in it. What a coincidence, Yuri. Mark carried his backpack to the bed and unzipped it, and stacks of neatly bound banknotes from various countries rushed out. With a proud smile, Mark pushed the banknotes aside as if they were nothing, and then carefully took them out from the pile of banknotes. A mobile phone waved at Yuri triumphantly. I have seen this scarab. And it's on my girlfriend's hand. Outside a brightly lit community, the girlfriend Leela mentioned by Mark was wearing a slim-fitting black night suit, sneaking behind a van and quietly observing the harmonious and strange community in front of her. Not too special. Under the bright yellow street lights, several teenage children were happily playing football. At a roadside wine stall not far away, more than a dozen people were chatting. How is this possible? Layla looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. According to her understanding, this community was previously one of the most chaotic and dangerous areas in the city. Drug addicts and gangsters were often active here. The ordinary people living there are miserable. Every city has some places dedicated to hiding filth and evil. In New York, that place is called Hell's Kitchen. Here, Hell's Kitchen is this neighborhood. Layla rubbed her eyes. She had been here for a few 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, had seen no disputes or riots. No bullying or killings. Some houses were open at night and everyone felt safe. Quite in the end, what happened? Layla took out her tablet from her backpack, and after some manipulation, she opened the chat history page on a website. This was a website that specialized in intelligence operations. The administrator of the website claimed that as long as the money was in place, there would be nothing they could not find. Unexplored intelligence information. Regarding the death of her father, Layla always wanted to find the real murderer to avenge him. In order to achieve this somewhat difficult wish, after many twists and turns, she obtained the address of this website from her boyfriend Mark. And after paying a certain amount of money, after asking for money, the person in charge of the website told her that the matter was probably related to the administrator of this community. But how could a guy who could manage such a harmonious situation out of a community full of chaos and violence be the murderer who massacred an entire archaeological team? Just when she wanted to question the website administrator about the intelligence error, the laughter of the children that lingered in her ears disappeared in an instant. After Layla was stunned for a second or two, she quickly put away the tablet and looked in that direction. She saw a middle-aged man with long hair, holding a cane and wearing a beige robes, smiling directly towards where she was. The direction came over through the slightly dim light. Layla could vaguely see the man's face looming in the shadow of his hair. But it was precisely because she could see it that she couldn't help but feel frightened. This middle-aged man, the man is exactly the person in charge of this community in the picture sent to him by the person in charge of the intelligence website, Arthur Harrow. Don't be afraid, don't hide. Harrow's pace was slow and leisurely, and the sound of the cane in his hand hitting the ground brought an inexplicable sense of oppression to Layla, who was hiding behind the van. Harrow came with a smile on his face. About 10 steps away from the van, he stood the crutch in front of him and folded his hands on it to share the weight of his body with his legs. Guests from afar, we only welcome you and have no ill intentions. Harrow looked like a gentleman while speaking elegantly. He spoke to Layla in the shadow and comforted softly, as you can see. Everyone living here is friendly to each other and helps each other. You are here, there will be no danger in the contrary. If you encounter any problems, each of us will be happy to work with you to find a solution. Layla's thoughts were racing in the back of the van. She carefully analyzed the situation in front of her. The community manager who was suspected of being a good person had discovered her. There must be countless people around here who could respond to his calls and orders at any time. For escape from this unfamiliar neighborhood, pursued by hundreds of people, she thought was an impossible task now. The community manager who is suspected of being a good person has extended a friendly olive branch to him. In this case, no one with a clear conscience would refuse it. Layla took a deep breath and thought to herself, I'm here to investigate the cause of my father's death. I act openly and with a just purpose. I have nothing to be afraid of. Just when Harrow was about to start persuading again, Layla suddenly stood up from behind the van. She flipped her hair that covered her eyes behind her ears and strode towards the boss in front of everyone's eyes. In front of Harrow, who stood with a staff, Layla L. It's an honor to meet you. Oh, I didn't expect it to be a beautiful woman. The moment he saw Layla and heard her name, Harrow's face quickly flashed with a trace of imperceptible ecstasy. In order to prevent his expression from being noticed by the woman in front of him, Harrow pretended to be very surprised. He turned around and said to a community resident behind him, "How can such a beautiful female guest be the shameless thief you talk about?" After the words fell, the countless strong residents behind them all looked at each other with a smile that was a mixture of embarrassment and shame. They exchanged looks with each other, lowered their heads one by one, or apologized or responded. For a time, the street regained its previous harmony. Arthur Harrow waved the crowd away, then limped to Layla on crutches, stretched out a hand and said in a friendly way, "It is also my honor to meet you. Beautiful lady, my name is Arthur Harrow. Just call me Harrow, hello, hello." The palms of the two were separated at the touch, and no one could see that the scale mark imprinted on Harrow's wrist trembled strangely for a few times, and then quickly returned to normal. "Whatever your purpose here is, Lila." Arthur turned around and walked towards the brightly lit community streets with his cane. "Before that, come with me to visit the cultural customs here." The two walked one behind the other on the stone-paved streets, looking like a guide and his curious tourists. Harrow stopped, held a cane in one hand, pointed around with the other, and said, "In the past, this community had the highest crime rate in the city. People's lives were miserable and heartbreaking. But it's different now, as you can see. They don't close their doors at night and everyone feels safe." Seeing Harrow greeting people around him from time to time while speaking, Layla's wary heart gradually calmed down with the respect and love in the eyes of the surrounding residents looking at Harrow. She bravely asked Harrow, "Why were they so sensitive and hostile to my arrival before?" "I think it's not that hard to understand. As Harrow walked, he turned to Layla with a smile and said, "These people used to live in dire straits. But now everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. Anyone who has ever suffered will understand the hard-won peace and happiness. Do your best to protect it." Layla nodded with understanding. Whether from a rational or logical perspective, he felt that there was nothing wrong with Harrow's explanation. Suddenly, a football gurgled rolled to the feet of the two of them. Seeing this, Harrow stopped talking. He used crutches to fix the center of gravity of his body, and then used his intact leg and foot to accurately stop the football at his feet. He kicked it back with a flying kick. "What do you want to do?" Harrow pretended to be angry and pointed at the little girl who kicked the football over and said, "Are you trying to kill me? An old man with inconvenient legs and feet. You still have to lose." The girl stepped on the football with her foot, made a face at Harrow and cursed fiercely, "You are dead." "Oh no, Jameless." Harrow quickened his pace and walked to the girl's side, cursing in the same vicious tone, "You are the one who is destined to die." Even Layla herself didn't notice it. After hearing this conversation that seemed to have a special meaning, her eyebrows wrinkled unconsciously. When she passed the little girl, she asked with admiration, "That was just now. Chinese, right? You all speak Chinese?" "Yes, yes." Harrow's face showed undisguised pride, as we all know. Chinese is recognized as the most difficult language to learn in the world. But in this community, at least 30% of people have chosen Chinese as the third language they learn. One of the languages, 3 languages. Layla looked around in surprise at the ordinary-looking community residents in the street. She really couldn't imagine what kind of changes would make these poor guys who once lived in the cracks start learning voluntarily and voluntarily. "How did you do it, Harrow?" At this moment, she had completely let down her guard. How could such a manager who dedicated himself to benefiting the people be related to the death of her father's archaeological team? The intelligence must be wrong. Harrow saw all the changes in Layla's expression. An inexplicable smile appeared on his lips, and he followed Layla's topic and said, "You want to know? Let's talk as we walk." As the two walked and chatted, they seemed to have changed from a tour guide and a tourist who did not know each other to a mentor and good friend who had known each other for a long time. Unknowingly, they crossed the street and arrived inside a complex building with a huge space. This was once a black boxing ring and casino built by the largest gang in the entire community. Countless good people were forced to live here with their families broken up or their bodies left intact, in order not to disturb those who were concentrating on reading under the soft light. Harrow had to lower his voice and whispered to Layla, "But now this place has changed a lot. We are here to share knowledge and exchange what we have learned." Once upon a time, the killing fields became today's mecca of learning. Layla kept nodding her head in approval. Here, she saw some people reading at their desks under the light, some carefully watching documentaries in front of the projector to improve their knowledge, and some taking care of flowers and plants to serve everyone. Everyone's face was full of smiles, overflowing with inner joy and peace. "Are you hungry?" Harrow suddenly said without thinking, "Let's go get some things and talk while eating." He took Layla to the dining area and handed the latter a clean wooden tray. "All the food here is free. Let's see what the late-night snacks are today." "Oh, my favorite lentil soup." Harrow took the big bowl of lentil soup that the cook handed over with a smile, and randomly selected a few prepared ingredients from the menu and put them on his own plate. He was holding a full plate, right? Layla Anley, who knew whether to eat or not, said, "Even if you're not hungry, try the lentil soup." If I guessed correctly, this should have been cooked by Victor himself. He is from the Yucatan Peninsula. Not only is he very interesting, but he also has superb cooking skills. All the food made by his hands always tastes great. I can get unanimous praise from everyone. Okay then. Seeing Harrow's enthusiasm, Layla naturally found it difficult to refute him. She took the full bowl of lentil soup from her aunt with a smile, and nodded in response to the other person's equally friendly smile. The two of them picked an empty table and sat down face to face with their own plates. As the owner of this place, Harrow didn't mean to be polite at all. He picked up the spoon in the soup bowl and took a big sip with great enjoyment. After letting out a long sigh of relief, he quickly scooped up some side dishes with a spoon and stuffed them into his mouth. Leilahu was sitting opposite Harrow. Saw that he was eating so well. She doubtfully took a spoon and put a mouthful of lentil soup into her mouth. Unseen by her, Harrow's lips curved into an evil smile. Well, it tastes good, doesn't it? After seeing Layla nodding in surprise, Harrow took another bite of vegetables with a spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. He seemed to be casually vague and said, "Then let's talk about business." Beautiful lady, in Layla's disbelieving eyes. Harrow abandoned the gentlemanly demeanor he had shown in the past and wolfed down all the side dishes on the plate. After that, he elegantly took out a piece of paper from the carton. He wiped his mouth carefully and said, "I have had a lot of dealings with your boyfriend Mark Spector, and the two of us are full of bad memories of each other." As his words slowly sounded, all the studying residents, who had been immersed in studying, just now stood up and surrounded the dining table where Layla and the two were sitting. Looking at the somewhat panicked back, then, Harrow threw away the tissue and said gently, "Do you know what an exciting surprise this is? Beautiful Miss Layla, the beloved person of my enemy who has a life-and-death feud with me, actually took the initiative to knock him out of my hands." Layla stretched out a leg and wanted to kick the table over. But what frightened her was that her body had no strength at all. As if she hadn't eaten for several days. "Yes, I was drugged." Harrow waved his hand, and 3 or 4 strong men instantly tied Layla's hands and feet and threw her to the ground. While laughing maniacally, he explained smugly, "Put the harmless poison that caused your current situation into the lentil soup, and then put the corresponding antidote into a certain dish. Well, I'm still here. I was worried that you would choose the same dishes as me, so I took a few extra side dishes. But I never expected that." Harrow looked at Leela at his feet like a fool. "You are a heretic who only eats soup and doesn't eat vegetables." Leaning on crutches, Harrow walked slowly to Layla, who was still conscious although her body was exhausted. He gently smashed the crutch in his hand on the ground, only a few centimeters away from Layla's forehead. Then bent down, and his bewitching voice sounded the next moment, "I know what you want to know. I know you are there. What information was obtained from the intelligence website. But I can tell you responsibly that the person who killed your father was not me. The person who killed your father was your boyfriend, Mark Spector." Facing Leela's eyes that were mixed with disbelief and anger, Harrow asked in a sad tone, "What kind of person do you think your boyfriend is? A man with superpowers wearing a battle suit. A man with justice in his heart. A superhero who destroys evil? No, no." Harrow slammed the cane on the floor the next moment. A faint purple energy entered Layla's brain. The latter only felt that her vision was in a trance. And then she saw a person in the vast desert, simple camp. The feeling now is very strange. Layla found that she could see and hear, but she could not speak or move. It was like she had entered some kind of strange memory. Or she was having a lucid dream. While she was still there when I was wondering where this place was, Harrow's voice appeared in my ears again. "Come on, let me show you your boyfriend's true face." After the words fell, Layla's perspective was instantly pulled into the simple camp that was not close to her just now. From her perspective, what she saw was an extremely chaotic scene. Countless disheveled men ran out of their tents in a panic. The reason why these people were so panicked was because behind them, there were 30 or 40 people, a heavily armed, mercenary-looking man was arresting them. Just a frightened glance from the dim bonfire was enough for Layla to recognize the identities of these hunted people. Those familiar and unfamiliar faces always appeared frequently in the letters sent home by her father. In the photo, "This is the archaeological team that my father is on. Let's find out where the two protagonists are today." The annoying voice of Harrow sounded again, and Layla's vision suddenly blurred. The world in her eyes was divided into one left and one right. 2 distinct pictures. After she glanced at the picture on the left, she immediately recognized Mark, who was holding a gun among the mercenaries. Looking at the picture on the right, his father wearing a red scarf suddenly came into view. Okay, the protagonist is found. Harrow's voice showed excitement. Let's skip those complicated plots and directly witness the horrific scene that happened in the uninhabited desert that night. The screen jumped again, and one by one of the disheveled archaeological team members who fled in a hurry. All were captured by the mercenaries. Each of their heads was covered with a black linen hood, and their hands were tied behind their backs. And they were less than half a meter apart, kneeling on the ground with their heads lowered, waiting for their fate to be judged. Although Layla couldn't see the faces of these people, through the red scarf woven by herself, she still saw her father with a black linen hood on his head and kneeling on the ground like other archaeological team members. Not only Thaith, I also saw my boyfriend Mark, standing behind his father, holding a gun and whose exact expression was unclear. Tut-chug. The sudden sound of gunshots broke the silence in the desert. A stream of bullets was shot from behind the group of mercenaries standing with guns, accurately hitting the sandy ground only half a step away from the former. What are you waiting for? Shoots. A man's voice was carried by the strong wind in the desert at night and floated into the ears of the mercenaries standing with guns, as if they were given a program of instruction codes. These mercenaries pulled the bolts of their guns without saying a word and fired at them. Looking at the hooded archaeological team members in front of him, he pulled the trigger. The scene shattered instantly. At the last second when her sight stayed here, Layla saw a bright red flower of blood burst out from the forehead of her father's hooded head. And the bullet that caused this flower of blood to bloom was her own. It was shot from the gun held by her boyfriend Mark. Your boyfriend Mark Spector is a lackey of the moon god Kongsu. After returning to reality, Layla, who had not had time to recover from what she had just seen, heard Harrow's very bewildering voice in her ears again. This is a childish, moody god. He always talks about justice, shouting, "I am the real justice," accompanied by the sound of crutches hitting the ground and footsteps hitting the ground. Harrow continued, Kongsu punishes those who have committed crimes. His punishment comes too late. He will wait until his lackey, your boyfriend Yuiguang, when the knights took action. People were already suffering. Kongsu ignore all this happening, but Harrow's voice suddenly became high and full of faith. Amit is different. Amit knows Kongsu's character very well. She wants to eradicate all evil from the root, that is, to judge the evil people who are about to commit crimes before they are committed. So we have to raise him, don't we, followers of Amit? Harrow's last words were addressed to all the community residents who were standing quietly. Without exception, these community residents gave positive responses. Resurrect Amit, resurrect Amit, resurrect Amit. Amid a wave of louder noises, Harrow raised the crutch in his hand high above his head. He opened his mouth, and one person's voice could even suppress the voices of hundreds of people present. Mit will eradicate the root of evil. Amit will light the way to good, and all this. All the sounds in the hall disappeared, and a silence more powerful than the roar of mountains and tsunamis bombarded Layla's heart for an instant. After regaining some strength, she raised her head, only to see Harrow looking at her with a serious look on his face. Said, "It has something to do with the golden scarab that Mark Spector took away from me." What? Harrow didn't notice Layla's sudden rapid breathing and slightly contracted pupils. He placed the crutches on the ground again, and while circling Layla on the ground, he introduced the function of the golden scarab. The function of the scarab is a compass. It can lead us to Amit's tomb where he awaits us, eager to be reborn. Layla closed her eyes and tried hard to calm down her inner uneasiness. Thanks to Mark's repeated warnings after handing the golden scarab to her, the scarab was carried close to her body in the compartment of Layla's backpack. With the cruel evildoers deserve to be judged by Amit. After their wails, we can usher in a new world without sin. After saying this, Harrow suddenly lined down on crutches. He looked at Layla, who looked a little strange, and thought that she was deceived by his speech. Beautiful Miss Layla, I am very sorry to put you in this situation. Such a situation, but there is no other way. He bent down and reached for the backpack on Layla's back, but he didn't see the latter holding her breath because of nervousness at this moment. Fortunately, The mezzanine design of the backpack is very reasonable. And among the low-sighted followers of Amit Harrow, who calls himself the envoy of Amit, is not willing to destroy the gentleman image he has worked so hard to build. He rummaged around for a while, took out Layla's cell phone and then took his hand out again. Now, Harrow squatted in front of Layla and opened the phone in front of her. After some operations, he finally found the contact named Dear Mark and dialed his number directly. In Layla's frightened and confused eyes, he smiled and said, "I need you as my hostage in exchange for the golden scarab in Mark's hand." Doojudu doojudu along with the ordinary dialing sound. The entire hall fell into silence again, beep. The call was finally connected. Before the person on the other end could speak, Harrow introduced himself before Mark could. "I'm Arthur Harrow." "Hello Mark." "What?" On the other end of the phone, Mark, who had just charged his cell phone enough to be able to turn it on. His expression suddenly changed, subconsciously. He immediately pressed the hands-free button and turned his gaze to Yuri, who had an equally surprised look on his side, without him. The two of them. "I was about to go to Layla's place to get the golden scarab, but I didn't expect that the latter fell directly into the hands of the enemy for some reason." "Are you surprised, my dear Mark?" Harrow put the phone in front of Layla and said to the latter with some pride, "Talk to your little boyfriend and tell him that if he wants you to be safe and sound, give me what I want in exchange." For Layla now, time is the key to life and death. Before Harrow could finish speaking, she immediately pretended to be extremely angry and yelled into the phone, "Mark Spector, you bastard damn shameless executioner. I want you to save me right now with that damn golden scarab that you don't know the so-called bullshit. I want to confront you." Yuri, who was about to listen attentively, was shaken by the sudden roar and had to turn his head. He looked at Mark, and the two understood each other's meaning as soon as their eyes met. They didn't realize that the scarab was actually on Layla. Mark nodded, and also pretended to be extremely frightened and angry and typed into the phone, "You damn bastards. What on earth did you do to Layla? Let her go quickly or I will destroy the scarab now. You dare." Harrow didn't care about his gentlemanly demeanor. He put the phone to his lips and said seriously, "If you dare to do that, I assure you, Mark, what you will get is a man who has been tortured by us so that he can't see his human form." Layla, seeing that Mark wanted to say goodbye to the other person, Yuri quickly reached out to stop him. He lowered his voice and said to Mark with gestures, "Ask him for his address." After hearing this, Mark quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he threatened the receiver of the phone with an extremely sure tone, "If my Layla is harmed by even one hair being broken by your place, to believe me, hello, I have the ability to completely destroy the golden scarab in an instant in front of you. Now tell me your locations." The seriousness on Harrow's face in the hall was replaced by a smile. He quickly reported his location, and then used an extremely gentlemanly tone to soothe Mark's emotions across from him. "Don't worry, Mark, there is nothing between us. Any irreconcilable hatred. As long as you return the scarab to me, not only will I not hurt Layla, but if you are willing, we can also become friends." Dujujudu. The blind tone from Layla's mobile phone interrupted hello. The latter stared at the phone interface where the call ended, and then turned off the phone nonchalantly, and waved his hand to the Amit fanatics beside him. He beckoned and said, "Untie our beautiful hostage, Miss Layla. Give her the best environment, and satisfy all her demands that are not excessive. But remember, don't let her run away before Mark comes with the golden scarab." Yes, upon hearing this, several activists immediately untied the rope from Laura's wrist. After that, Laylaho had regained some strength, stretched out her hand towards Harrow and said in a cold tone, "Cell phone." Oh, Harrow, who was about to turn around and leave, nodded. In hindsight, he returned the phone to Layla's hand, and at the same time continued to give instructions to his subordinates, "Give our Miss Layla the remaining poison in her body. If when Mark arrives, he finds that his woman doesn't even have the strength to walk, I'm afraid we won't know what we did to this beautiful young lady." A group of fanatics looked at each other and smiled when they heard the words. A smile that understood everything appeared on their faces. While Layla was still thinking about how to escape from being surrounded and monitored by so many people, Mark and Yuri were also busy working hard in Steve's apartment. The address given by Harrow was very detailed, accurate to which city, which neighborhood, which building, and which house number, but these were of no use to Yuri. His plan was to open the teleportation gate and catch the other party off guard. But the teleportation to a place that was completely unfamiliar to him needed coordinates rather than a house number. Use Google Maps to bring up real-life images. As Steve complained, Mark found a lot of special equipment that did not belong to the former from various unexpected places in the apartment. After some operations, a clear panoramic map was displayed on Yuri in front of. The latter picked up the tablet displaying the map and used his index finger to drag the screen back and forth for dozens of meters. After making sure that he could completely restore the environment here in his mind, he clicked on the mark with confidence, nodded. Confirm the coordinates of the destination and current location. Mobilize the power of space. Mark, change your clothes. With his soft drink, Mark on the side quickly summoned the third set of Moonlight Knight uniform. The next moment the latter was ready. A blue portal quietly opened in front of the two of them. At the same time, in the complex where Harrow is located, a group of Amit fanatics gathered together. Surrounded by their great envoy, were singing praises to the god they believed in with high spirits. Just as the song was about to reach its climax, Harrow, who was standing high and constantly agitating, suddenly closed his mouth and looked at the back of the crowd with a serious face. He saw an azure light spot expand into an extremely regular circle in an instant. And behind this circle, he was wearing a suit that he had never seen before. But he could tell it just by the color of the uniform. The master is Moon Knight Mark Spector, and a handsome man with blonde hair and golden eyes that I have never seen before. Everyone pay attention. Harrow slammed the crutch he held high onto the ground. In just a moment, countless dark purple light spots smeared the entire crutch inexplicably. An invisible wind emerged from the hall out of thin air, swirling in his hair and windbreaker. Amidst the sound of hunting, jumped towards Layla, who was surrounded by several strong men and was forced to watch the worship ceremony, and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Division of labor and cooperation." Yuri glanced sideways at Mark beside him. "I'm going to save Layla. You come and hold Arthur Harrow, no problem, mister." Summer worker, Yuri smiled and shook his head. And blue and orange gold energy beams appeared on his body at the same time. The blue one is the power of space, and the orange gold one is the power of speed. The moment these two powers are mobilized at the same time, his speed is increased to an unimaginably terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world, everything seems to have stopped. Whether it's Amit's Agent Harrow running towards Layla with his wand, or Moon Knight Mark unfurling his cape and gliding towards Harrow, or the excited Oz rushing towards the location of the portal, all Mitre fanatics are still. Yuri moved his wrists and ankles, and leisurely assumed a standard starting posture. After he finished all this, everyone's movements only changed a little. Without any hesitation, exerted force on his feet. With a brilliant trail of blue and orange gold blending together, he seemed to have rushed into a group of immovable wooden piles, changing directions several times and finally arrived successfully, just in time to kick her foot in front of Layla, who was between the legs of a strong man. The transmission speed of nerve signals far exceeds people's imagination. In a world where everyone's movements are infinitely slowed down, Yuri can still easily see the rapidly distorted mask of pain on the strong man's face and his subconscious mind. The occurrence of the action of bending over and covering the crotch. It's so cruel. Judging from the shape of the tight muscles in Layla's calf outlined by the tights, the strength of this kick is not enough to exterminate the offspring, but it is still as strong as a chicken flying egg. If the unlucky strong man who received this kick is unwilling to change as for sexual orientation, I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to my sexual happiness in the future. After a moment of silence for the strong man, Yuri reached out and opened several arms that were grabbing Layla from all directions. After that, he reached out and grabbed Layla's arm to ensure that the latter would not be hurt while moving at high speed. To avoid unnecessary damage, he activated the biological force field, and the power of space and power of rapidity spread to the latter at the same time. That's no change. The upper limit of the visual reception frequency of ordinary humans is very low. For Laylash just felt that her eyes were blurred, and the surrounding environment instantly changed to another place. I'm a friend of Mark's. Before Layla could get used to the physical and psychological impact of her rapid movement, Yuri got straight to the point while the latter was retching, "Where is the golden scarab?" But he obviously underestimated how defensive a woman who had just experienced numerous psychic shocks would be against strangers. Layla covered her rumbling stomach with one hand and stretched out her hand straight towards Yuri and made a gesture resistance. "Don't go over." "Zomit, come on, I don't know what you mean, Zomit. I have no ill intentions towards you, forget it." Looking at Layla, who couldn't help bending over and retching, Yuri gave up the explanation. He turned around and saw Harrow, who was in a daze, being kicked to the ground by Mark, who was gliding down from the sky. Number of people among the hundreds of Amit fanatics. Nearly 80 people swarmed around Mark and Harrow, hoping to find an opportunity for the former of the two to have sex. But there were still a dozen or so little clever guys. They did not choose to stand in the crowd and be cannon fodder. Instead, they rushed towards Yuri, who was leading a woman and seemed to be very capable. Howling and screaming, Yuri shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He had no intention of doing anything to deal with these ordinary people, who were as weak as newborn mice in his eyes. His spiritual energy rushed into these people instantly under the mobilization of his mind. In his mind, in Layla's surprised eyes, these people who were killing him seemed to be frozen in place and motionless. "Fight them until you die," after Yuri's light words fell. These dozen people immediately turned around and turned towards the fanatical believers surrounding Mark and Harrow, as if they had received instructions from the gods they believed in. "What are you doing? Are your brains broken? Fuck you. You thought I wouldn't fight back after we had sex, didn't you?" Although there were only 10 or 20 people, they caused unimaginable chaos. Almost all the 70 or 80 people surrounding Mark and Harrow were suppressed by these former friends who were fighting with their lives. Confused, some lucky people tried to stop him, but as soon as they got close, they were beaten to a bloody head and fell to the ground. After several people fell to the ground like this, the remaining people were no longer soft-hearted. They raised their weapons one after another and struck hard at their former friends. "You did this after all this time." Layla could basically control herself from retching. She held her chest and looked at Yuri, who turned around subtly and asked, "Mark is the attendant of the moon god Kongsu. Harrow is the attendant of Amitand. You. Which god are you the attendant of?" "The attendant of Shenjuan," Yuri chuckled twice, shook his head and said, "No god is qualified to make me his attendant. I am different from the two of them." Although the 1 or 20 people whose minds were controlled by Yuri fought fiercely and were not afraid of death, they were still unable to defeat 4 people with their fists. Just as the two of them were talking, these guys who had never received systematic training began to fight. The fanatic believers who had the advantage in numbers were all knocked to the ground. Fanatics are just fanatical believers, not mindless. After getting rid of the fanatics who turned to fight, they all turned their attention to Yuri, who had been standing there for a long time. If Layla had the ability to do what she just did, she should have used it long before they controlled the other party. Out with 2 options and 1 wrong answer eliminated. The true identity of the Black Hand who caused the scene just now is naturally self-evident. Yuri didn't talk nonsense. Before these little Karami could make any move, his golden pupils suddenly turned pure white. Having learned the lesson that it is impossible to win with less, he directly controlled this time the souls of half of the people who are still standing. As the saying goes, no one knows whether tomorrow's sun will rise first or disaster will come first. Almost everyone is staring at Yuri's every move. They can't imagine that they were in the same trench as themselves a second ago. His comrade unarms in the next second. He directly aimed the weapon at himself, due to Yuri's order to bite him to death. These guys who had their minds controlled either hit their heads or hit them on the crotch. For a while the whole hall was filled with screams. And the heartbreaking screams of pain came and went. The fierce battle between Mark and Mark, who was blocked by the fanatic believers, was suppressed. Mark, wearing the third suit, felt unprecedentedly relaxed when facing Harrow. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or reaction, he could clearly feel his suppression of Harrow, like now. Mark first calmly dodged the dark purple energy shock wave emitted from the crocodile head handle of Harrow's cane, and then sprinted with all his strength in front of Harrow, who was just about to raise the cane for defense. Under the latter's frightened eyes, Mark in the middle, two dark golden crescent-shaped scimitars exquisitely jammed his cane. And then Mark pushed hard, and the cane containing Amit's power came out directly from Harrow's hand. Though, Mark put the crescent moon sword back into the scabbard on his back, kicked Harrow into the crowd of fanatic believers who were in the melee, and ignored the latter's screams. He took a few steps quickly, jumped up and suddenly unfolded the crescent-shaped cloak behind you. Under Layla's stunned gaze, Mark actually passed over the melee of fanatics, and then landed directly next to him in a standard superhero landing posture. "I'm very sorry. My beautiful princess Layla, the night is late." Mark spoke in a very affectionate tone. He raised his head and stood up. He thought he could get a loving hug or even a kiss from his girlfriend, so he released the Yueguang suit in advance. But what he never expected was, after seeing herself, Layla actually slapped him with all her strength. Snapped at this time, Layla could no longer see any side effects of high-speed movement. She was like an enraged lioness punching and kicking Mark, who was more than half a head taller than her, and scolding him in pain. "You, inhumane executioner. You damn bastard, give me back my dad, give me back my dad." Yuri stood aside and took a few steps back. Even if he didn't check the plot in his memory, he knew there must be a story based on the fact that Mark was still hemming and hawing while being madly output by Layla. After taking a look at the group fight scene where few people were still standing, he crossed his arms over his chest and watched the love ethics drama in front of him with relish. "Mark, Layla, please listen to my explanation. Layla, I will never believe a word that comes out of your mouth again. You bastard, Mark, things are not what you think. We have been together for such a long time. Can you still not know what kind of person I am? Layla, you're a bastard, you're a damn bastard." Mark's okay, I'm a bastard. Can you listen to my explanation? Layla, you killed my father, I saw it all. Stop explaining, the relationship between us ends here. Mark, I don't want to kill, but the employer uses his soldiers to force us to kill. If I don't shoot and kill your father, not only will your father and I die, but I will even die in front of your fathers. Layla, then just die anyway. An executioner like you can only bring carnage to this world if he continues to live. Mark, after that I avenged your father. Layla, revenge, you were the one who killed my father. If you had really avenged him, you would be in hell now instead of still standing here talking nonsense to me hypocritically. Mark, I killed all those mercenaries and my employer. This process is not as simple as you think, in fact. After doing all this, I really only have one breath left. Layla, stop talking, there's nothing I want to hear. I'm leaving now. Hey, wait a minute. Yuri, who had been standing by eating melon for a long time, finally couldn't help but join in the fun after hearing what Layla said. He teleported in front of Layla and blocked her way. "What's going on between you and Mark? I don't care about grievances levehatrid. Whether you want to leave or stay, I also don't care, but..." Yuri stretched out a hand towards Layla, who looked wary. He smiled and said, "You have to give me the golden scarab that Mark gave you. Don't even think about it." Perhaps Mark's blind retreat gave this woman the illusion that no one dares to confront me head-on. Faced with Yuri's obstruction, Layla, while protecting her backpack with one hand, stretched out her legs without knowing what she was capable of. He kicked Yuri in the crotch. "Get out of here." Yuri lowered his eyes and glanced at the slow attack that seemed to him like a snail crawling. Then, He glanced at Mark, who stretched out his hand and didn't know whether to stop Layla or himself, considering the latter's emotional problems. With a thought, it just froze the space around Layla. Layla. No. It was only then that Mark's voice finally came out of his throat, and his outstretched hand dropped in midair, because he saw that although Layla could not move, her eyes were still dripping with vitality change. The scarab should be in her backpack. Under Layla's angry gaze, Yuri pointed to the backpack covered by Layla's hand and said, "Get the scarab first, and then go and get rid of Harrow." The space around Layla was frozen by me. Although she can't move here, she won't be harmed in any way. Let's solve the problem between you two after the business is done. Just do it, Mark patted Layla's shoulder. He could feel that his palm could not get closer when it was still about 1 centimeter away from Layla's clothes. After he was completely relieved, he was about to reach out and open Layla's clothes backpack. But suddenly my heart palpitated, and I couldn't help but turn my head and look behind me. "Damn woman, how dare you lie to me!" Harrow, who was covered in wounds, stood on top of a huge dark purple evil magic circle. The cane in his hand forcibly extracted the souls of all the fanatic believers who fell on the ground. In Mark's gaze, as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Harrow slammed his cane on the ground, instantly activating the entire magic circle. Harrow's array is so huge that it almost occupies the entire hall of the complex. The impact of such a huge array when activated is extremely terrifying. Purple energy flows along the floor tiles. The gap flowed open, and an invisible gust of wind was generated out of thin air from the cane in the center of the formation, directly overturning the fanatic believers who had their souls sucked out, and Mark, who rushed up to interrupt the formation. The evil soul is just a mediocre dish on Amit's menu, but the kind soul is her favorite sacrifice. Harrow finished reciting the spell used in conjunction with the magic circle very quickly, then laughed wildly and cursed the 3 Yuri people, "Kill my crowd. Destroy my image, cut off my future. All 3 of you will die today." As soon as he finished speaking, Harrow immediately pulled out his cane from the floor and quickly retreated away from the center of the formation. At that position, a large area of the floor collapsed towards the ground as if it was melted, and a wave of incomparably pure evil breath spurted out from the collapsed underground pit. Harrow leaned tightly against the wall behind him. He looked at the expanding hole. The excitement on his face that his revenge was about to be avenged was intertwined with the anxiety of facing the unknown. He didn't know what he had summoned. What but knowing that this thing will never be weak. Crack! A palm whose fingers alone were thicker than the pillars in the hall suddenly popped out of the cave formed by the collapse. It gripped the ground, and its 5 fingers were like a pile driver, effortlessly breaking the floor tiles and inserting them deeply in the soil beneath it. A deafening howl came from the deep pit, and the huge sound instantly formed a circle of sound waves after contact with the air. After that, the 5 fingers clasped on the ground suddenly exerted force. One by ones, a ferocious head as big as the front of a truck suddenly jumped out. "What the hell kind of monster is this?" Mark, who had fallen to the ground, stood up straight and stared at the behemoth with 3 heads and 6 arms in front of him. Even the thinnest part of this monster's 6 arms was thicker than a train, and the thickest part could even reach nearly 20 meters. Width, the monster has only 1 neck on its shoulders, but this neck has 3 equally ferocious big heads sprouting from 3 sides. The monster's shoulders, ribs, and back each have a pair of heads that can be twisted at will. Arms, these 6 arms exerted force at the same time, pulling out a larger body hidden in the pit, a thick crocodile tail that was hundreds of meters long. Lols, before Harrow, who was standing behind the monster, could finish laughing wildly. He was slapped into the solid wall by the terrifying monster with 3 heads and 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail. What a waste. Why would Amit choose you like this? As her agent in the human world, not only can this monster talk, he also has his own thoughts. After dealing with the noisy pig teammates, the 3-headed, 6-armed, crocodile-tailed monster shifted its gaze to the 3 of Yuri. The 3 heads moved strangely to the same horizontal line, each staring at one of them up and down a lot. Shroud. This damn guy is Khonsu's agent. Ordinary humans can eat it as a snack when they go back. The powerful body must be very chewy in your mouth. The three words were spoken by the three heads to Mark, Layla and Yuri respectively. After the three heads of the monster looked at each other, they all focused on the monster who had put on the third battle uniform. Moon Knight Mark killed Khonsu's lackey first. The huge crocodile tail swept across the ground, and the power generated by friction pushed the three-headed, six-armed monster with a human body and a crocodile tail toward Mark like a moving mountain. Mark looked at the huge palm that smashed down towards him, and immediately fled away from the attack range as quickly as possible. Although it is huge in size, the moving speed of this monster is not slow at all. A small building-like arm bombarded the ground in the blink of an eye. The huge strength and huge size were stopped by the ground at the moment when the momentum was stopped. Terrifying shock waves and concussions were produced. And before Mark could barely escape the attack range, he was knocked to the ground again by the shock wave catching up behind him before he could run a few more steps. Layla, seeing Mark being thrown up and down like a toy in the monster's hands, Yuri thought with a thought and directly liberated the space confinement on Layla's body. The latter hugged her backpack tightly the moment she was freed. Slowly retreating, she knew very well that escaping was useless. But her biological fear of strength still made her want to stay as far away from Yuri as possible. Listen, Layla, Yuri pointed at Mark, who had just been rubbed by a monster and then smashed into the wall, and said, I don't care about any grudges between you and Mark. But I hope you can see the current situation clearly. Mark is not that monster. Obviously, you are not my opponent. If I don't take action, both of you will die. Layla, you don't want to go to hell with Mark either. Layla glanced at Mark, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, and there was a hint of unnoticeable concern in his eyes. After being silent for less than a second, she looked at Yuri. What do you need me to do? It's simple. What? Yuri said, you and Mark are responsible for dealing with the fanatic believers outside. Just leave this big guy to me. Layla glanced back and forth at Yuri's not-so-strong figure several times before tentatively asking with some uncertainty, can you do it? Yuri chuckled without any explanation. He moved his hands and feet. An orange-gold speed power and blue space power suddenly emerged from his body. At the same time before Mark, who had just climbed out of the rubble, had time to recover. The next wave of attacks from the three-headed, six-armed monster with a human body and a crocodile tail swept over him like a violent storm. He hurriedly dodged the first punch. He narrowly avoided the second punch. But just when Mark's old strength had exhausted his new strength, the monster's third punch was already close at hand. Yuri, what the hell are you doing? The wind pressure caused by the movement of the huge fist made Mark speechless. He turned his head to look at where Yuri and Yuri were standing just now, only to find that his girlfriend Layla was looking at him with a worried look on her face. Woe, Uriblist by the power of rapidity, finally arrived at the critical moment. He glanced at Moonlight Knight Mark, who was lying on the ground. With a thought, he activated his biological force field and condensed it into a substantial fist. The pressure of the seal wind blew his hair. And looking at the terrifying giant fist so close, Yuri's eyes flashed with a fighting spirit. And he punched it without fear, yes. He did just come back from Asgard after defeating the Frost clan. But in comparison, the strange monster in front of him, who is neither human nor ghost nor demon, is undoubtedly better than the Frost, who was trained by the Frost giant. Behemoth is more powerful regardless of speed strength, or even size. The former can press the latter to the ground and rub him. Yuri has never been afraid of powerful opponents, ever since he received a crazy increase in power from Banner. He has always wanted to find an opponent who can confront him head-on. However, until he saw this monster, his wish had never been accomplished. Boom. The biological force field perfectly spreads Yuri's fist power over the monster's entire fist. The moment the two terrifying giant forces came into contact, they exploded like an ammunition box ignited by sparks. The powerful reaction forced smoothly, it was transmitted down Yuri's body, and then spread flatly to the entire ground under his feet, under the action of the biological force field. As a result, the ground covered by the biological force field suddenly dropped by half a meter in an instant, and countless dust and gravel flew in all directions. It looked like an extraterrestrial meteorite had hit here. Mark, stay away. This is not a battle you can participate in now. After the punches were exchanged, both the unknown monster with 3 heads, 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail and Yuri, who actually took the punch, had a tacit understanding and did not make the next attack. The 3 heads of the former looked down one after another, looking at the tiny creature below with great curiosity. The latter used the biological force field to throw Mark directly towards Layla and warned, "Get rid of the miscellaneous fish outside." Yuri's actions were obviously trying to snatch food from under the nose of the monster. One of the latter's 3 heads was staring at Mark, who rolled down beside Layla and got up quickly. It wanted to control its body and continue to chase. Kill Mark, but his other 2 heads obviously have different ideas from him. Forget about that smelly shroud. The human down here looks better. The 4 eyes on the other 2 heads of the unknown monster were filled with greed and salivation when they looked at Yuri. Drops of sticky saliva mixed with stench dripped from the corners of their mouths, directly touching the floor tiles that caught the saliva. A crater the size of a basketball was corroded. It is impossible for a single head to gain control of the body from the other 2 heads. Fortunately, the 3 heads have coexisted and coexisted for so many years, and they have long been accustomed to differences of opinion. It only takes a few words. They reached a consensus and decided to eat the possibly tooth-gnawing little snack in front of them before going to deal with the Moon Knight. Yuri moved away from the saliva dripping from the monster with some disgust. He raised his head, looked at the guy in front of him who needed to raise his face to see the whole picture. And his heart was full of high-spirited fighting spirit, the punch just now. He didn't use all your strength. But against an opponent like Mark, this monster definitely didn't use much strength. What a great fortune to have such a powerful enemy. Did you see it? Not only was Yuri observing the monster was also carefully observing everything about Yuri. After seeing that there was no trace of fear in the other person's eyes, but instead there was undisguised excitement. One head said indignantly to the other 2 heads, "We just haven't shown up for thousands of years. And human beings have lost the awe they should have towards us." Jai jai jai. One of the other 2 heads suddenly stretched out towards Yuri. The neck connected to the head was stretched strangely like a noodle. In the blink of an eye, it approached Yuri. Within 3 steps of the whole body, the suffocating stench came from the giant's open mouth. The stench, as if he had eaten shit for tens of thousands of years without brushing his teeth, almost made Yuri hide his face and run away. Before the head could say another word, he punched with his right fist. He clenched his fist tightly and used the biological force field to deliver a big uppercut on the ferocious giant's chin that was full of sarcoma. Like a yo-yo being pulled by a rope from a low place to a high place, this huge head was dragged by a relatively slender neck in midair across a not-so-perfect. The arc disappeared from Yuri's face along with a deafening scream. Puff! A sharp broken tooth that was as tall as half of Yuri's body was spit out by the head just now, amidst the heartless and gloating laughter of the other 2 heads. This head stared at Yuri fiercely. The 2 fists that controlled it were smashed down with anger. It seemed like 2 meteors were falling down, and it was like the whole sky had collapsed. The moonlight above Yuri's head was completely obscured by these 2 fists, and the fierce wind blowing in his face could even blow the gravel scattered on the ground. In this strong wind that ordinary people might not be able to stand up. Yuri not only did he stand up, he even lifted his feet off the ground and flew directly under the influence of the biological force field. Facing the 2 approaching fists, Yuri's 2 arms hanging by his sides tightened instantly and pushed out toward the top of his head. The surging power was evenly distributed to the top of his head under the action of the biological force field. In the void, Aaron, just a moment. Two huge air fist marks formed by the compressed air were born out of thin air under the monster's two fists. Boom! The scattered shock waves directly smashed this relatively solid complex into pieces. And the figure of the monster that had been rented by the wall was finally revealed outside, and was fighting fiercely with the Moon Knight transformed by Mark. In the eyes of a group of fanatical believers. For a time, screams resounded throughout the community. No one could remain calm under the eyes of such a terrifying behemoth. Some smart people immediately abandoned their beliefs and fled in all directions after seeing the monster. But there are always some fools who break through the southern wall and never look back. They shout excitedly in fear, thinking that the monster is the incarnation of Amit they believe in. What wonderful fear, how freshly human. The three heads greedily glanced at the various human beings in the street. While they absorbed the power of fear, they looked at Yuri and said with full show, "Did you see it? This is what you humans have seen. The attitude I should have in the future, is it?" Yuri glanced lightly at Mark, who was chopping melons and vegetables like no one else. And Leilaho was agile and coordinated tacitly. He withdrew his gaze and glanced back and forth on the three heads, rather than caring about these things. "It has nothing to do with you, concerned humans. Why don't you two ask the guy who boxed with me just now? Ask him a few broken finger bones." Six fists rushed towards Yuri in the air from all directions. The roaring sonic boom and turbulent airflow destroyed the buildings within hundreds of meters, into powder floating in the air. Under the dust and night, only the silhouette of the monster was like looming. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since the two started fighting. In these 10 minutes, Mark had subdued or driven away all the stubborn fanatics in the community. And Yuri and the monsters in the thick smoke had also reached the final stage of decisive life and death. Although he couldn't see Yuri's specific figure, Mark was not worried at all. The constant wails and cries of pain coming from the thick smoke did not sound like Yuri was at a disadvantage. There was nothing going on. He looked at his girlfriend Layla, who was lying on the ground and gasping for air. He decided to use this time to explain the whole matter to the other party thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not wait until Yuri finished the battle and came out. How embarrassing it would be to see a gap between the two. Putting aside how Mark communicated with Layla, the battle between Yuri and the monster has entered a fierce stage. The monster's power is astonishingly powerful, and its reaction speed is also ridiculously fast. Although any one of the monster's 6 arms none of them can compete with Yuri in strength. But there are 6 of them. The combined force of 2 arms punching together is comparable to Yuri's normal punch. The combined force of 3 arms punching together can easily catch Yuri's full blow. The combined force of 4 arms punching together can even it's not easy for Yuri, who has a biological force field to share the burden. When the 5 arms work together, even Yuri has to avoid the edge for a while. For the first time, this was the first time Yuri felt absolutely crushed by the enemy's power after becoming a human. In the past 10 minutes, he and this monster have fist-to-flesh fistfights at least 1,000 times. Both of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned guys. Although neither has been fatally injured, their physical strength is different. There has been a significant decline, which is manifested in the fact that the speed of punching has slowed down. The frequency of punching has decreased, and the power carried by the fist has decreased. It's so cool. Yuri was hanging high in the sky, shaking his slightly numb arms while staring down at the 3 heads of the monster and saying with a smile, "I am very grateful to you for letting me truly understand my current physical strength. And I am also very happy to meet an opponent like you who is both capable and durable. But unfortunately, I don't plan to spend time with you like this anymore." The monster with 3 heads, 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail stared up at Yuri. After Yuri finished speaking, he clearly felt an invisible threat sweeping towards him. Its 6 eyes must carefully stare at the monster in the sky. Humans who were incomparably small to him were filled with fear and apprehension from the moment he was born. He had never seen any creature that could defeat him in terms of strength. Just when the monster was still on the lookout for Yuri to come out and punch him, he saw the latter flipping his hand and flipping a small dark blue square that looked no bigger than a drop of his spit. Before he could ask what it was, Yuri, who couldn't bait it with force, activated the Tiger Balm energy in his body to activate this artifact that originally belonged to the Frost clan, the Box of Ice. Only people with the bloodline of the Frost clan can activate the Ice Box and use the power within it. After the energy purified and condensed by the shining golden dragon ball in the Danshan enters the Ice Box, the emotions conveyed by the latter are all. It's joy and excitement. Facts have proved that as long as the energy level is high enough, how can there be any rules for using it? These are just friendly reminders. The surging white cold wave swept towards the three-headed, six-armed, human crocodile-tailed monster below that was trying to escape in fear. The latter moved very fast, but Yuri moved even faster. After deciding not to talk about martial arts, he accurately predicted the opponent's position and opened the door of space through his understanding of the monster in the previous 10 minutes of battle, and instantly appeared in front of the latter. Its three heads collided together without any surprise. The cold current that froze everything completely froze its three heads. Like a fire brigade holding a fire extinguisher, Yuri held the box of ice and moved it up and down to freeze and seal the monster, which had lost control of its brain but was still twitching and trembling involuntarily. It takes time for the cold current to completely erode every inch of the monster's flesh, and Yuri cannot speed up time ever since. It wasn't until 3 minutes later that the monster was completely frozen into a popsicle stick. In these 3 minutes, the dust stirred up by the fighting settled down. Mark also relied on his sharp tongue to successfully convince his girlfriend Layla and get her forgiveness. He held Layla tightly. The ground was wrapped in the cloak behind his back, enduring the severe cold that spread inadvertently, while looking at Yuri, who put away the icebox and looked around the frozen statue of the monster. Is this the rich second generation you mentioned who went to Afghanistan to work as a summer job? Even though her lips were purple from the cold, Layla still insisted on sticking her head out of Mark's cloak to observe Yuri flying in the sky. He looks better than you, who claims to have gone through countless battles. The captain who has won the favor of God is much more powerful. Mark smiled bitterly at his eyes. Everything you said is right. For a guy like Yuri who can chase and fight the god, he serves and force the opponent to either run away or pay the price to use forbidden moves. He doesn't understand the meaning of Layla comparing the two together, ignoring the two guys hugging each other for warmth. Yuri hung high above the monster, finally making up his mind about its final treatment. Originally, he wanted to extract the opponent's power and fuse it into his own body. But after careful study, he found that the monster's terrifying power was brought about by his disgusting distortion. In other words, if he wanted the opponents to gain strength, you must accept that you may grow 3 heads or an extra crocodile tail on your butt. He couldn't accept it, so he decisively ruled it out. Then, what he wanted to do was to put the monster into a storage space, transport it to the North Pole, thaw it, and give it to his tribe to eat. Although he refused to be deformed, those tribesmen who had not yet developed their intelligence would not necessarily refuse. In the mutant tribe, in this constantly evolving race, not to mention 3 heads and multiple tails, those guys who are unwilling to lag behind will accept anything in order to become stronger. But this monster's meat is so smelly. During the time Amit was wreaking havoc on the world, God knows how many people died in her judgment. As a principled demon, Amit would not use these judged people to remove their souls and hearts. Something other than that. Just because she doesn't eat it doesn't mean others won't. Yuri seriously suspected that the guy in front of him grew up eating shit. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain why there was an unbearable stench in his blood. If he brought this back to his tribe to eat, I'm afraid not many would voluntarily eat it if he didn't give the order to die. It is obviously inappropriate to leave the corpse of such a monster where it is. He understands the nature of human beings too well. If he leaves it here and ignores it within 3 days, its corpse will appear in the secrets of every country in the world, on the experimental bench of the Institute, therefore. After much thought, Yuri decided to throw it into space and use the power of space to completely smash it. Just do what comes to mind. Yuri used the power of space to completely wrap the monster's body. And then with a flash of blue light, the monster and the space he was in were all stuffed into the desolate universe millions of light years away from the Earth. After destroying the frozen corpse and filling the removed space back to the Earth, Yuri breathed out softly, finally settling the matter completely. The chill that had lost its source was quickly melted away by the surrounding air. Yuri, who was hovering in the air, waved to Mark to come over. The latter glanced at his girlfriend Layla in his arms, but felt that a cold, hard little thing was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He looked down and saw. It was the golden scarab hidden in the compartment of Layla's backpack that Harrow longed for. He is very strong, but there are always things that no matter how strong you are, you can't get. Leela took the initiative to get out of Mark's cloak and looked at the handsome, manly three-dimensional face opposite her. She pushed the latter's chest hard. Go, Mark. I can take care of myself. Mark was pushed back 3 steps by Layla. His shining moon-white eyes blinked. And then, without saying a word, he clenched the golden scarab in his hand and ran quickly towards Yuri. Changes in plans, Mark. Yuri looked at Mark, who was running over, patted him on the shoulder and said, Do you remember the pit summoned by Harrow? I want to go inside. Mark, who rushed to Yuri's side, was dumbfounded. He raised the golden scarab in front of his face and asked in confusion, so Amit stopped looking for it. Yuri took the scarab from Mark's hand. In the latter's surprised eyes, he used his own power to activate the simple formation engraved in the scarab. It was different from what he had guessed before. The scarab only contained Amit's breath, nothing else. After being activated, the 2 golden wings of the scarab suddenly opened with a swish sound. And then the entire scarab was divided into 2 parts, with the upper part floating on the lower part like a magnet suspended by the reaction force. In the sky above, after a few chaotic rotations, the scarab's head was fixed in a certain direction and stopped moving. Yuri raised his head and glanced at the direction indicated by the scarab. After silently writing it down, he looked at Mark and shook his head with a smile. Of course I want to look for Amit. But you may need to go there by yourself. I'm going to get Amit, clean up her former subordinates, so that even after she comes out of the tomb, her strength will not be too ridiculous. All right. Mark shrugged and asked with some concern, what if Kong Su comes to find me on the way? I don't think I can force him back like you, also. The duration of this navigation is how long? While he was still in my hands, Kong Su said that only the power of Amit could activate it. You went to school, right, Mark? Yuri waved his hand and opened a portal. On the other side of the door was the rough and uninhabited sea. If you have listened carefully to the math teacher's lecture, then you should know 2 intersecting straight lines must have an intersection. He passed through the portal and floated on the rough sea, waiting for the spinning scarab in his hand to stabilize. Within a few breaths, the scarab pointed in another direction again. Yuri returned to Mark after closing the portal. He handed the scarab into Mark's hands. He clasped his middle finger and ring finger in his palm and pressed it with his thumb. After pinching it into a magic spell, he waved his hands, and the flat map of the subearth is instantly completed by the combination of magic factors in the air. As the caster's thoughts changed, the plan slowly curved and finally formed a miniature 3-dimensional model of the Earth that was not very round. Yuri tapped his fingertips and quickly found the 2 coordinates he had just taken and placed the scarab. The directions respectively indicated on these 2 coordinates are marked. I thought you said you couldn't do magic. Thinking of the magic circle that pulled him into the memory corridor, and looking at the map in front of him that was obviously not in the scientific category, Mark looked at Yuri and asked with an unconfident face, I remember correctly. Right, yes, you remember correctly. Yuri pulled his hands and quickly magnified the 2 intersections. After carefully identifying them, he waved his hand and opened a portal again. Then he looked at Mark and said with a smile, but more than a year has passed. And you have become now that I have the superpower Moon Knight. There's no reason why I can't learn something new. Before Mark could say any more nonsense, Yuri stood on one side of the portal. avoiding the fine gravel coming towards his face. He spread his hands towards the desert behind the portal and said, "It's right here. Mark, the task of digging will be left to you." Mark cautiously glanced into the portal. As far as he could see, there were only deserts and sand dunes. The distant horizon met the yellow sand in the sky. There was no trace of human activity here at all. He turned back. He shook his head at Yuri and said firmly, "It will take a lot of time to dig an ancient tomb that is unknown how deep it is buried underground. I need to make some preparations, don't close it." Yuri stopped preparing to close the portal, heard the sound and looked at Layla, who was trembling and running towards here. The woman held her backpack in one hand and her tablet in the other and ran to Mark and explained to Yuri, "I'll make a reservation first, so that even if you are gone we can find a place by ourselves." Layla turned on the positioning, bent down and got into the desert opposite the portal. Mark and Yuri looked at each other and looked at Layla running back with excitement. The former grabbed his girlfriend by the shoulders. "What did you just say?" "What did you say, us?" Yuri wanted to eat another melon to cheer him up. But out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the hole in the hall was shrinking. Helplessly, he had no choice but to pat Mark on the shoulder. "I have to go in. How do you get there? Decide whether you want to go together. I hope I can hear your good news when I come back." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and grabbed the Amit cane that Harrow had dropped on the ground before, and jumped into the unfathomable deep purple pit without looking back. This is a world filled with evil purple. The stones here are purpled flowers. Plants and trees are purpled, water is purple. The earth is purple. Even the sky that covers the whole world like a cover is also purple. The mystery of space is elusive. It was clearly a vertical passage, but when Yuri came out, it turned into a horizontal passage. Just before hitting the ground, Yuri got into a teleportation tunnel in front of him. In the door, all the kinetic energy carried by his body was offset, and he stepped silently on a piece of soft lavender grass. The surroundings were quiet, but Yuri knew very well that these were just appearances. He could clearly feel the malicious gazes falling on him from all directions. The greed and desire contained in them, just like the sight of a group of hungry men who hadn't eaten for a week. A sweet and delicious meal arrived. Yuri didn't feel threatened by these looks, so he ignored them and looked around. The most eye-catching thing is the large purple lake that can almost be called an inland sea. There is no wind in the surrounding space, which makes the lake look like a purple mirror embedded in the earth. Absolutely beautiful. Yuri stared at the calm lake surface. He could sense that most of the eyes looking at him came from there. After thinking about it, grabbed Amit's cane, turned on the bioforce field and soared straight from the ground. Is this the attitude you see when you see someone holding the staff of Amit? The loud voice spread along the air in all directions. After a few seconds of silence, the lake, which was as calm as a mirror, began to ripple. The flat purple grassland arched into ferocious ravines, and the rugged purple strange mountain trembled, split opening with big hole, countless long grotesque. Ferocious creatures finally restrained their malicious gaze slightly after Yuri identified himself. They revealed their true bodies from their respective layers and looked at each other in silence. The human holding the staff of Amit hanging high in the air. Very good. Yuri looked at these various monsters who were afraid of the remaining power of their old master and had to come out to meet him, and nodded with satisfaction. He didn't know the function and ability of the Amit staff, but based on his experience in leading the entire mutant race, the token of a leader who was not dead must be able to intimidate the subordinates commanded by the leader. If Amit's staff does not have this ability, then it means that Amit has long existed in name only among this group of monsters. He poured the energy in his body into the staff of Amit. Although he was not sure what the functions of the various formations he sensed in the process were, this did not prevent him from using the Amit in his hand. The staff releases purple energy with Amit's aura. Amit told me he has something prepared here for his resurrection. What? Yuri started talking nonsense without thinking. He told me that as long as I hold this staff, someone will take me to take out those things. According to Kama Taj's records, Amit lived in a large lake when she was not out of control at the beginning. It was her place of residence and dining, and the souls and hearts of all sinners would be destroyed. The judge was thrown into the lake and was devoured by him. Yuri can almost conclude this is the big lake where Amit was born together. Loud sounds echoed throughout the world, and the demons who could understand human speech looked at each other, asking each other with their eyes whether they knew the existence of such a place. Advocate, I have a question to ask you. Just when the atmosphere fell into silence, a giant human-faced eagle that had placed its nest on the highest mountaintop suddenly swooped down towards Yuri. Seeing that the giant eagle was about to fall into the lake, it changed direction, and accurately it landed on the back of an aquatic giant floating on the lake. In order to stand firm, the eagle monster clawed its sharp eagle claws directly into the flesh of the aquatic monster. The latter screamed in pain, but with absolute strength in front of it. It did not dare to move even if it hurt every cent. The eagle monster was very satisfied with the attitude of the big fish at its feet. It shook its wings, and its head with a human face suddenly approached Yuri in the sky. Where are the three brothers you summoned before? Why didn't they come back with you? As soon as this question came out, all the monsters stopped making eye contact for an instant, and stared at Yuri with a pair of fierce eyes. As long as the latter's answer was even slightly wrong, these guys would definitely get up and fight him. Yuri looked at the huge eagle monster, then turned to look at the other monsters who were eyeing him. Amidst the low roars of demonic beasts, he slowly said, with my unremitting efforts and countless manpower and material resources, with all my efforts I have found the tomb that seals Amit. And the three brothers you mentioned, after helping me deal with the last enemy, went to dig dirt outside the dusty tomb of Amit. After listening to Yuri's previous words, few demons and monsters could bear to care about the specific situation of the three brothers behind them. They roared to celebrate each other. Amit's tomb has been found. We can finally see the light of day again. The taste of human beings, I miss them so much. Attack the temple, kill all the gods. Yuri squinted his eyes and tried to distinguish some useful information for himself from these voices. But before he could hear a few more words, from the center of the purple lake, from the interior of the mountains, and from the mouth of the human-faced eagle monster around him, suddenly there was a deafening roar. Quiet, the noisy voice fell silent for a moment. The purple lake, which was occupied by a group of aquatic monsters, suddenly surged up with a huge water column from bottom to top. And then a giant turtle as big as an aircraft carrier surfaced. A rumbling sound came from the rolling mountains, and then a meteor giant covered in stones walked towards the lake shore with heavy steps. The three guys who were obviously the leaders of all the monsters looked at each other. Finally, the giant human-faced eagle closest to Yuri stared at Yuri and said seriously, "Sir, are you sure you have really found Lord Amit, a sealed tomb?" What? Yuri looked back without timidity and nodded, "I'm sure I found it." "Then what are you waiting for?" The human-faced eagle opened its two wings with a total length of several hundred meters with a strange swish sound. Quickly open the passage to the human world. Let us welcome Amit's resurrection and return. A group of silent monsters and monsters are all good at setting off the atmosphere. When they heard that they would return to the world soon, they screamed and danced excitedly again. Yuri was suspended in midair, quietly looking at the flapping human-faced eagle monster and a group of distorted and ugly monsters. "No. Now is not the time for you to go out, what did you say?" The neck of the hawk monster twisted 180 degrees strangely, and a pair of eyes stared at Yuri fiercely. "We have already found Lord Amit's tomb. Why can't we get out yet?" Yuri looked at the hawk monster like a fool. Amit has been sealed by the gods in the tomb for thousands of years, and the eyes of the gods have never left Amit's resting place. A three-headed monster forget about the monsters. If I dare to open the passage and let you out, I'm afraid you will be blasted to pieces by the gods descending from the sky before you can see Amit. All the demons and monsters fell silent. They glared at the guy in front of them, who dared to speak arrogantly with cannibalistic eyes. Abandoning the gods. Do you really think that thousands of years have passed, and the human beings on the earth will still be the same people in your memory who are walking around in tattered clothes? Hungry and half-clothed. They develop science and learn magic. They can destroy a country with one cannonball and influence the entire multiverse with one magic. The powerful ones among them can even stand on an equal footing with the god-kings of various gods. Facing all kinds of looks, Yuri slowed down his tone slightly. I don't blame you for this. After all, in this place that is completely isolated from the world, you can't learn much information, but Amit is different. Although it is sealed now, but she can use my eyes and body to see everything I see. What she means is that she must first accumulate strength. And then she will personally summon you to the world after you are strong enough. The human-faced eagle monster was still about to say something. But the turtle that emerged from the bottom of the lake jumped in front of him and greeted Yuri. Master Amit must have his own reasons for his thoughts. My agent. Lord Mitt did leave something at the bottom of the lake before he went on the expedition. If you are confident that you have the ability to take it away, then come with me. Yuri looked at the ferocious giant turtle that was slowly sinking to the bottom of the water. Then at the human-faced eagle monster with an unhappy expression, and the stone giant standing silently on the shore of the lake. Without saying anything more after his plan succeeded, he dived into this vast purple lake without hesitation. The water in the lake is abnormal. Yuri can feel resistance and pressure that far exceeds that of seawater on Earth. Even the visibility is much lower than that of Earth's oceans. Countless strange creatures, large and small, swim in this purple lake, swimming back and forth. Some little ones got into the big ones, and some big ones swallowed the little ones into their stomachs. The ferocious giant turtle moved forward at a slow pace, and it didn't look like it was trying to guide people. The deeper it dived, the greater the pressure and viscosity of the lake water. As a last resort, Yuri had to activate the biological force field. After a brief acceleration of the dive, I grabbed a bump on the back of the giant turtle and hitched a ride. After diving like this for 5 or 6 minutes, Yuri felt that the speed of the giant turtle had slowed down. At this time, the lake water put a lot of pressure on him. If compared with the sea water on the Earth, it would be at least 5,000 meters deep. Yuri activated Amit's staff very early. He believed that no agent could withstand such a terrible pressure with his own physical strength. Since he is now the agent of Amit, then he, of course, you have to use Amit's power to protect yourself. The purple energy in Amit's staff completely enveloped Yuri, effectively isolating the pressure from the outside world and providing him with the ability to see at the bottom of the lake. Yuri released his grip on the giant turtle and waved it gently. The cane swam in the direction of the giant turtle's finger. Sir, this is Lord Amit's former residence. The giant turtle saw the purple energy surrounding Yuri, and a trace of recollection and nostalgia flashed in its terrifying giant mung-bean eyes. It turned sideways, revealing a huge cave behind it that exuded a faint purple light. Lord Amit is indeed, there was something left in there. But I couldn't get in if I tried, Master Amit said. Yuri gently tapped his cane on the thin film at the entrance of the hole. The purple energy with Amit's aura was like a drop of water dripping on the white paper, and was quickly absorbed by the entire film. After that, a powerful force, the suction force, came to Yuri from inside the cave, and the latter was sucked in without any precautions. The bioforce field was fully activated, and Yuri stabilized his figure the moment he entered the cave. He silently glanced at the giant turtle that was struggling to come in with him outside the film, and then walked towards the winding path without saying a word. Walk inside the twisty but unusually spacious and tall cave. I don't know if Amit prefers darkness or for some other reason. There was not a trace of light in the entire cave. After turning a few corners and making sure that the giant turtle couldn't see him, he waved his hand and constructed a tunnel in the passage behind him, isolating the magic circling then with a wave of his hand. Several black balls scattered in all directions from his storage space, and the bright lights on them instantly illuminated everything around him. The passage was very smooth. Both the walls and the top looked as if they had been carefully polished. No pits or unevenness could be seen. The entire passage was also very clean, except for one or two scattered scales. He could not see anything else. Moving along the passage, Yuri soon came to Amit's real residence. This is an extremely huge space. Its internal space is about the same size as an office building. The entire space is buckled on the ground in a semicircle. Under the light, Yuri can see that there are many dull weapons and weapons piled here. Hundreds of corpses with only bones left. Picking up a bright white skull, Yuri could feel the strength of its owner during his lifetime. Even though he had died a year ago, there was still a lot of divine power remaining in this bone. He picked up a gray broadsword. Yuri only shook slightly, and the whole knife trembled slightly, in a continuous buzzing sound. It quickly shed its dust and regained its former sharpness. The fetish itself becomes filthy. Yuri slashed twice with the knife, and then unceremoniously put all the gray artifacts on the ground into his storage space. These should be the Egyptian gods who died under Amit. The gods and their weapons also proved Amit's strength from the side. After doing all this, Yuri turned his attention to a box that was fully protected by layers of magic circles. The magic circle is very strong. Yuri's fist hit it, and it only caused a circle of undetectable ripples in the circle before making any further achievements. Using the power of space, the founders of these magic circles were obviously I had been prepared for it for a long time, when there were still 3 or 4 layers of protective cover away from the box. The space was completely isolated. Quick fight. The giant turtle outside was still hitting the shield at the entrance of Amit's residence. Not knowing how long the ladder could hold on, Yuri decisively summoned the extremely sharp Merlin Saint who could cut all things. Sword. The sharp sword tip pierced the first layer of protective shield without any hindrance. Unlike the stone gate of Kangsu Temple, most of the formations in the world do not have the function of self-repair. Once something is damaged, then if it moves the whole body with one move, the entire formation will be shattered. As the holy sword advanced, the sound of Baba Bobo when the shields were broken was endless. Without any surprise, the tip of the holy sword was directly inserted into the heavy-looking box by Yuri. All of a sudden, bunches of bright and somewhat dazzling colorful lights burst out from the cracks in the box pierced by the holy sword. Yuri narrowed his eyes. With a big smile on his face, this kind of brilliance is too much for him. That familiar smell and feeling. Maybe not all of this box is filled with gods. Make big money, make big monies. Yuri slashed hard with his holy sword, and the entire box was split into 2. Countless dazzling gods, large or small, complete or broken, came into view instantly. He used a biological force field to remove all the gods in the box. Take them out and playfully distribute them evenly around yourself. Boom! Before he had time to appreciate this wonderful feeling of being in the galaxy, a huge collapse sound came from the entrance of Amit's residence. Yuri put all the gods into the storage space with a gloomy face, and quickly after checking and making sure that there was nothing here, he put away the holy sword, leaned on the staff of Amit, and stood there quietly waiting for the approaching sound. Boom rumble. Although the passage is very spacious, it is still a bit narrow for a giant turtle. Both sides of the turtle shell are deeply embedded in the surrounding earth and rocks. The width of the entire passage is forcibly widened by dozens of meters as it advances, and countless pieces of soil slowly falling in the thick purple lake water, causing everything nearby to become chaotic. Finally, with a roar of relief that sounded like relief, the giant turtle finally rushed into the huge space where Yuri was. One person, one turtle look at each other. I've already taken what I need to take. Yuri smiled and said to the giant turtle, you rushed in so anxiously. You must want to take me out quickly. The giant turtle's 2 huge eyes scanned the space here. After confirming that there was really nothing, he turned his gaze to Yuri for a moment. He felt various emotions such as annoyance or regret, unwillingness and cruelty. Each of these things played out in the giant turtle's heart. But after seeing the cane propped on the ground casually in the ladder's hand, it still gave in helplessly. Yes, that's right, I'm afraid that you will encounter any danger here. Yuri acted very naturally. He walked slowly towards the giant turtle with his cane. As he walked, he said intentionally or unintentionally, unlike those two guys, "You are Amit's most loyal subordinate." The giant tortoise's eyes narrowed all of a sudden, and it stared at the small human being who kept approaching him. With uncertainty in its tone, "You mean? There are also Lord Amit staying with the giant eagle and the stone giant, and ordering them the things I saved. But those two guys took these things for themselves." Yuri stepped lightly, and his whole body fell on the giant turtle's carapace. He poked the giant turtle's carapace lightly with his stick twice, and found that it was much harder than imagined. Suppressing the thought of being too friendly, he continued to provoke, "Yes or no? We will find out when we get up, after all. He is a guy who has been detained in a limited space for thousands of years. Yuri does not need to use his spiritual energy to strengthen his guidance." The giant turtle is directly overwhelmed by jealousy and resentment. It carries Yuri on its back without even a glance. He quickly rushed towards the lake and puff crash. The huge body of the giant turtle brought up huge splashes of water the moment it rushed out of the water. Some small monsters that had no time to dodge were directly hit and dizzy. Before they could recover, they were eaten up by other monsters swarming around them. All's roared. The human-faced eagle monster spread its wings and left the lake. The mountain stone giant also slowly retreated towards the mountain behind it without saying a word. They were not fools. The malice that almost solidified on the giant turtle made it clear that it was looking for these two guys. Discomfort, say. The giant turtle carried Yuri on its back, and it quickly climbed up the lake shore. "Did you steal the things that Master Amit entrusted to you for safekeeping?" The human-faced eagle monster and the mountain stone giant looked at each other. The former flapped his wings to maintain his flying height. He looked at the crazy-looking giant turtle on the lake shore. His eyes filled with confusion. "What are you talking about? Didn't Lord Amit just leave you something?" The rock giant didn't speak, and didn't even look at the giant turtle. He turned his gaze to Yuri, but found that the other party was also looking at him quietly. Now it can be confirmed that there is nothing left by Amit in the hawk monster. But this the mountain stone giant can't beat a fart with 8 poles. Which is really unpredictable, giant eagle old turtle. While staring closely at Yuri, the rock giant said to the two monsters who were about to fight, "Don't do it. This is a plan to alienate the human being in front of you. I don't believe your nonsense." The giant turtle roared at the mountain giant, then stretched its neck and sprayed a powerful water arrow from its mouth towards the giant eagle that was flying in the sky to avoid harm. The giant eagle narrowly dodged. He looked at the unrelenting giant turtle on the ground. The humiliation of being slandered and the anger of being suddenly attacked rushed into his heart in an instant. Regardless of the mountain giant's loud obstruction, it dived quickly towards the giant turtle on the ground, rushed forward, pointing its 2 big claws at the latter's exposed ugly head. Yuri held the staff of Amit, suspended in midair, and looked at everything around him with cold eyes, except for the 2 monster leaders who were fighting together. The water on the lake was churning. The rapids under the lake were surging, and the shore was fighting and roaring, intertwined with screams. The world is filled with blood and dead souls vying to fill it up. Yuri gently shook the stick of Amit, which was shining purple light in his hand, of course. The current situation in this world is his handwriting. The stick of Amit can greatly enhance his spiritual influence, so it is almost impossible with little effort. And following the small conflict between the giant turtle and the eagle monster, he easily provoked a life-and-death battle for all creatures in the entire world. But amidst this bloody scene of cannibalism, those bare mountains and the mountain stone giants who came out of them remained unmoved at all. "Why aren't you affected?" Yuri slowly flew towards the mountain stone giant. The latter looked at Yuri and asked with fear and hindsight, "You are not Lord Amit's agent. You are the enemy of the agents." At this point, there is no point in hiding it anymore. Yuri stopped 100 or 200 meters away from the rock giant and said with a smile, "You are right. But there is no reward. Tell me, why can't you accept it?" "The influence of my mental power." The rock giant roared to the sky angrily. He ignored Yuri's question, stretched out an arm made entirely of stones, pointed at Yuri and cursed, "When Amit is resurrected, you will definitely suffer a fate worse than death." Punishment, unable to get the answer he wanted. The smile on Yuri's face disappeared. He stared at the two gemstone eyes of the mountain stone giant and asked word by word, "Why are you not affected by me? Stop what you're doing." The mountain rock giant turned a deaf ear to Yuri's question as if he was deaf. He slowly grasped his 5 fingers, and a hammer-like weapon was gradually pieced together from pieces of hard rock. "Otherwise, I will smash you with a hammer rotten, never mind." Yuri didn't plan to ask any more questions about the guy in front of him. Anyway, it wasn't just this mountain stone giant that was unaffected. If he wanted to know the reasons, he could just kill this guy who looked like the most powerful guy at first sight, and then rely on his strength. Follow Yu Wei to ask other mountain stone giants. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He clenched his fingers into a fist and faced the seemingly powerful hammer. Yuri punched from the waist and faced it with his own flesh and blood without fear. A hammer the size of a container, a fist the size of a fist. The moment the two collided, there was no loud noise, and no terrifying shock wave this time. Yuri did not turn on the biological force field to dissipate force. It was like a bullet shot into tofu, instantly passing through the entire stone hammer. In actual combats, Yuri hovered in front of the mountain stone giant. "It's too easy to beat you bunch of idiots." Without giving the latter a chance to say anything more, Yuri used the power of luck, speed and space to raise his fist and smash the mountain stone giant's head into pieces. The stones that made up the head rolled down one by one from the huge body of the mountain stone giant. But this guy showed no intention of falling down. At this moment, the nearest rock giant saw the confusion on Yuri's face, and immediately couldn't suppress his inner emotions. He proudly showed off, "We are immortal unless everyone who makes us is alive." A stone was melted into lava, is it? Yuri turned his head and looked at this rock giant who didn't seem very smart. He was thinking about how to completely kill this disgusting undead race. Who would have thought that as soon as he felt sleepy, someone would bring him a pillow? "I'll see you later." After leaving this lovely rock giant with a sentence that made the other party mindless, Yuri turned to look at the leader of the rock giant who had condensed his head again, and his eyes suddenly lit up with a blazing bright light. The laser eye can definitely melt the body of the rock giant into magma, but the laser emitted by the laser eye is undoubtedly too thin. But this is not a problem at all. Yuri pinched the spell with his hands and chanted the spell. He waved his hands in the air a few times. An energy amplification formation from Merlin's wisdom instantly took shape in front of his eyes. Die in the horrified gaze of the mountain stone giant. The two blazing laser beams that were only 2 fingers thick and shot out from Yuri's eyes turned directly into a terrifying energy with a diameter of 10 meters after passing through the mysterious magic circle in front of him. It raised its arms to resist, but the intersection between its arms and the laser beam was melted and broken in an instant. With a deafening scream, the laser beam hit its chest directly. Thickly, his chest only blocked the laser beam for 2 or 3 seconds before it was pierced through by the latter. The laser beam was like a hot knife. It took less than a minute to melt the entire mountain giant leader into a pool of red and black magma. Yuri was not worried about any omissions, because he burned the entire 1-meter radius around the mountain giant. If this guy didn't prepare a retreat somewhere in advance, then this wave will eradicate the root cause. Withdrawing the laser, Yuri kept the formation open and his eyes bright, looking at the mountain stone giant who had just proudly sent him a divine assist. The latter had completely lost his previous pride at this moment. Just now, Yuri melted the mountain stone giant. When it became the letters, it already knew what kind of stupid thing it had done. Give you a chance to live. Yuri looked at this guy with sharp eyes. Tell me, why are you not affected by my mental control at this time? The mountain stone giant almost cried in his heart. He wanted to escape, but he knew that there was no way he could escape the laser eyes of the ruthless man in front of him. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, I know, I know. The mountain giant family can isolate all mental harm and control. This all comes from our special structure. We have no brains. Our hearts are made of stone who only have souls, no hearts. In addition, the leader once said that we, the eyes of the wearer, can help the wearer to isolate a large part of the spiritual damage. The mountain stone giant and Yuri looked at each other, and the latter laughed. This is really a good opponent that makes people happy. Buying a bunch of them is not enough. This guy wants to drag the whole clan to hell. The last two questions. Yuri slowly approached the rock giant. What are the conditions for the birth of eyes with the power to isolate the mind? Also, what is your birth method? Answer truthfully. This is a matter of life or death for you. This naive mountain stone giant turned his head and looked at the tribesmen who wanted to eat him alive. Then he looked at Yuri, whose eyes were bright and controlled his life and death. Between immediate death and possible deaths, he made a decisive choice. The former, the eyes of mountain giants, have the ability to isolate their souls since they were born. But this ability will continue to get stronger over time. Our birth method is very simple. Just like all the stone people in the world. Holding hands in the magma, just sit by the pool all night. Yuri smiled with satisfaction. Very good. A portal quietly opened in the ruins that had been sealed by the British Special Organization. Yuri slowly walked out of it. Behind him was a mountain of corpses and a lake of blood filled with fishy smell. Stay where you are and don't move. High-power searchlights suddenly hit Yuri's body. The dazzling bright light made him frown and look around. Armed sergeants armed with long guns and short cannons were attacking from all directions at a very high speed. Surround yourself, crack clap. The sound of a series of gun bolts making Yuri frown even more. He lowered his head and avoided the direct rays of the searchlight. The non-stop killings in Amit's world for several days had made him feel physically and mentally exhausted. Now he just wants to rest. Without making any more unnecessary moves or saying any more unnecessary nonsense. He used the power of space and disappeared instantly under the gaze of hundreds of soldiers and countless monitoring equipment. At the same time, a desert area in Egypt. In an assembly room, Mark was talking to Steve in the mirror. What the hell are you talking about? Mark pointed at Steve in the mirror and yelled, Did you **C king like my Layla? I don't want to either. Steve looked aggrieved in the mirror. He spread his hands and tried to explain to Mark the cause of this wonderful feeling in a more scientific way. Although we are two different personalities, we share the same body. During the period of time when the body is exchanged, the emotional hormones produced by this body, while it is under your control, will affect me. Mark laughed twice expressionlessly. You mean you still have to blame me for this? No, not all. Steve also knew that it was somewhat unethical for him to have such an idea. He struggled to persuade Mark, also. Since I can share memories with you, you have never blocked me out no matter what you do. I thought, fuck you. Mark punched the wall of the bathroom, and a big hole was blown out of the simple building materials by this violent blow. He stared at the shrunken Steve in the mirror and asked through gritted teeth, Damn it. You fucking watched it all arrive, you know. Steve tried hard to explain, I'm still a virgin. About these things of fuck. The furious Mark directly summoned the Moon Knight suit. With his surge of strength, he easily tore off the sink in the bathroom. After that, he picked up the sink and faced Steve. The mirror where it was smashed down. I'm going to find Yuri and kill you too, Yuri, who had just arrived here, could hear Mark's angry roar in this bathroom from a long distance away. He frowned. Could it be that Kong Su has already arrived? Different dimensions have different flow rates of time. The time flow rate in the mirror dimension and the real dimension are almost the same. The time flow rate in the hell dimension is slightly faster than the real dimension. But Amit's space is a bit outrageous. Yuri only stayed in it for less than 3 days. But after coming out to correct the dates, he discovered that nearly a month had passed in the real dimension. Phone calls being blown, mailboxes being filled. Out of fear of Kong Su, Yuri chose to check on Mark's condition as soon as possible. teleporting to the outside of the assembly room where Mark's voice could be heard. He knocked gently on the door. "Who do you want me to kill?" "Mark." "Did Kong Su come out?" Mark in the bathroom froze for a moment. He lowered his head and saw Steve begging for mercy everywhere. He opened the door of the bathroom and it was indeed Yuri. Great, ignoring Steve's pleading and cursing behind him. Mark grabbed Yuri's sleeve as if he were seeing a relative. "You must do this for me." "Yuri, I can think of all the ways to solve this problem." "You are the only one." Yuri glanced at Mark, who was wearing a moonlight suit, and then turned his head slightly to look at the broken glass and sink on the bathroom floor. He asked with some uncertainty, "Is it Steve or you? What troublesome new personality has emerged?" Mark waved his hand. "It's Steve. This kid peeked at me playing poker with Layla. He also said that he also fell in love with Layla, even through a mask." Yuri could see Mark's frustration and embarrassment. He smiled and patted the latter's shoulder. Not only did he not mean to comfort him at all, he even joked, "Why? You won't leave that innocent and shining second personality with a weakness that can be ridiculed." "Right shit." Mark shook off Yuri's hand. "I don't care. I can't tolerate this at all." "Yuri, help me. At least give me a way to put that damn guy in a dark room at certain times." "The hell not." Yuri's eyes changed from bright gold to pure white. His spiritual power penetrated into Mark's soul world, and he saw the hopeless Steve at a glance. No, no, no. The moment Yuri saw Steve also noticed the uninvited guest in this soul space. Thinking of Mark, who was furious not long ago, he couldn't help begging for mercy in a panic. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me, Mark. Isn't it okay if I don't like Layla anymore?" While talking, Mark also appeared in the soul space. He looked at Yuri on one side, and then at Steve on the opposite side. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the latter when talking about fists. I can be regarded as catching you, you damn pervert." Both of them had strong control over the soul space, chasing each other, beating and scolding for a while. Yuri found a random place to stand, thinking about how to get Mark to lock Steve in a small dark room. This matter is difficult to handle. The main reason is that after Mark and Steve opened their hearts to each other, these two personalities who were not in a master-slave relationship had almost the same rights. It can be built, but if Steve enters the small dark room, he will either become Mark's subordinate completely, or he will do so willingly. Which one do you choose? After discussing these two methods with Mark and Steve, who were tied to chairs like prisoners, the latter almost shouted to Yuri, Second. I choose the second." He turned his head and looked at Mark, who was sitting side by side with him. "Don't worry. If I encounter you and Layla being intimate in the future, I will definitely take the initiative to enter the dark room. I will never look at it again." Yuri nodded, looked at Mark, who was familiar with him, and asked, "What do you think?" Mark glared at Steve next to him. "Is there any door lock or anything like that? I'm worried that this damn pervert will sneak out." Yuri waved his hand, and the ropes on the two of them disappeared instantly. He waved his hand, signaling Mark not to worry. As his thoughts changed, a transparent wall full of mysterious runes rose from the middle of the soul space where the three of them were. This wall spread rapidly along the soul space, and soon covered half of the space, covered at the same time. Countless runes condensed into something similar to a key in his hand. Yuri threw the key to Mark, then pointed to the little black room that occupied half of the entire soul space and said, "One body and two personalities are indeed, there's a lot of inconvenience. Not just for Steve, but for you to have some unnecessary impact on Steve's life. This little dark room was not tailor-made for Steve." Yuri said, "You can go in too, Tilda." Mark and Steve looked at each other after hearing this, and the latter gave Yuri a thumbs up, with a bright smile on his face. But then he thought of another situation. If Mark is more impulsive, or maybe I really did something that he can't forgive, can he imprison me for the rest of his life? Before Yuri could speak, Mark fell into a violent state again. "What did you do?" "What do you want to do?" "I tell you, Steve, if there is such a day, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Seeing that the two were about to fight again, Yuri had no choice but to take them out of the soul space. At the bathroom door, which was in a mess, Yuri looked at Mark and said seriously, "Have you found Amit's tomb?" Mark kicked the broken glass shards on the ground irritably. And he pulled Yuri in one direction. "They have dug it long ago. But I only asked them to clear out the outline of the outer building. Because the inside of this tomb is too big. I have a very bad feeling that Steve is worried about the lives of ordinary people." So the two chatted while walking. And soon they saw the tomb of Amit, which had been buried in the yellow sand for thousands of years, and now finally saw the moonlight again. After Alit was built for sealing, so the entire tomb was not very big. Yuri turned on the biological force field and hung to the top of the tomb. A pair of golden eyes scanned the tomb wall up and down. The sealing spell that ordinary people could not see at all. Arts, they are connected to each other and interlocked. Only a small part of the energy that supplies them to maintain their operation comes from absorption from the outside world. The greater part is the energy generated through a series of transformations after forcibly extracting the energy of Amit in the tomb. It can be said that for thousands of years, Amit has been sealed by his own energy. It's so frustrating. Yuri shook his head and slowly landed on the tomb. When Mark saw his actions, he immediately knew what he wanted to do. Looking at the dark and boundless desert, he secretly speculated in his heart, is this really a good time to dig a grave? Yuri doesn't have so many scruples. Night is the natural protection for all those who do bad things. Without the sun's irradiation and clear vision, many human observation methods will lose their effect. What a pity. He is really, I don't want to make any more noise that attracts the attention of surrounding governments. They are obviously destroying evil spirits and doing good things for mankind. But somehow they look like they are doing destruction. The incantation on the tomb was mainly to prevent Amit from breaking out of the tomb. But it obviously did not do a good job of defense against external attacks and intrusions. Yuri raised his foot and kicked it lightly. The top of the tomb trembled violently. With another gentle kick, dazzling cracks instantly spread from his feet to the surroundings. Under Mark's nervous gaze, a large amount of purple-black smoke spurted out from these cracks. They hovered in the sky for a long time as if they had their own consciousness. Under the bright moonlight, they looked like a terrifying monster that keeps twisting its body. Is this Amit? Mark looked at Yuri, who came back to him from the top of the tomb. He nervously arranged his uniform and pulled out the two scimitars from his back, ever since he had the scimitars. I rarely use the crescent dagger, after all. Except that it cannot be thrown from a distance. Not only can the scimitar do what the dagger can do, but it can also do it better. Facing Mark's question, Yuri shook his head seriously. The current situation was somewhat beyond his expectation. He thought that Amit should be firmly suppressed in the seal. But he did not expect that this guy had actually taken the most difficult way from the inside out to conquer all the Egyptians. The magic circle set up by the gods to weaken and suppress her was assimilated by layers of erosion. The current Amit is not a has-been god who is in a sluggish state and is at the mercy of others. The current Amit's strength may have returned to the peak before he was sealed. After all, no one knows that this seal has been eroded. How long did the status last, Mark? Yuri suddenly took Mark's arm. How many workers did you find to carry out the excavation? 100 or so. Mark didn't know the meaning of Yuri's question. He explained, you can't believe how cheap the human resources here are. All they want is to have 3 meals a day. That's not good news, Yuri patted Mark on the shoulder. And he said to the latter with great seriousness, quick. Organize all these people and evacuate them as soon as possible. Evacuate as far away as possible. And evacuate as far as possible. Mark was pushed by Yuri and took 2 steps. He asked in confusion, why? Because Amit can not only devour the souls of those who are guilty, but she can also actively devour the souls of other people to supplement her own strength. Yuri explained a few words briefly, then stretched out his hand in front of the camp gate and opened a portal to the nearest small town. I don't know how far away Amit is from devouring souls. Quick, let's go. Your girlfriend Layla and those ordinary people left quickly. and their souls were sucked away by Amit. Unless the time of the entire world goes back. No one can save them. As soon as Mark heard this, he immediately ran towards the camp, which had been awakened by the noise of carriages and horses on the other side of the portal. He quickly rushed to Layla's side, and after briefly explaining the specific reasons, the two quickly organized these ordinary people to escape. Go to the opposite side of the portal. And at this moment, the tomb that sealed Amit exploded. At the same time, pyramids of Giza. After receiving tourists all day long, the staff were taking advantage of the darkness to tidy up the sanitation inside and outside the pyramid. They checked the wiring for the electric lights and erased the scars on the rough stone walls. After finishing the work, everyone walked along the steep and the short corridor bent down and left. No one noticed that inside the pyramid, which was said to have been completely explored by humans, a torch in a hidden space suddenly burned automatically. The tightly joined stone brick walls suddenly split to both sides without any warning. Behind the split stone walls, there was actually a long and dark corridor that could only allow one person to pass. At the end of the corridors, there is light as well as darkness. Agents of gods are striding towards the conference room from all over the world. Some of these agents were in suits and ties, with extraordinary appearance, and some were in robes and walking gracefully. But without exceptions, they all had their brows furrowed, with worry and anger intertwined in their eyes. And from time to time, they would reveal a hint of difficulty that was hard to be ignored. Perceived fear attendants are Horus, Isis, Tefnut, Osiris, Hathor. A loud voice suddenly sounded from the mouth of a woman wearing a red robe and various gold and silver jewelry. After the names were read out one by one, the eyes of these representatives of the Egyptian gods suddenly bloomed with faint divine light. And then they immediately changed their expressions and sat down in their seats. You all feel it before everyone could arrive. A representative sitting at the top suddenly lowered his throat and made a strange and unnatural sound. Our seal on Amit is broken. Indeed it is. A representative sitting in the middle position on the left made a sharp sound that was impossible for a human throat to make. But I don't think this is our responsibility. According to the Supreme Mage, the gods only need to take care of it. Just mind your own business. We don't need to interfere in human affairs. I think he's right. The god and the agent who was slightly ahead of the person who just spoke said, according to the contract we signed, the agent's only task is to observe. In other words, we only need to send these agents to the scene of the incident. Everything in the future has nothing to do with us. As we all know, the Egyptian pantheon is the most chaotic and disordered pantheon in the world. Once a certain opinion arises, it will be followed by a completely opposite opinion. Absurd. The voice of a young man sitting upright in the center made the entire conference room tremble a few times. He stood up from his seat, looked around at the silent gods and reprimanded angrily, "We have never given up on human beings. We have never abandoned the human world. You can appear here today through the agents of the human world. Which is the best proof of this situation?" The dim torch swayed under the impact of the sound. But this higher status god obviously had no intention of stopping. An expression of resentment and unwillingness appeared on his face. It was humans who abandoned us. It was humans who betrayed us. They pursued so-called freedom. They expelled us gods who had helped them through the most difficult years. The strong ones among them took advantage of our weakest moments to persecute them without consulting their weaker compatriots. Let us evacuate the world. The voice of this god was indescribably bewitching. As he spoke and stated, the gods showed anger and unwillingness one by one, as if they had returned to that shameful era again. The god saw everyone's emotional changes in his eyes. He waved his arms. His face was full of excitement and longing right now. Amit broke the seal and reappeared in the world. For human beings, this is a terrifying battle, a huge disaster. But for us, this is also an opportunity. An excellent opportunity for us to take charge of the world again. At this time, the eyes of all the gods present shone with a brilliance called ambition. They looked at each other. each thinking about their own thoughts in their hearts. As the gods just said, the reason why they have found their respective agents in the human world is because they have always had ambitions for the human world. Through their agents, they have accumulated believers and gathered faith in the human world. They have always imagined that they can be like that one day. He came again amidst the worship of countless believers. What should we do? I don't know which god asked through his agent. Our real body can't directly appear in the human world. If Amit's strength is too strong, it is impossible for these agents who have our power to defeat it. We need to get to the scene as soon as possible. The god in the body of another agent who sat high above said, human mages control the most powerful power in this world. We must get there before them. Otherwise, we will wait for the next opportunity when everything settles. I don't know how long it will take. As for the agent you mentioned, the god looked around, his eyes scanning the faces of each agent. A cruel and compassionate expression appeared on his face. The meaning of the agent's existence is to serve the gods who gave him extraordinary power. They should complete all the tasks given to them, even if they lose their lives. The entire conference room was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of contempt. Finalized god who sat in the middle of the room, the one with the highest status among all the gods present, spoke. Are there any other questions? If not, then let's discuss it separately. Bless your agents. Share your power with them to the maximum extent, and ensure that casualties are minimized as much as possible in the next battle. Although agents are consumables to us, these consumables are very precious, and many more. The woman in red robe sitting in the front seat suddenly stood up. I have another question. Facing everyone's gaze, she took a deep breath and said, not long ago, I sensed Kong Su's request for help in order to deal with a powerful existence on the earth. This poor guy further integrated with his priesthood now. His current situation is very bad, and his consciousness may be assimilated by the priest at any time. Isn't that just right? Before the red-robed woman could finish her sentence, a god opposite him mocked the body of his human agent, that damned stupid guy. He asked for everything now. We don't need to help Kong Su regain his self-consciousness at all. What we need is the moon god, not Kong Su. We only need to take out the moon godhead after Kong Su's consciousness is assimilated by the priesthood, and control the moon and the priesthood of the stars. The priesthood of controlling time. Everyone here must be very jealous. There is no rush to resolve Kong Su's matter. The god in the center of the upper head glanced at the woman in red robe. The latter's body trembled slightly, as if she had been frightened by something. The highest-ranking god withdrew his gaze, and concluded in an indifferent tone, you are just a useless god who was expelled from the god system. The most important thing right now is to deal with Amit who broke out of the seal. Everyone suit up, set off, desert at Amit's tomb. A mummy-like human mummy soars into the sky under the influence of countless purple-black energy. The energy tide coming from the ground is full of the comfort and relief of being able to escape from the trap a year ago. The moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the howling wind stirred up the sand and dust on the ground. In the sound of the wind, it seemed that the wails and cries of countless wronged souls could be heard. What is this now? After kissing Layla goodbye, Mark rushed back to Yuri as fast as he could, looking at the humanoid corpse above his head, which was obviously a mummy. Asked, shouldn't Amit be a man with a crocodile head? Does he look like a monster? This is his last successor, the legendary Alexander the Great. The third divine eye between Yuri's eyebrows quietly opened, and through the dried body that had already become fibrous, he saw that inside the mummy, a Wusha figurine that looked almost exactly like Amit was cracking, spreading inch by inch. This is the direct seal of the gods on Amit. But it is obvious that Amit is now completely unable to be restrained. What, after all? He had an archaeologist's daughter as his girlfriend, so he would know more or less about the ancient history that was sealed in books. But that's why he seemed so surprised. The tomb of Alexander the Great, didn't he disappear? I don't know the specifics. Yuri saw that the Wusha figurines inside the mummy had begun to break into pieces. He patted Mark on the shoulder. You just need to remember one sentence. No ordinary person can do it casually. Anyone who has achieved world-renowned achievements must be someone who is not an ordinary person. Seeing that Mark was still asking questions, he directly stretched out his hand to signal the latter to shut up. Mark. Now is not the time to talk about these things. Amit is about to be born. As if cooperating with Yuri. The moment he finished speaking the last word, the mummy of Alexander the Great was instantly exploded into a ball of debris from the inside. And a purple-black light spot emerged from the Wushabeauty figurine. After getting out in just 1/10,000th of an instant, he transformed into an ugly monster with the head of a crocodile, the upper body of a lion and the lower body of a hippopotamus. Boom, the huge body fell heavily on a fragment of the tomb. Amit stood on a high place and silently looked around at the scene. Finally, with Mark's rather nervous eyes, she looked at the man standing on the sand. The two humans asked, "You too, who should I thank?" Yuri raised his eyebrows and quickly took out the Amit cane that had been placed in the storage space. He skillfully put on a fanatical expression, "I am your devout believer. My goddess, you don't need to thank me." Amit's eyes rested on the cane in Yuri's hand for a moment. She looked at Yuri. There was a faint doubt in the dark yellow vertical pupil of terror. "I can feel your soul. You are not my believer, Aunt. Why can't I feel the balance of your fate? That must be my problems." Yuri looked at Amit and a hint of ridicule flashed in his heart. If you could see the fate of a guardian of the multiverse and endless dimensions, you would not be in this situation long ago, never mind. Amit waved his hands and said indifferently, "My former servant." His scales were perfectly balanced. But it was because of him that I was sealed here for 2,000 years. The scales of fate are the tools I use to judge others. You are he who released me from the seal. I will not judge you by it suddenly. Amit looked at Mark, who had put on the third set of Moonlight Night battle uniform. And there was undisguised disgust in his eyes. What's the matter with this guy? How dare the agent of the moon god Kongsu appear in front of me? In front of you. The tyrannical pressure fell on Mark in an instant, and the latter felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. While he forcibly resisted this invisible force, he looked at Yuri for help. The look in his eyes was mixed with a little helplessness. As if he was complaining, "Can you please stop acting?" "Brother, I'm tired," Yuri glanced at Mark, then looked up at Amit. With a meaningful smile on his lips, "During the time you were sealed, many interesting things happened in the world about Kongsu. The most noteworthy thing is the betrayal of all two of his surrogates. The person standing in front of you is the current representative of Kongsu. The reason why he appears here is to get your help. He hopes to use your power to resist Kongsu." Amit's eyes flickered over Mark and Yuri. A dark purple energy was silently directed by her to linger around the two of them. Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a kind of energy he had never felt before. A new energy that can directly touch the soul. Thinking of Amit's ability to devour souls and hearts, Yuri kept a pious smile on his face, but quietly felt vigilant in his heart. He did have some spiritual attainments. But the soul is the most important thing in all living things. He doesn't have any good defense methods. Just when these two dark purple energies were swirling and trying to penetrate into the hearts of the two of them, stone gates made of huge stone bricks suddenly appeared out of thin air in the empty desert. Damn, such movement naturally attracted Amit, who was standing at the top. Her dark golden vertical pupils looked around at the agents who walked out of the stone doors all around. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. But this emotion was well tolerated by her. She hid herself and no longer cared about Yuri and Mark. She withdrew the two dark purple energies and said to the agents with evil eyes, "They are all agents. 2,000 years have passed. You are still so greedy for life and afraid of death." Yuri and Mark also observed the stone gates that suddenly appeared around them. The former put away the Amit staff in his hand without any trace, chuckled and said to himself, "Wallgrass, swaying in the wind. Fall to whichever side is stronger, Amit." The leader of the Egyptian gods looked at Amit, who fell quietly from the commanding heights, and said, "Now, I give you a chance, consciously seal all your divine power. Take the initiative to accept our seal. And lie back again in the tomb we designed for you. Among them otherwise, how about otherwise? As Amit walked slowly towards the representatives of the Egyptian gods, he chuckled at them with a mocking look on his face and said, 2,000 years ago. You just sealed me in that damn washa among the beauty figurines. After 2,000 years have passed, have you found a way to kill me completely? As she approached, some of the Egyptian gods actually controlled the body of their representative and slowly retreated. Amit laughed even more crazily when he saw this, 2,000 years ago. You led countless divine soldiers and generals out of the nest. What is the result of launching the so-called holy judgment war against me? Hundreds of gods were devoured by me. 10,000 divine soldiers and heavenly generals will enter my mouth. You even had to ask for help from those despicable human mages. The two parties worked together to seal me into that shabuty figurine. Looking at the ugly expressions on the faces of all the Egyptian gods present, Yuri silently felt the shining gods in his storage space. It turned out that these things were Amit's trophies. Today, 2,000 years later, with every step Amit takes, Amit's figure will expand a little, and the soft gravel will be stepped on by the soles of her feet the size of a small car. With every step, large amounts of yellow sand will splash out around the soles of her feet. Everyone had to raise their heads, because only in this way could they see Amit's high crocodile head. I came back to the world intact, but you only dare to send these human agents who are so weak that I can trample them to death with just one kick to confront me head-on. Amit's figure continued to expand. She lowered her head and looked down at the group of angry Egyptian gods at her feet. She activated the purple-black energy in her body with both hands, and instantly opened a path on the sand that reached thousands of meters. Bottomless pit to deal with you. I only need to send my men, and that will be more than enough. Come out, my men, after 2,000 years of silence. It's time to come back to the world and go out to fight for me. A group of gods looked at the deep pit not far away with great fear. As an immortal race, they certainly still remember the battle 2,000 years ago. Those ferocious beasts were huge in size and terrifying in power. Even if the real body comes, you will inevitably have a headache. The balance of victory and defeat seems to have tipped in the direction that is unfavorable to me. Under everyone's nervous gaze under Amit's doubtful gaze, and under Mark's thoughtful realization, Yuri raised his hand and touched his nose. There was silence in the deep pit with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. There were no ferocious monsters roaring out of the world, and there were no well-trained demon armies. As the night wind blew, a strong smell of blood drifted in. In the nose of everyone present, a few daring gods manipulated the bodies of their agents. Approached the cave carefully and looked down. There were only stumps and blood everywhere. The purple grass was stained black by the dry blood, and the purple lake was full of blood. A huge old tortoise was floating lifelessly on it, and all the nearby mountains disappeared, replaced by puddles of solidified black magma. Who is it, regarding his accompanying world? Amit could sense everything that happened in it without even seeing it. All his subordinates were slaughtered. Their residences were destroyed, and all the loot was missing suddenly. The demon god, who was so huge that it seemed to be able to open the world, looked down at the agent who also looked up at her. She remembered that in this world, other than herself, only agents who share their own original power have the ability. Open the passage to this world, it's you. Yuri waved his hand to disperse the terrifying pressure that came over him. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at the unknown but inexplicably shocking representatives of the Egyptian gods one by one. Under everyone's gaze, he turned on the biological force field and his body, which was as small as a grain of sand compared to Amit, slowly floated up until it was at eye level with her. Yes, it's me. Yuri generously admitted what he had done, although your cane is in my hand. I am not your agent Arthur Harrow. Open this purple door just like you, passage. He summoned an ugly monster with 3 heads and 6 arms from inside to deal with me. But the final outcome was very dramatic. your subordinate. The three-headed, six-armed monster with a human body and a crocodile tail. Kicked your agent to death, trampled to death. Yuri looked at Amit and told the whole story in a leisurely manner. After that, I got rid of the monster with 3 heads, 6 arms and a human body and a crocodile tail. In line with the principle of eradicating the roots, I entered the slow stage. The closed purple passage reached the world below. I lied that I was your agent, and those brainless monsters all worshipped me. I have to say, Yuri looked at Amit with eyes full of sincere admiration. Your subordinates are so loyal to you. And they fought with each other as if they were brainless for the sake of an illusory treasure left by Amit. Shit happened. Well, you can probably tell that I am a good person who loves peace and opposes war and killing. Well, of course, a good person like me couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene happen in front of my eyes. In order to completely stop those monsters who refused to listen, I had no choice but to reluctantly pick up the butcher's knife and kill them all one by one. Roar! Amit roared up to the sky. His body became a little bigger again, and circles of purple-black energy rushed from the ugly body to the surroundings. There were several relatively weak representatives of the Egyptian gods who were closer. The person was directly thrown away. You will be buried with them, Amit stared at Yuri fiercely. And the deafening sound set off wave after wave of sound waves. The dark purple energy exploded like filling water into a hot oil pan. And the violent wind made people protected by the biological force field Yuri, who was down, kept moving back to avoid the sharp edge. Looking at Amit, who was about to catch up with the size of the Merlin statue in the inheritance space, Yuri raised his eyebrows and gave a wicked smile. Amit, you know that during the years when you were sealed, to what extent have those human beings who you once regarded as ants developed now? He flipped his palm, and a dart with PIM particles inside quietly appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, the door to space opened behind Yuri. And on the other side was Amit's back, whoosh, PIM's dart, which was as small as a grain of sand, collided with the demon god Amit, who was as big as a mountain. The latter only felt a slight itch on her back. Before she could turn her head to check, she found that her perspective was changing rapidly. Falling to the ground at a fast speed. What did you do to me? Amit, who couldn't adapt to her height and fell in the sand, got up from the ground in a panic. Amid the roars of laughter from the Egyptian gods, she raised her head and glared at the slow man. Yuri slowly floated down in front of her. Restore me quickly. Otherwise, I will make you feel the cruelest pain in the world, ha ha. Yuri sneered twice. It's as if I killed so many of your subordinates. And as long as I restore you to your original state now, the debt can be written off. Wishful thinking. Amit cursed angrily at Yuri. You don't think that I have no other means after losing my powerful body, do you? Following her voice, most of the purple-black energy surrounding her disappeared in an instant. Under the observation of the third divine eye, an invisible rule quietly covered it in all directions. Yuri frowned, knowing that Amit was going to forcibly extract the souls of everyone nearby to enhance his own strength. Stop her now. Not only Yuri discovered Amit's actions, the Egyptian gods who instilled their consciousness into their respective agents also obviously knew what Amit wanted to do. And they quickly took Amit to her side. Yuri gathered around him. Hundreds of people were spinning and jumping and chanting incomprehensible incantations. There were all kinds of sounds in the incantation: men's, women's, poisonous snakes, rhinoceros, plants, trees. Divine power gushes out from the bodies of these agents and is integrated through their tightly connected palms. The sacred and bright light of divine power becomes more and more bright and shining. Finally, after you jump through space early to outside the encirclement, under the stunned gazes of Lei and Mark, who was wearing the third suit, a bright beam of light rushed vertically from the bodies of these agents into the dark sky. This thin hollow cylinder light beam was like an extremely sharp sword, instantly tearing apart Amit and the power of rules she spread. Seeing this scene, the latter did not panic at all. He simply gave up on his shrunken body, turned into a purple-black energy ball, and rushed towards the representatives of the Egyptian gods who formed the Pillar of Light. Human mage. and the representative of the moon god Kongsu. Stop standing there stupidly. Come and help suppress Amit. Amit hit hard on a relatively weak agent of God. The light beam blessed on him took most of the damage to the latter. But even the small remaining power still allowed the latter to endure it. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, interrupting the chanting of the mysterious mantra. Although it was only for a short moment, the entire beam of light that isolated Amit trembled. A group of agents also want to destroy my methods. Amit transformed his crocodile head in midair. His two dark golden vertical pupils filled with disdain for the agent's strength and excitement for what was about to happen next. I feel the number of despicable humans in this era. So what a sweet soul as long as I deal with you. I can swallow them all without restraint. Amit here was fighting head-on with the shields of the Egyptian gods. Yuri, who was watching the battle, suddenly turned his head and looked at Mark, who looked curious and excited. This method of singing can isolate the rules. And how can you did Kongsu teach you how to make the Wushabeauty figurines that seal the gods? No. Mark was stunned for a moment. He may have taught the third personality that I eliminated. But in fact Steve and I are the same. Even the summoning of the Moonlight Knight suit was figured out by me alone. Yuri raised his head to investigate. He looked at the moon that suddenly broke through the clouds, and vaguely felt a familiar breath on it. He looked back without a trace to look at the moon that was already flickering under the constant impact of Amit. The collapsed shield walked towards them and said to Mark with a smile, "Mark, do you remember that you promised me to join my camp?" "Of course I remember." Mark replied without knowing why, "From the moment we knew each other. You and I have been comrades in the same trench, ha ha ha." Yuri's footsteps towards the representatives of the gods became faster and faster. And in the end, he jumped directly and used his biological force field to freeze himself in midair, smiling at Mark, who was standing in the desert. This says, "Now I will show you who I really am. I, Yuri Ambrosius." He is the guardian of the multiverse and endless dimensions of the secondary universe. Merlin, after shouting the last word, in the pupil of the third divine eye located between Yuri's eyebrows, the mysterious Merlin rune suddenly flashed, and an invisible force gushed out from countless universes and dimensions then. All the rivers and rivers poured into Yuri's body like a sea. In the eyes of outsiders, Yuri's eyes only lit up, and then his aura increased steadily like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The pressure that the strong man unconsciously generated was like sharp needles, stinging all those who dared to look at him. The eyes that were projected on him, whether that person was close in front of him or far away in the sky like the brighter and brighter moon. Amit stopped hitting the light beam, because the Egyptian gods all fell silent after Yuri shouted that title. Their fear no longer came from Amit in comparison. The true gods who were bigger than them, Yuri, who is more like a goatee, the real source of their fear. Far away in the moon temple, Kongsu couldn't help but close his eyes. His heart was full of fear at the moment. The moment he saw Yuri just now, he felt a fatal threat like a thorn on his back, which lasted for up to thousands of years of life. Told him, if he dares to look at it any longer, he will definitely die. Based on my observations, I will judge all lives present. Yuri glanced sideways and found that Amit in the sky was still trying to spread the rules and devour the soul. He snorted coldly, looked at the purple-black energy ball that Amit had transformed into, and said, "Take away the priesthood. Seal the divine power and isolate the godhead. It cannot be restored until the trial is completed." The purple-black energy group in the sky instantly turned into its original shape after losing the maintenance of divine power. The dwarf-like Amit fell from the air, and a huge cloud of sand exploded when she hit the ground. She slapped her body in fear. Just when she wanted to say something, she heard Yuri say calmly, "Silence." Then she was speechless. Yuri looked around indifferently at everyone present, except for a few low-level gods who did not understand the identity of guardian of the multiverse and endless dimensions. All the other gods lowered their heads and did not dare to talk to him. "Look at each other." When everyone was silent, Yuri said, "Demon god Amit, who interferes with the natural operation of the real dimension without authorization, shall be killed. Horus, god of the sky, interferes in the natural operation of the real dimension without authorization. He must be killed. Osiris, god of the underworld, intervenes in the natural operation of the real dimension without authorization. He should be killed. Set, the god of storms, interferes with the natural operation of the real dimension without authorization. He must be killed. All the Egyptian gods and Ammit were dumbfounded for an instant. As Yuri's judgment fell, they felt as if a layer of heavy shackles had been put on their bodies. And after that there was death that even the gods feared. Threats escape. Oxalida was named, urged all the surrounding gods who descended to the world with the help of their own bodies in panic. As long as we can return to the land of nothingness. As long as we can return to the land of nothingness. No one knows its location except us. So we can survive by cutting off all contact with the outside world. The road has been pointed out, and all the gods have used the power of their own rules to establish a connection with the void in an unknown place by overdrafting the life force of the agent. Yuri saw everything in his eyes. But he was not in a hurry. A complete pantheon of gods would have at least 1,000 righteous gods with complete divinity and priesthood. But currently there are only about 100 gods. And they are still possessed by consciousness. Just arrived at the real dimension, to be honest. It is really difficult to directly kill their bodies through such a trace of consciousness. Amid Ammit's heartbreaking words of condolences, each of the representatives suddenly raised their bodies. And each person's eyes lit up, which represented the departure of a god. She regretted it now, regretting why she had to break the seal. Compared with complete death, in fact, the Washa Beauty figurines are still very comfortable. Ignoring Ammit's curse, Yuri's 3 eyes looked at the boundless night sky above his head, silently sensing the rules of the gods who had been judged by him but escaped. The relationship between consciousness and soul is like quantum entanglement. No matter how far the distance is, it only takes an instant to cross it. Space has no practical meaning in front of them. Suddenly Yuri frowned in his perception. After the gods who carried their own judgment rules entered a certain place, the rules he attached to each other mysteriously disappeared completely, without any trace remaining. Without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Fortunately, those consciousnesses with their own rules did not all enter this mysterious place from one direction. After a simple analysis, although Yuri still could not accurately locate it, the approximate location was already clear. Heart. He withdrew his gaze, and what he saw was a group of agents looking around with confused faces, in order to ensure that the location of their own gods was not discovered. Without exception, they all took away the abilities that had been given to these people, and the sudden strength due to the gap, and the vitality burned wantonly by the gods they believed in. These agents soon collapsed on the ground in a state of weakness. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Looking at Yuri approaching her step by step, Ammit finally felt the overwhelming fear. Yuri's judgment on her had been handed down, and the latter finally recovered the ability to speak. She lay humbly on the ground. He didn't care that his face was buried in the sand. I can do a lot for you. I can do anything for you. Turning on the biological force field, Yuri pinched Ammit's tail and lifted her up, after shrinking. Ammit looked like a smaller crocodile baby. As she flapping up and down, it looked like there's also a hint of cuteness. Tell me about your vocation, Ammit. He asked curiously. I really want to know how you grew up on your own under the watchful eyes of so many gods. I say it all. Ammit did a few crunches and tried to climb onto Yuri's arm. But Yuri threw her back on the ground in disgust. What kind of person can accept a weird hybrid climbing on his arm? Not to mention that this bastard is an old goblin who has lived for nearly 10,000 years. The 1,000-year-old goblin lay on the ground obediently, reporting to the guardian. I only had 2 priesthoods at the beginning. One was to swallow the soul of sin and the other was to digest. The priesthood of devouring was rooted in my body. And the priesthood of digestion changed. It became that purple world after that. My second priesthood gave birth to the third priesthood gestation. This is a very powerful priesthood. But I don't affect it at all. Those creatures you killed are all this. A race that was born on its own under the influence of the priesthood. The priesthood will affect the character of the god who owns and uses the priesthood. Under the influence of the devouring priesthood, I have become more and more greedy and ambitious. I am not willing to only eat the sins that are fed to me every day. So, I want to taste the taste of those kind things in my mouth. Finally, I waited for the opportunity. A low-level little god who offended the higher-ups of the divine system was exiled to my staff. The guy in charge of transferring this little god told me that those people didn't want to see this guy appear again. So in the end, so that we can create an accident and kill it completely. I did. In my world, I don't need to create any accidents at all. My men swarmed up under my command, tore the weak god into pieces and devoured him. While devouring his soul, I unexpectedly discovered there is actually a colorful stone that cannot be digested by the lake water. After a series of attempts, I tried every means and finally influenced this stone. It penetrated into my body and gave me the priesthood of spying on destiny. One day after thought a very loyal subordinate of mine, in order to satisfy my desire to have a taste of a kind soul, personally went to the human world to capture a truly good person. I wanted him to my soul is extracted. But the priesthood is resisting me. Under the ridicule of that great good man's, I am not reconciled. I don't believe how it is possible for a person to never do even one bad thing in his life. I used the priesthood of spying on fate, and I watched his past experiences and future possibilities. Sure enough, in the near future, he who was put back into the world by me accidentally stepped on an ant to death. Well, after that, I discovered that I could actually devour the soul of this great good man. Already, the soul of a great good man provides me with divine power that even one sinful souls cannot provide. The feeling of rapid improvement in strength is so great. In order to maintain this state, I sent more men. Let them secretly bring those kind-hearted people who are about to die in front of me. Hundreds of years later, my divine power is getting stronger and stronger. And the biological races bred in my world are also getting stronger and stronger. At this time, those who can only have one or two great benevolent people from time to time are not enough to satisfy my appetite. Becoming stronger, I came to Earth. In order to avoid attracting the attention of the Egyptian gods, I placed my first target on the small border village. I devoured the souls and hearts, and my men were responsible for destroying their remains. Wherever we passed, even the waste excreted by humans has disappeared. After sweeping away several weak countries, the gods finally noticed the anomaly here. They sent a team of agents to investigate. But of course in the end they were all eaten by us without any accident. I thought I was hiding very well, okay. But a god sees who we really are through the eyes of a vicar. After that I completely fell out with the Egyptian gods. I swallowed the souls of the humans who provided them with faith. My strength continued to increase. But their power became weaker and weaker in the end. In order to ensure that their divine power was still strong, those high-ranking gods, they actually stupidly kicked those weak gods out of the divine system. Well, finally, just when I was about to drive out all the Egyptian gods, the most powerful magician among humans appeared. With their cooperation, the Egyptian gods successfully sealed me in the Washabeauty figurine. It wasn't until today that I broke the seal. With tears in his eyes, Amit climbed to Yuri's feet with his hands and feet together. I really didn't know you were here. Great guardians. Otherwise, I would not be able to stay in the Washabeauty Warriors for 2,000 years. I won't come out so rudely and cause you trouble. You have great supernatural powers and a kind heart. Please seal me back again. Amit knocked her crocodile head into the yellow sand at Yuri's feet. She looked at Yuri and cast a poisonous curse. I promise you that I will never appear in the world again from now on. I promise you that from now on I will never interfere with any dimension or the natural operation of the universe. If I fail to do so, I will immediately be scattered to pieces. This is your destiny. After listening to Amit's experience, Yuri already has a full understanding of her godhead and priesthood, swallowing those souls that can be devoured after being judged by the priesthood, digesting them to enhance her own divine power and breed a population of creatures with powerful potential. If she could develop for a certain period of time, Amit's strength would definitely increase to a terrifying level. But she couldn't bear the influence of the devouring priesthood on him. She was overwhelmed by the growing greed and desire. And she couldn't help it. Live, and the result is to be defeated and sealed. Amid Amit's panic screams, Yuri's hands slowly pressed on her bumpy crocodile head. Under her horrified gaze, Yuri's white skin was replaced by cyan, and his whole body was covered with blood. His height increased dramatically, and dozens of blue-black sharp tentacles bloomed from the spine on his back like stamens. Under Yuri's control, they stabbed directly into Amit's body. Did Yuri fall in love with Amit's ability to become bigger and smaller? In the eyes of a person whose strength has reached his level, body size is the last thing that determines strength. What he wants to get from Amit is the ability of the priesthood in the opponent's godhead. The godhead contains the priesthood, and the priesthood contains various special abilities. Only if a person can bear the godhead can it be possible to integrate the priesthood. After both conditions are fulfilled, he can use the rights given to him by the priesthood to mobilize those natural authority. Where there are rights, there naturally come obligations. The god who is integrated with the priesthood is the personification of this natural attribute. He needs to perform his duties at all times. Only in this way can he accumulate divine power and improve his strength. For Yuri wants to improve his strength, but he does not want to be bound by anything, including the godhead who must perform his duties. What he wants is to directly control the laws of nature, but does not pay anything for it cost. This was unreasonable, but Yuri thought he could try. In Merlin's state, he was able to follow his words and was omnipotent. So he said, "My transmission tube can directly find the godhead." In order to prevent the disappearance of his godhead, Yuri did not kill Amit directly. The moment Yuri's voice fell, an invisible force of rules instantly completely covered the dozens of transmission tubes behind him. And the next moment, these little guys conveyed the harvest news to Yuri. My transmission tube can directly extract the abilities of the priesthood. Once you have a goal, start the next step, Yuri gave an order. And the invisible power of rules once again swept through all the transmission tubes. After receiving the blessing of this rule, these transmission tubes were entangled with each other and converged into a slender tube with mysterious patterns engraved on the inside and outside. This tube drilled directly into the interior of the Godhead crystal without causing any damage to the Godhead. As Yuri thought, an inexplicable suction force was generated from inside the transmission tube. He knew that this was the beginning of extraction. From the moment Yuri's transmission tube penetrated Amit's godhead, the demon god who had lost her divine power began to struggle crazily. She was not stupid. Although her divine power was still in a sealed state, it did not affect her ability to perceive the changes in divinity and priesthood related to one's life. However, in the eyes of Yuri in Merlin's state, the strength of this struggle was too small with a thought. The biological force field directly pressed over him. Amit, who was wrapped in the biological force field, seemed to have fallen into resin. One of the little insects struggled, instantly became smaller. It doesn't hurt, it will pass if you endure it. Yuri smiled. The transmission tube continuously sent streams of colorful energy into Yuri's body. This process lasted for a long time. Finally, before the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, Yuri took the transmission tube back into his body. He looked down at Amit, who had empty eyes as if all his strength had been drained, and without hesitation used the power of rules to completely obliterate him. The latter's body floated into the air like fine sand, and a breeze blew up. From now on, there will be no more Amit in the world. Yuri closed 3 eyes and silently sensed the latest ability that appeared in his body. The extraction of the priesthood was not as thorough as he imagined, although there were rules and regulations to follow. But in the process of his extraction, however, It is still hindered by natural consciousness and instinct. If you only take benefits without doing any work, it will be prohibited by the rules wherever you put them. Not only are there natural obstacles, but the godhead and priesthood are also constantly collapsing themselves in the process of being extracted, except for the part that was tightly sucked by Yuri's transmission tube at the beginning. All the other priesthoods quickly disappeared into thin air. A return to the embrace of nature again. After wasting so much time, of course he gained a lot. He obtained the priestly ability that he considered most important to him, devour. Belonging to Amit, the complete priestly ability is to devour souls. But with Yuri, the ability to devour souls has been simplified to simple devouring. Although this will result in the loss of high rewards after devouring a specific target, the soul. But it also gives the latter more room for development, as long as he can make perfect use of this small swallowing rule. Or let it grow, then the future must be limitless. Even if he doesn't talk about the future and only looks at the present. With the blessing of the swallowing rule, his transmission tube will definitely be able to be more powerful. Absorbing the target's ability to the maximum extent will allow him to gain more benefits. Just when Yuri was still meditating silently, he heard Mark's cautious and uncertain voice coming from behind him. Are you genetically mutated? Mark looked at the ferocious monster in front of him, who was more than a head taller than him, with a green body and countless sharp tentacles on his back. He could not distinguish him from the handsome, blonde and gold-eyed rich second son of the Ambrosius family in his memory. Generation connected. This look doesn't look like a human being. Yuri turned his head silently, and his 3 golden eyes stared unblinkingly at the former comrade in front of him, who had even taken off his Moon Knight uniform. He could sense the other person's emotions. In addition to worry and doubts, he sensed no trace of malice or fear. This is who I am, Mark. Yuri spread his hands. I'm very sorry. I lied to you from the first day we met, facing Mark's gaze. He admitted with great sincerity, I am not human. What? Mark froze for a moment. He frowned and shook his head, trying to free himself from that impossible fantasy. He looked at Yuri not only to ask the other party for proof, but also to seek comfort for himself. How is it possible? I understand you. What you mean is that you no longer look like humans after genetic mutation. Right, that must be the case. Absolutely not. No, you are wrong. Yuri tore off her blouse casually, revealing her muscular body that was covered by the material, as tough as steel wires intertwined, and covered with muscles. The tentacles blossom like stamens. I have no genetic mutation, nor have I received any radiation or modification. I am not a human being, that is. I am not a human being in the literal sense. I have my own race, the mutant race. This is a race that has been completely forgotten from human history. Race, but there's no doubt that it's real, etc., etc. Mark looked in disbelief. You mean all the members of the famous Ambrosius family are not human? Of course not. Yuri smiled and waved his hand. He opened the storage space with a wave of his hand, took out a brand new set of clothes and wore them as if no one else was around. While wearing them, he explained, Yuri Ambrosius, the one who went to the battlefield to work during the summer vacation. I took on the identity of a wealthy second generation looking for excitement. And through some means, I transformed myself into exactly the same person as him, so that I can better integrate into human society. The Ambrosius family does have some secrets, but there is no doubt that they are all humans. Oh. Mark watched Yuri, who had put on clothes, return to his human appearance again, and continued to ask cautiously, why do you want to integrate into human society? Do you want to overthrow human rule of this world, and then establish your own mutant race again? Civilization, it's not that dramatic. Yuri smiled helplessly and looked up at the dim moon in the sky that was gradually being driven down by the rising sun. After a while, he looked back at Mark and explained, most mutants are irrational and only know how to kill. Although we came to Earth much earlier than you humans, we have never established a civilization of our own, let alone overthrowing human beings and rebuilding civilization. The real reason why you can't find any trace of our existence in any history books is that someone has erased all the memories of your ancestors and predecessors about us. The most important purpose of my integration into human society is find these enemies who have also integrated into human society and kill them. You succeeded, right? Mark felt that he was listening to a very great event. He recalled Yuri, who appeared on the battlefield a year ago. Looking at the powerful and invincible man in front of him, he didn't think anyone in this world could resist it. The earth abides by the fire of his vengeance. As expected, Yuri nodded. Mark, I'm going to tell you something. This world is becoming active. Some major events that have not been encountered once in the past 3,000 years have recently begun to occur frequently. Dimensional invasion, demon god breaking Galian invasion. What? One after another, extremely dangerous events things have been placed by fate on the path we must travel. He looked at Mark, his eyes full of encouragement, but danger also comes with opportunities. I encountered a lot of dangerous things. But after solving these dangers, I also received a lot of generous rewards. Compare the me when we just met with the me now. It is no exaggeration to say that I have achieved a lot in this year. In a lot of time I have improved my strengths, which I have accumulated in the past thousands of years and cannot even compare to it. For thousands of years. Mark looked up and down at the handsome man with blonde hair and golden eyes. You're not older than that Amit just now. Are you? Yuri's face suddenly darkened. He flew up and put a kick on Mark's outstretched arm. Kicked him so that he sat on the sand. And then said, exaggeration, exaggeration. Do you understand? It wasn't until Mark begged for mercy in a panic that he continued, in short. After the matter here is completely resolved, you should try your best to appear in front of the public and make yourself active. It is possible to participate in it. And only in this way can you get more progress and benefits. Wait until things here are settled. Mark accurately captured the question in Yuri's words. He looked up at the clear sky that was half lit up, and then looked down at the fragments of ancient tombs scattered on the ground. Amiti is dead. And all the Egyptian gods have left the world. Isn't the matter still unresolved? Yuri chuckled when he heard this. He stared at Mark, who asked this question like a fool, who said that all the gods of Egypt have left the world. Ask the Moon Knight suit in your body whether Kong Su is, didn't he also leave with them? Before Mark could speak, added, also. Who told you that those Egyptian gods would have nothing to do with them after they left? If they disrupt the natural operation of the real dimension in front of me, the Guardiancy will not be able to escape anywhere. There is no escape from death, all right, all right. Mark felt the supernatural power in his body and was speechless for a moment. He looked up and saw a little blue fluorescence shining on Yuri's fingers. Based on his previous experiences, he certainly understood that the latter was the portal is about to open. Where are we going looking for Kong Su? Yuri glanced sideways at the agents who had been cruelly abandoned by the god they believed in, and said in a faint tone, don't worry about Kong Su. I'll send you to Leyland then. I need these people helped me answer some of my questions. After sending Mark away, Yuri slowly walked up to the human representatives of the Egyptian gods who were still holding hands even though they were lying on the ground. A stream of life energy flowed from his fingertips. The rich vitality and weak time retrieval characteristics made these the guy came to quickly. I'm sorry, everyone. Yuri looked at the agents who struggled to get up one by one. But after moving a few times, they collapsed on the sand again. Pity and ridicule flashed in his eyes, those gods that you each believe in and worship devoutly. When you encounter when danger comes, I will abandon you without hesitation. Several agents wanted to refute, but the life energy that Yuri sent to each of them was carefully designed. They could stay awake and think, but let alone stand up and take 2 steps. Even loudly, they have no strength to speak. Right now, this is a group of mortals. Yuri talks to them without the need for sound transmission. But these people are the believers closest to the gods after all. They have mysterious confidence in the gods they serve. Just as Yuri finished speaking, a few weak but firm voices came faintly from the crowd of people lying together. Resounded, God is immortal, God is eternal, just wait. God will definitely return again and bring you the judgment of death. No matter whether they have the courage to come to Earth again. I will take the initiative to find them. Yuri slowly came to the center of the crowd. He mobilized his spiritual power and silently penetrated into the heads of all the agents present. He opened his mouth and asked in an extremely bewitching voice, "The residence of the Egyptian gods is nothingness. Land, where is it?" Confused, still confused. Yuri shook his head. Having already expected this result, which Mastermind would tell the thugs who were pushed to the front to do their dirty work. No matter how weak they were. How are the Wushabeauty figurines made? This is a question that interests him very much. Because according to the information he knows, the people who are sealed in this mysterious ritual have no power to resist at all. Whether it is the demon god Amit who used to cause trouble to the world. It was Yizhu and Xingkong who transferred the stars back to Kong Su thousands of years ago. And there was no room for struggle in the face of this sealing technique. And the most important thing, this thing can be completed perfectly with just a few agents. It's hard not to love such a high price-performance ratio. When Yuri asked this question, even though the representatives neither wanted to answer nor had the strength to answer, all the memories about the Wushabeauty figurines still appeared in their minds involuntarily. Yuri stood in the middle of the crowd. I silently received and analyzed these messy memories. After a moment, he opened his eyes and felt clear. The production of the Wushabeauty figurines requires a special language, which is called the language of nature in the mouths of the Egyptian gods and their agents. In the memory of the agents, this is a supreme language given to the Egyptian gods by God. Through this language, these gods can communicate with the ubiquitous but ubiquitous nature, and can pass through this language mobilizes all kinds of magical rules. It is a very important inheritance of the Egyptian gods. The pronunciation of this language is very strange. Whether it is flying in the sky, walking on the ground, hiding in the earth, or swimming in the water, it almost covers the sounds of all living things. This is not all. After reading through the memories of all the speakers, he also heard the sounds of inanimate things like flowers, plants, and trees. It is through such a magical language that the Egyptian gods cooperate with their divine power and leverage the laws of nature to achieve the goals they need. Yuri opened his eyes, and a series of random sounds came out of his mouth. An invisible wave rippled around him. As Yuri's voice disappeared, this weak wave quickly disappeared. If it hadn't been for him, my senses are too sensitive, and I'm afraid I won't be able to catch this fluctuation. It takes multiple people singing at the same time to achieve maximum effectiveness. Thinking of the order he had given his tribe to learn at least 2 languages, he raised a smirk on his lips. How can I keep such a good thing secret for the development of the tribe? At the same time, atop a remote mountain in the United States, Kate stood at the top of the mountain, holding the telescope in front of her eyes in one hand and the positioning device in the other to determine her position. Through the telescope, she could clearly see that in a mountainous plain 2,000 to 3,000 meters away, a military fortress built entirely on the mountain was constantly having vehicles coming in and out. She put down the telescope, opened the tablet, and pulled out some pictures that passed through various places. Compare the photos obtained through these channels with the fortress I just saw. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief, no matter how well hidden. I still found it, Su Wenwu, thousands of years ago. Su Wenwu received the 10 rings by chance when he was uniting the army in battle. This mysterious weapon was composed of 10 ring-shaped metals. Each of these 10 rings has its own unique ability. One of the 10 rings, white light, which can emit various forms of energy along the electromagnetic spectrum. It is used to create a strong gravity, enough for Iron Man to bury himself in the soil. The shape of the gem is 2 white circles, set in on the ring like a pair of eyes. 10 rings to fire explosion. The infrared radiation that Ishit emitted. The intensity is determined mentally by the wearer. Generally speaking, this heat releases flames by burning air molecules within the explosion range. Heat can be used. The beam triggers a chemical explosion. The maximum amount of heat it can generate is still unknown. The gem has a similar shape to Ice Storm, but has 4 capsules and is red. The third of the 10 rings, Lightning Storm, which can activate electric currents. The upper limit of the energy of electric current is not yet known. The gem carved on it is in the shape of green polygonal lines. 4 of the 10 rings, Psychic Amplification, which can increase the holder's psychological energy, allowing one or more people to obey his command or regard his ideas as reality. The owner of the 10 rings generally uses it to create illusions and carve images on it. The gemstone is a blue gemstone. 5 of the 10 rings, Ice Storm, capable of emitting frozen energy, freezing the air in its path and lowering the target to almost absolute zero. The gems carved on it are multiple sky blue capsule-shaped cylinders. 6th of the 10 rings, Substance Reorganization, which can rearrange the atoms and molecules of matter, or speed up or slow down their movement, thus producing different effects. It can be used to condense water, vapor, liquid water in the air, and sublime gas to create deadly substances. The poisonous air cannot change the elements or rearrange the atoms and molecules of Iron Man's magnetic beam-enhanced armor. And the shape of the gem is a small purple circle. 7th of the 10 rings, Laser Beams, which can project various forms of energy, most commonly fast neutrons with huge concussive forces, can also be used to project strong sonic vibrations and create electromagnetic waves that attract or repel objects, and perhaps also emitting other forms of energy. The gem takes the shape of a star and is purple or red in color. 8 of the 10 rings, Vortex, which can urge the air to form a high-speed rotating whirlwind. The created whirlwind can be used as a weapon, can hold up objects, and can also be used as a means of transportation to transport the ring holder. The gems carved on it are blue circle shape. 9 of the 10 rings, Cutting Beam, which can emit energy beams that destroy the links between all substances, molecules and elements. Each use must have a 20-minute cooling time. The gems carved on it are golden squares. 10 rings, Blackbody rays can create an area that can absorb all light. Although the black light in the original text generally refers to a type of ultraviolet light, what the Mandarin created here is more like a dark force field. Absorb light to create darkness. The gems carved on it are 8 small blue-black dots arranged in a rectangular shape. When the 10 rings come together, they will also grant the user the powerful ability to live forever. Su Wenwu's strength greatly increased after he obtained the 10 rings. He gathered an army composed of warriors and named it the 10 Rings Legion. With this powerful and terrifying army and his own ridiculously strong force, with the blessing of the 10 rings with his strength, he conquered countless countries, subverted thousands of regimes, swept across the world, and successfully conquered the world, becoming the first character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe to conquer the world and rule the world. Later, Su Wenwu got tired of being in the public eye over the long years. He ordered his subordinates to change their names and continue to expand. He led the real senior leaders of Shihuan to live in seclusion behind the scenes. In order to hide his identity, he changed the memories of mortals, tampering with the history in books, and finally succeeded in minimizing his own existence. At a certain point in modern times, the branch of the 10 Rings gang in the Middle East rose strongly. At the same time, because the Iron Knife gang broke the rules and resold arms on the territory of the 10 Rings gang, the leader of the branch turned against himself. The reclusive boss reported the situation. After thinking about it, Su Wenwu ordered his subordinates to destroy the Iron Knife gang and kill all the gang leaders. However, he demanded that the gang leader be released. Over the long years, Su Wenwu's humanity has been completely obliterated by endless killings and conquests. His methods against his enemies have become more and more cruel. He wants the leader of the Iron Knife gang to witness the death of his entire family. After the massacre, he committed suicide in pain. But what he didn't expect was that the leader of the Iron Sword gang survived strongly. In 1996, the world entered a new era. Various frequently released and constantly updated thermal weapons put tremendous pressure on Su Wenwu. In a certain battle, he was hit in the face by a shell before he could react. So he, for the first time in thousands of years since he received the 10 rings, he was injured. After realizing that his strength could not keep up with the progress of the times, he recalled all corps members to his side and proactively cut off contact with the army. He had understood that no matter how powerful a soldier was, he could not withstand the bombardment of an artillery piece. One's own army has fallen behind, and those who fall behind should be abandoned. In order to enhance his own power, he began to search for supernatural powers around the world. His efforts paid off, and he discovered a hidden village called Taro in the intelligence network all over the world. It is said that there are various myths here, beasts. Every villager has magical powers beyond imagination. He found the map of Taluo village and led his most trusted subordinates into the bamboo forest outside the village. The group of people were attacked by formations in the forest. The bamboo forest surged like a sea tide and threw everyone thousands of feet away. On the cliff only Su Wenwu, Lord of the 10 Rings, survived. Relying on the 10 rings, the brave and talented man continued to search for Taluo village, a magical village that might exist in the bamboo forest alone. But before he could see the latter met Yingli, the guardian of the village, and the two people were fighting in a beautiful place. To Su Wenwu's surprise, who had mastered the power of the 10 rings, was easily defeated by a seemingly weak woman. After that, Su Wenwu and Yingli fell in love. Due to his criminal past, the elders of Taluo village did not allow him to settle in Taluo. Helplessly, Su Wenwu took Yingli and fled the confines of Taluo village. Lived in seclusion in a secret base, where they got married and had 2 children, Shang-Chi and Xia Ling. The appearance of these 3 people lit up Su Wenwu's dark and numb life with a new color. Yingli handed over all her extraordinary powers before escaping from the village. Under her subtle influence, Su Wenwu gradually let go after killing and conquering. He took off the 10 rings, washed his hands in the golden basin, and stopped conquering the world. Perhaps it was destiny. Or maybe it was retribution for the murders committed in the early years. The stable life of husband and wife reunion and family harmony did not last too long. Although he has come into contact with most of the armed forces, as a super monarch who once ruled the entire world, Su Wenwu has business all over the world. In order to maintain these businesses, he has to leave the base from time to time to handle affairs. At this moment, the revenge of the leader of the Iron Sword Gang, who was massacred all those years, arrived. Since Su Wenwu took off his 10 rings on his own initiative, he is now just a strong middle-aged man who is proficient in martial arts. In order to guard against his enemies all over the world, he has to bring a large number of people with him to protect himself every time he travels. His safety was indeed guaranteed, but his wife and 2 children were in great danger. The leader of the Iron Sword Gang led his men, armed with long guns and short cannons, and easily broke into the base camp. With the thought of seeking death, the nearly 70-year-old leader of the Iron Sword Gang just wanted Su Wenwu to have a taste of it. What it felt like back then in order to protect her children. Yingli, who had lost her divine power, stood up resolutely. With her physical fitness that was far superior to ordinary people in comparison, and her extraordinary Tai Chi skills, she tried her best to in the end. He died together with the enemy. When Su Wenwu got the news and rushed there, all he saw were corpses scattered all over the base. Among them were the enemy and his own people. But the most important thing was the ragged man, covered with bruises and bruises. His wife Yingli is still alive, following Yingli's eyes. Su Wenwu saw his son and daughter, who were hugging each other and had been too frightened to move. He returned to the secret room and took out the one carved by his wife's own hands to cover it when he took it off. With great grief and anger, he stretched out his arms and put 10 metal rings containing terrifying divine power on his arms again. With his son in shock, Su Wenwu got on the plane, and based on the information from his men, he went straight to the city where the Iron Knife Gang was reborn. He put on the combat uniform that he thought he would never wear again, and held Mong's hands with him. The ignorant son Shanky walked into the enemy's lair openly, relying on the supernatural power of the 10 rings. He slaughtered the whole Iron Knife gang without hesitation, and the lively movement attracted the attention of many people. But at this moment Su Wenwu, who was extremely angry in her heart, didn't care about her exposure at all. She slaughtered the entire Iron Sword gang to death. What was done 10 years ago was even more thorough, although he still erased everyone's memories after that. The developed internet still completely recorded and preserved the events of that night. Through some means and channels, Kate obtained this information from the Iron Sword gang members who were hiding in Tibet and struggling to survive. She successfully obtained the address of Su Wenwu and his base camp. After a long journey, she finally successfully arrived. Destination with extraordinary perceptual abilities. She easily avoided all the traps and sensing devices scattered throughout the mountains and forests. After repeatedly jumping across the range of the long-distance cameras that shot back and forth, she did not alert anyone. We came directly to the fortress located halfway up the mountain. After mind control guided the ordinary people in charge of guarding to divert their attention to other places, Kate summoned the symbiote armor and turned on super speed. The whole figure was like a black lightning speeding past, and she rushed into the building in an instant. It's a heavily guarded castle that looks like a military fortress. She got into a building. After making sure that no one had come back and it was safe, she gently opened the window in the room a little and secretly cast her eyes on the area outside that was filled with many people. The martial arts arena is still somewhat empty. He saw a group of people holding swords or sticks, and some holding a strange weapon similar to a sickle. Some of them were practicing moves, and some were competing with each other in actual combat. There were loud sounds throughout the venue. There was a clanging sound of iron tools colliding with each other, and there were also powerful shouts. Although the gang leader is not here today, you still have to keep your spirits up. Kate followed the sound and saw a burly, muscular white man patrolling the crowd with his hands behind his back. Having tough skills is not only your capital for promotion, but also can help you in the situations you may encounter in the future. Save your own life in battle. Su Wenwu is not here. Kate captured the most important information with precision. According to Yuri's order, one of her purposes for coming this time was to find out the location of the 10 Rings gang's base, which she had already figured out. The other was to try to take the 10 Rings away from Su Wenwu. Yuri knows that the 10 Rings contain powerful power, but the 10 Rings are just weapons. How effective a weapon can be depends on the strength of its owner. If the owner is weak, then no matter how powerful the weapon is, it will not be able to exert itself. If the owner is relatively strong, then the power of this weapon can be brought into full play. If the owner is too strong, then this weapon may lose its usefulness, in Yuri's view. The relationship between Su Wenwu and his 10 Rings belongs to the first situation, a small horse pulling a big cart. He believed that even if Su Wenwu could suppress Kate with 10 Rings, the latter would be able to escape completely with a superpower that was not weaker than the 10 Rings that increased Su Wenwu's ability. Kate was even more confident that although she didn't know how strong Su Wenwu was, the warlike genes engraved in the mutant race's bones made her want to have a real fight with them. It's a pity. Kate shook her head. Su Wenwu was not here, so Shihyuan must have left with him. She didn't know when the latter left, nor when he would come back. If she wanted to hide here until he came back, of course she has the ability, but it's not necessary. After all, Yuri said before, the only task she has to complete is to explore the base of the 10 Rings gang. The second task depends on the actual situation. If it can be completed, it will be completed. If it cannot be completed, then he will do it himself. After deciding to pay attention, Kate planned to leave this room that looked like a training room. However, just when she was about to run out along the route she just took, she heard a rapid and sudden sound coming from not far away. From the light footsteps, the sound and the rhythm, Kate could clearly sense the uneasiness in the visitor's heart. Is this someone here to gather information? Curiosity suddenly came to mind. Kate hesitated, and finally carefully hid in the corners, using her abilities to minimize her presence. Let me see who you are. The door was gently pushed open, and a small head poked in nervously. A pair of bright black eyes looked around, looking like a little mouse sneaking into the kitchen to steal food. What is a child? Kate, who was hiding behind the clutter in the corners, looked up and down at the little girl in front of her. Based on her strong vitality, she was sure that this little girl was not a stunted dwarf. In this case, it must be someone from this military fortress. Why is the window open? After the little girl entered the room, she carefully closed and locked the door. She trotted to the window that had been left open since Kate opened it. She stood on tiptoes and quietly looked at a group of soldiers who were shouting and laughing with each other on the martial arts field. After one glance, she closed the window, put her hands on her hips in this completely enclosed room, and said, So what if you don't teach me? I'll learn it myself." The little body jumped up to a rubber dummy placed in the corner. Kate watched the little girl carry the heavy solid rubber dummy to the center of the room. After putting it away, Xiaoling clapped her hands. From her calm expression and steady breathing, it was easy to see that the action just now was not a burden to her. After that, she put her hand into her pocket and touched it from inside. A full-color photo that had been crumpled into a small ball of paper came out and was pasted on the head of the rubber dummy. Due to the angle, Kate could not see what the person in the photo looked like. But this did not prevent her from knowing what kind of attitude the little girl named Xiaoling in front of her had towards him. As predicted, Xiaoling took out a coiled rope from the weapon rack on the side. After unrolling it, she discovered that there was a sharp spear point-like thorn with a curved bleeding groove fixed at the front of the rope. Xiaoling held it in one hand. Holding the middle position of the rope, she waved the sharp spikes at the end of the rope with her other hand, while changing her pace back and forth around the rubber dummy. She cursed fiercely, "Su Shanky, I must do it today. You dishonest bitch will be beaten to death." Leaning over and lowering his head, the spike that kept making circular motions in Xiaoling's hand to accumulate kinetic energy was under the former's exquisite control. Like a poisonous snake emerging from the mud, it came out from behind Xiaoling unexpectedly and unprepared. Whoosh! In just an instant, at the same time as the sound of spikes piercing the air was made, a large hole opened in the paper photo affixed to the head of the rubber dummy. Sheath the dart in around to charge up, throw the dart out. Retract the dart, flip back in the air. The dart hits the lower part of the body, accompanied by a series of extremely angry curses. The rope dart was like a highly aggressive poisonous snake endowed with vitality. It kept protruding from any position around Xiaoling's body, and retracted it instantly after accurately hitting the enemy. Build up the next wave of offensive. Kate, who had been peeping for a long time, was surprised by the flexibility of this weapon, and finally knew the identity of this little girl, Xiaoling, the daughter of Su Wenwu, the little princess of this military fortress. Whoosh! 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 As the rope dart continued to poke out, the paper photo affixed to the rubber dummy's head had long been broken into pieces of paper and fell to the ground. Xiaoling's curses gradually lost their fresh words. She just kept collecting them. Rope and dart were pulled out, and bursts of aggrieved and angry growls came from his throat. The speed of the dart is getting slower and slower, and the sound made by the rope dart after hitting the rubber dummy is getting smaller and smaller. After all, she is a little girl who has to stand on tiptoe to reach the window. She does not have an advantage in terms of physical strength and cannot support long-term strenuous exercise. Xiaoling is obviously aware of this. After a hit on the rubber dummy, which had long lost its identity in the photo, she no longer took back the rope dart stuck in the heart of the dummy. Her small face was covered with sweat from strenuous exercise. But the most distressing thing was, yes, she was still holding back the tears in her eyes from flowing out. HMPH Wu under Kate's gaze. The little girl knelt down, stretched out her little hands covered with calluses and scars, and sobbed. carefully removing the photo papers that she had beaten to pieces not long ago. One by one, bit by bit, picked it up. Su Xialing spread her legs to both sides, squatting on the cold ground with her head lowered and bent like a little duck. Her little hands, which were trembling from the exercise just now, laid out the collected photo papers one by one. Placed on the ground, the broken color patterns can vaguely reveal the appearance of a yellow man. Brother Xia Ling is wrong. The sound of sobs came intermittently from the mouth of the little girl squatting on the ground. She picked up the broken photos and skillfully placed them where they should be, with big tears mixed with them. Sweat slid down her smooth little face, and every drop fell on the photo that gradually returned to its original shape. Mom doesn't want me, Dad ignores me, and you leave me here. I don't want to be here, I want to follow you. I'll put you together, then you can pick me up and go, okay? Please, Xia Ling is really lonely, Kate, who was hiding behind the clutters, frowned involuntarily as she listened to the little girl's whisper. A strange emotion rose from her heart. This was an emotion she had never felt before. That kind of emotion, the feeling of depression, the suffocating pain. Is this sadness or sympathy? Kate took a deep breath. At this moment, she really wanted to take the initiative to step out, pull the poor little girl up, wipe the sweat from her face, and wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The leader wants us to experience what it's like to be human. So should I do what humans do? The little girl's sobs continued. In this prison-like military fortress, after losing her mother's love and her brother's protection, she had to suppress her voice even when she cried and did not dare to cry loudly. The look on Kate's face, his expression changed several times. But he finally convinced himself. The leader's order is to find the 10 rings as much as possible and bring them back. But Su Wenwu took the 10 rings to an unknown destination. This task is definitely impossible to complete. But for Su Wenwu, 10 rings are very important to him. My daughter, it's also very important to him. I can't take away the 10 rings. But I can take away his daughter, after a lot of analysis. Kate came to the final conclusion. Taking away his daughter is equivalent to taking away the 10 rings. After making up her mind, Kate walked directly out from behind the pile of debris. She quietly approached the little girl who was squatting on the ground and was choking and sobbing, and gently patted the latter's shoulder, who, the moment the little girl was touched, she rolled forward quickly like a frightened little animal. After she stabilized her body, she looked up at the stranger who appeared silently behind her, and found that the stranger turned out to be an old man, a good-looking and friendly big sister. Kate exerted her mind control to the maximum extent, trying hard to influence the senses of the crying little girl opposite. She stretched out a hand and said, "Don't be afraid, child. If you want to live here, then take my hand and I will take you out." Su Xialing looked timidly at the palm in front of her eyes. She didn't know how the other party came to this room without alerting the dense guards here. And she didn't know what the purpose of this person was here. But she could feeling the kindness and warmth radiating from the person in front of her was something she had never felt since she drove her brother away. "Can you take me to my brother's?" Facing the big eyes of the little girl in front of her, Kate nodded and replied with determination, "Okay." "No problem," Su Xialing nodded. And by some strange coincidence, she put her hand into Kate's palm. The big and small palms clasped each other, and they both felt the warmth from each other. Without saying anything more, Kate took Su Xialing's hand. Hands to a figures, one large and one small, opened the door of the training room and ran out like thieves. In the little girl's eyes of surprise and admiration, Kate led her to easily evade every surveillance that might expose them. The two of them left the fortress and went into the jungle. The tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed slightly. Seeing that Su Xialing was still wearing her sweat-soaked clothes, Kate immediately stopped. She opened her storage space in front of the former and took out 2 small clothes that were usually worn as sex props. While Su Xialing was changing clothes, Kate, who was standing by and watching, asked each other about Su Wenwu and Su Shanqi from time to time. This way she could improve her understanding of each other. And on the other hand, She could also get a lot of information that only Su Wenwu had. Information only known to oneself. Perhaps she was new to the world. Or perhaps she really liked Kate, faced with her inquiry. The little girl showed unexpected cooperation regarding Su Wenwu. Her tone was one of love and fear, saying that since her mother left, her father he has become less like his father. After forcing his brother away, he barely said anything to himself regarding Su Shanqi. The little girl's tone was full of grievances. The other party promised that he would come back to pick her up and leave here. But she has been waiting for more than a year. And the latter has never shown up. Dad said that my brother died outside without completing his mission. But I don't believe it. Su Xialing was wearing a student uniform that fit just right. She followed Kate's long legs step by step and whispered, "Mom left a jade pendant for each of us. We can sense each other. I know he is still alive. But no understand why he didn't come back. Even if you can't save me, it's still good to see me." Su Xialing raised her head, looked at Kate, who lowered her head and said very seriously, "When I find him, I must ask him clearly in person. If he can't give me an explanation, Sister Kate, help me beat him up hard, beat hims." While Kate responded to this small request, she searched the internet for information about Su Shanqi based on the information provided by Su Xialing. It is worth mentioning that although Yuri and his team did not take over the dominance of the underground world after the fall of Kingpin, they still placed their own personnel in it for important channels such as intelligence. Just like this mission, although a certain price was still paid, but compared to others, not only was the price ridiculously small, but the information obtained was also very comprehensive. As Su Wenwu once ruled the world, it is impossible for him to not even be able to figure out the whereabouts of his escaped son. In fact, his intelligence department knew Su Shanqi's whereabouts after he left. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as Su Wenwu thinks about it, he can even know what color underwear his son is wearing today. The underground intelligence industry has always been about information exchange. Although I don't know why a yellow man who looks ordinary or even a little ugly can attract so many people's attention. This does not affect their preparations for a rainy day, so. As long as Kate thought. Although it was difficult for her to know what color underwear Su Shanqi was wearing today. But what color underwear he was wearing yesterday and the day before yesterday. Although she didn't want to know at all, two women, one large and one small, walked out of the forest and got into an off-road vehicle that brought Kate to the area. She curiously asked the little girl in the passenger seat who was looking around, "You've been gone for so long. Why is there no movement at all?" Well, Su Xialing's expression was a bit gloomy. "I don't like dealing with those people, so I rarely communicate with them. As time goes by, no one cares about me anymore." The car drove slowly through the rugged mountain road. It carried the two people who were chatting happily in the car and drove onto the flat road. Then Kate abandoned it on the side of the road and burned it on fire. The two took a car to the city bus. And after several twists and turns, I got on the plane to New York. Su Xialing sat next to Kate on the window seat and looked at the gradually shrinking buildings on the ground. Inexplicably, she felt a little strange to the brother she hadn't seen for a year. In order to relieve her inner panic, she had no choice but to turn her head and look at Kate, who was reading a fashion magazine with gusto, and said, "Sister Kate, do you think my brother will pretend not to know me after he sees me?" Kate put down the magazine and ruffled Su Xialing's freshly washed black hair. Her tone was extremely determined. "How is it possible? Our Xialing is so cute. Anyone who sees her will fall in love with her. Let alone your brother, don't worry. As long as that kid dares to pretend that he doesn't know you, I'll give you his balls so that he can no longer be your brother." Su Xialing removed the partition between the seats and gently rested her head on Kate's belly. She didn't hate it at all when the other person ruffled her hair. For her, the feeling came from the palm of her hand and directly from the Tianling cap. The warmth that penetrated her heart was the temperature that she wanted most in the past year but could never feel it. "Sister, you are so kind." Su Xialing raised her face and gently rubbed Kate's palm like a kitten. if my brother doesn't want me anymore. Can I follow you? Kate pinched her little face, suddenly feeling like a mother in her heart. She nodded and promised with absolute certainty, okay. New York International Airport, Kate pulled Sue Xialing, who was timid because she was about to see her brother, and got into a taxi waiting for guests. It was nightfall, and the neon lights on both sides of the busy street lit up early. All kinds of pedestrians rushing home after a busy day of work blocked the wide streets. According to the address provided by Kate, the taxi driver moved in the crowded traffic for more than an hour before delivering the two to their destination, a brightly lit residential building. After paying the fare, the two were about to get off the bus when they saw two bicycles riding slowly down the street. Kate just glanced at it and immediately recognized that one of the riders was them. The target of this trip is Sue Xialing's brother, Sue Shanky. Looking at Sue Xialing, who was lying timidly under the window with only one pair of eyes exposed, Kate could only give the taxi driver a knife and signaled him to let the two of them stay in the car for a while longer. The gray-haired taxi driver didn't say much after taking the money. It was the rush hour after get off work. Instead of wasting gas and going out to pick up passengers, he might as well stay here for a while anyway. There were two beauties in the car, and he was very happy to look at them. Kate rolled down the car window a little so that Sue Xialing could clearly hear the conversation between the two people riding a bicycle outside. The night breeze was very gentle, and it sent the voices of the two people talking through the car window and into the room. Sue Xialing's ears, Katie, Shanghai. Mom will definitely cook a lot of dishes tonight. Sue Shanky, really, why? Katie, today is Mom and Dad's wedding anniversary. You idiot, you have such a good memory. Why did you forget this? Sue Shanky smiled awkwardly, my fault, me fault. I actually remembered it, Kata, me good sister. Don't tell your mother when you get home later. Katie, well, it depends on your sincerity, in the taxi. Kate, who realized that she might have done something bad with good intentions, wanted to reach out to raise the window again, but her hand was blocked by a calloused hand halfway. Sue Xialing raised her head. Bulling's eyes are already full of tears. Sighing softly, Kate took back her hand and stroked her little head, looking out the car window at the two young men and women who were called good sister and bad brother. She could only, I begged them in my heart to go away quickly. Finally, the bicycle stopped in front of a brightly lit residential building. Kate and Sue Xialing watched the two of them lock the car, jostle and pull each other into the building, and watched as the sensor lights lit up from layer to layer, and finally in one direction. The sound of the door closing softly and not too hard was extinguished. Elder sister, after a long silence. Sue Xialing sniffed and took Kate's hand. Let's go. Kate glanced at the room that had become lively since the sound of closing the door, and then at the little girl Sue Xialing, who lowered her head and neither cried nor complained. She felt that the depressed and aggrieved feeling deep in her heart became more and more obvious. But you haven't, sister, you mean to meet each other? Sue Xialing raised her head, and a bright and heart-wrenching smile stubbornly appeared on her tender face with two lines of tears. She shook her head and stretched out her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. No. I heard everything just now. She already has a new sister, a new mother and new fathers, and a new family that is as harmonious and loving as before her mother died. Well, that's fine. Sue Xialing put her small hand into Kate's big hand, and the latter subconsciously squeezed it gently. The little girl noticed the strength coming from her hand and smiled brightly. He has found his new family and has a new life of his own. Life, I have also found my new family, right, Sister Kate? Kate heard this and pulled Sue Xialing into her arms. She touched the latter's head and said softly, you will be my sister from now on. Don't worry, I will never leave you. After greeting the taxi driver who was leaning on his chair and about to fall asleep, Kate explained the location of the beach villa to him, then pulled Sue Xialing and started talking about things related to her. The gray-haired taxi driver started the engine and drove the car. The car drove onto the street where rush hour had passed. At the same time, Sue Shanky, who was saying blessings to his parents in the residential building, suddenly felt a pain in his heart, as if something vital to him had been completely lost. Egypt, a local 5-star hotel. Yuri was sitting in the restaurant eating while looking at the pair of Mark and Layla who were feeding each other with resentful eyes. Due to the need to accommodate the village residents who went to excavate Amit's tomb, Layla had to directly dig up Amit's tomb. The entire hotel was booked, and more than 100 people were barely allowed to sleep in the room. But this hotel is really too small. After the three of them slept in one room, there were only 2 vacant rooms left. Since this was the only hotel here, the three of Yuri had no choice but to choose an adjacent room to live in. That night, the whole hotel was very lively. The workers who were excavating Amit's tomb gathered together and discussed with great excitement what they had heard, such as the blue halo of light rising from the ancient tomb. Thick black smoke, Mark next door was not to be outdone. Perhaps he finally had a way to block Steve's sight. The two of them had a very passionate time that night. As we all know, a small B&B that calls itself a 5-star hotel cannot have any good soundproof wall panels. Not to mention Yuri's senses are so sharp and powerful. He had no choice but to run to the desert by himself to practice the language of nature. This practice lasted a day and a night. And by the time Mark called him to go back, it was already the night of the second day. Yuri quickly finished his dinner. He looked at Mark, who was still chattering with his girlfriend, and said expressionlessly, "Get ready, Mark. Let's go and finish Kongsu completely tonight." What? The food in Mark's mouth immediately lost its flavor. He looked at Layla next to him, and then at Yuri, who looked silent, and asked in confusion, "How did we find the Moon Temple? Have you found it yet?" "Yes." Yuri nodded. "When we were dealing with Amit the night before yesterday, Kongsu used the moon in the sky to spy on us in the Moon Temple. I used some means to mark him with something that he couldn't even detect. Rule imprint through this mark. I can feel a little bit about Kongsu's current state. His complete integration with the priesthood is about to end. Although I don't know what method this guy used, he seems to have really retained part of himself, I realize." Yuri looked into Mark's eyes and said seriously, "If he is fully fused. The other functions of the priesthood are not clear. But the time attribute in his priesthood alone can make it more difficult for us to deal with him." "Magnitude, I understand what you mean, Yuri." Mark nodded. He stopped flirting with Layla and stuffed the dinner on the plate into his stomach in a few seconds. In Layla's worried eyes, he was very happy. Comforting the other party with self-awareness, "I am Kongsu's representative, and all my strength was given to me by Kongsu. Now that the two of us have broken up, this is a hurdle that we have to overcome. If we don't take advantage of Kongsu's weak strength and lack of autonomy to completely eliminate him, then after he completes the damn fusion, I may be directly executed by him as a traitor, finally." He turned his attention to Yuri. "I believe in myself. And I believe in Yuri even more. His strength can directly drive back more than 100 Egyptian gods. And it's just a Kongsu. Even if he really completes the fusion, what will he do to you? It's not a big problem, right?" The corner of Yuri's mouth twitched twice, and he glared at Mark without any trace. He looked at Layla, who was looking at him with searching eyes, nodded bravely and said, "Yes. Even if I really can't defeat him, I can still protect him." "Save Mark's life," Layla nodded and said nothing more. Yuri didn't want to see the passionate kiss between the two, so he could only turn sideways. Feeling the location of the Markand, opened a blue portal. "Let's go." Mark, who had received the love buff, was in high spirits. He walked past Yuri with his head held high, and with the lipstick marks on his cheeks and neck. He stepped straight into the boundless desert opposite the portal. Yuri grinned, nodded to Layla, waved his hand to clear the memories of all the Egyptian people in the restaurant who were talking about this miracle to him, and then strode into the portal, arriving at the gate of the Moon Temple, which was no longer dilapidated. "We haven't gone in yet, why doesn't he run?" Mark looked at the Temple of the Moon in front of him, whose door was closed but did not disappear into thin air. With a puzzled look on his face, Yuri looked up at the moon in the sky and found that it had become brighter and larger in a state that was contrary to science. He looked back, looked at the Moon Temple in front of him and said quietly, because Kong Su is not stupid. Since we being able to come here means that we have mastered the tracking method that he was not aware of. He knew that he could not escape or hide. So he simply did not escape or hide. Before Mark could be happy, Yuri changed his voice and spoke of the second possibility, but it cannot be ruled out that Kong Su has completely mastered certain rules since the integration. He thinks that he has the ability to confront us head-on and the ability to win. So, before he finished speaking, there was just a roar. And the closed door of the Temple of the Moon suddenly opened. Under the gaze of Yuri and Mark, the clay statue of the moon god on the altar still became exactly the same as the non-clay Kong Su. At this moment, the half-fused moon god was walking step by step towards the two people outside the hall along the steps as white as moonlight. The endless moonlight poured on Kong Su's body like a waterfall, and a bright moon that looked like a substance slowly formed behind his head. The terrifying pressure crashed down on Yuri and Mark like a mountain. Mortal, if you retreat now, then the grudges between us will be wiped out. Surprisingly, the tall Kong Su standing in front of Yuri and the two men did not attack immediately. He pointed at Mark as if making conditions and said, "I will take back all the power of the moon god in his body. Likewise, I can guarantee that I will never see him again after this." Kong Su, Yuri chuckled, "Do you really think I don't know what you're doing? I just don't understand. There are so many people in this world. Why do you have to worry so much about arresting Mark and the people around him? Furthermore, what qualifications do you have to call me immortal? Who are you qualified to decide whether the grudge between you and me can be wiped out? You are just a useless god who was expelled from the gods." Enough. Kong Su was still the same Kong Su. He slammed the Luna staff on the ground in his hand. A huge and boundless magic circle was formed in an instant under the moonlight. Before Yuri could make any reaction, Mark beside him suddenly he let out a cry of pain. And his whole body collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle, as if all his internal organs and spine had been removed in an instant. Mark! Yuri saw that the moonlight uniforms wrapped around Mark's body were cracking inch by inch, as if the sand had melted. They merged with the bright moonlight in the air, and finally entered directly into the tall Kong Su's body. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry about me." Mark struggled to raise his head from the ground. At this moment he felt a huge drop from heaven to hell. The feeling of emptiness was as if he had exhausted all the supplies and then encountered a fierce battle. Just like exhaustion afterwards, Yuri looked up at Kong Su, then squatted beside Mark without hesitation, stretched out a hand, and sent the symbiote that had followed him for more than half a year into the latter's body. "Use it like the moonlight suit." After seeing the jet-black symbiont seeping into Mark's body like water dripping in a dry land, Yuri breathed a silent sigh of relief. He pulled Mark up, who had quickly stabilized his body, and patted him. He patted him on the shoulder and looked at Kong Su with a teasing look on his face. "Do you think that you have weakened the overall strength of the two of us?" "No, you are wrong." Yuri looked at Mark beside him with a smile as he grew taller. He patted the solid muscles of the symbiote on the ladder and said to Mark, "This set may be a bit strong. You'd better adapt to the surge in power quickly." "Cole." Mark looked down at Yuri and clenched his fists again. This feeling was not like rising from hell to heaven again. This feeling was like going from a weak skeleton to an omnipotent god. "Yuri, this doesn't affect you, does it?" Although he feels that he is invincible, Mark is still very clear about his current status. He understands that if he really wants to win this battle, he must rely on Yuri. "You don't have to worry about me." Yuri strode towards Kong Su, who was standing in the center of the formation. The third divine eye between his eyebrows suddenly opened, and the Merlin runes began to rotate in the pupils. "Because I am Merlin's." Moon God Kong Su's formation exploded instantly. Of course, Merlin's power goes beyond rule manipulation. A surge of overwhelmingly powerful energy surged out of Yuri's body, like a terrifying sea wave crashing on a fragile reef. Kong Su's boundless formation formed by moonlight was directly washed away by this energy. What? The third divine eye between Yuri's eyebrows slowly raised, and a pressure that was several times stronger than the pressure Kong Su had released before emerged from his body out of thin air. When the eyes of Kong Su and Yuri met, The moment they were together, the pressure of the former dissipated like snowflakes like a mouse after seeing a cat. Not only Thatvan though Kong Su, who was holding the staff of the moon god, tried his best to resist. His whole body still had to step back several meters, leaving a deep and long ravine on the ground. The first round is a competition of momentum, victory Yuri. Humph Kong Su looked at Yuri with fear in his eyes. This was the case, and he suddenly became stronger than him from a mere mortal. He snorted coldly, half to comfort himself and half to find out the truth. Said it's just borrowed power. Even if you can afford to pay back the cost of using this power. How long can a mere mortal last? Please take care. Yuri raised her right hand slightly, and the dark golden holy sword was silently held in her palm. I don't know anything else, but it is definitely enough to kill you. Before he finished speaking, his figure cut through the space and appeared behind Kong Su in an instant. The extremely sharp holy sword was like a poisonous snake emerging from the water, and it pierced Kong Su's heart from the back. By questioning those agents, he learned that all the gods in the Egyptian pantheon have a common weakness, the heart. For the gods of this pantheon can have no brains, no heads, and no limbs but never without hearts. The sword edge easily pierced through Kong Su's no longer tattered clothes, and her skin that was as dry as cowhide under the shroud. But before Yuri's sword edge penetrated his body, it merged with the priesthood, Kong Su, whose strength had greatly increased, disappeared out of thin air like Yuri, rats. Kong Su felt the stinging pain in his back, and felt a wave of fear in his heart. If his control over space had not become stronger after his strength increased, the sword just now might have killed half of his life. The ubiquitous moonlight fell on Kong Su's body, and the wounds left by the holy sword healed as before in the blink of an eye. Yuri had no regrets at all before the blow was delivered. His purpose this time was to test whether the heart was really Kong Su's fatal weakness. Although the Egyptian gods in the mouth of the agent died unintentionally, what if it was this group of people? What about the fake news released by the chicken thief god to hide his real weakness? Judging from Kong Su's reaction, this news should be true. Knowing this vast desert, in addition to the open door of the temple of the moon Yuri, Kong Su and Mark the symbiote state stand on three sides, with extremely tacit understanding. The eyes of the first two fall on the weakest one at the same time. On Mark is not a fool. As a soldier who grew up on the battlefield, he knows very well that he is the weakest link in this war. The moment Yuri reminded him, he immediately activated all the acceleration and power on the symbiote. Super power ran at this moment. Yuri's second sentence and Kong Su rushed to his side. Summon weapons, death to the traitor. The staff of the moon god, which transformed into a sickle, was deeply inserted into the sand where Mark was standing just now. Kong Su raised his head in surprise, only to see that this person, in his opinion, had no chance of evading his blow. His former representative actually wielded two jet black scimitars and slashed at his head. Kong Su raised his head to hide, but Yuri appeared out of thin air again on the sand behind him, and a faint sting appeared on his back. Kong Su understood that as long as he dared to raise his head back to avoid Mark's scimitar, the holy sword in Yuri's hand would be destroyed. The sword will definitely pierce your heart. In the flash of flint and lightning, he had already made his own decision. He suddenly turned around and pulled up the scythe of Luna from the ground, and actually chose to use his back to receive Mark's two scimitars. When stab first, Yuri's sword edge collided with Kong Su's Luna scythe, and then Kong Su took the initiative to bump his back into Mark's symbiote scimitar. A fragment of the giant scythe flew in front of Yuri. At the same time, a handful of blood stained the shroud as white as the moon behind Kong Su. Regardless of checking the situation of the moon god's scythe, Kong Su leaped in space and flashed to a place 100 meters away from the two of them. Countless moonlight poured into his body like a stream of rivers returning to the sea. Bones can be seen deep in the road, and there are knife marks that have injured internal organs. Here, Yuri and Mark looked at each other and nodded to each other. Take advantage of his illness. Kill him. Kong Su also realized the two people's plan. His face darkened, and his empty eyes that could see the air behind showed a little irritability and depression. It doesn't matter that Yuri is strong. Why can Mark suddenly be able to cut himself like this? He saw an orange-red light shining on the dark Mark, and there was a faint strangeness in the space behind him again. He didn't dare to think about another thought, and saw the moon in the sky suddenly shine brightly. Reflecting the miniature crescent moon on the back of Kong Su's head makes people unable to open their eyes. Moons, moons. A series of magnificent and ethereal voices sounded from the void. They seemed to be praising the great achievements of the moon, and also seemed to be praying for the moon's blessing and protection. This voice came in behind Kong Su, who was already standing behind the latter's head. The crescent moon that was closest to Yuri's ears actually gave him the urge to worship Kong Su. At the center of the eyebrows, the mark of Merlin in the eyes of the gods shone brightly. Under the radiance of this light, the strange voice disappeared temporarily, and Yuri regained his clarity in an instant. The moment he regained consciousness, he realized something was wrong. The life force in his body was passing away at a terrifying speed. Although it seemed that the super recovery would not cause any essential harm to him for the time being. From now on, judging from the faster and faster loss of vitality, if this problem is not solved as soon as possible, he may be extremely passive in the next battle. Give your life force and melt into the arms of the moon. Kongsu turned around and stretched out a hand gently to Yuri, who looked confused. Behind him, Mark, who was wearing a symbiote armor, was already kneeling on the ground, his hands facing towards, stretching with the help of Kongsu. He looked like a distressed believer praying to the gods. Kongsu's hand got closer and closer to Yuri, and Yuri slowly stretched out his hand in cooperation. The chanting sounds around him became louder and louder, and the divine light in Yuri's eyebrows became increasingly dim. As the two palms gradually came closer, Yuri felt that his vitality was like a reservoir with its gate opened, gushing out crazily towards the place where the water was released, which was Kong Su's palm. The moment the two of them held each other's hands, Yuri couldn't help but groan in pain, even though he knew that he was pretending now. Because at this moment, his life force seemed to have accidentally stepped into the enemy. Most of the spring water disappeared out of thin air. Big loss, I can't put it on anymore. Yuri suddenly broke away from Kongsu's hand. In the other's eyes, which was full of surprise and fear but still with a hint of joy, he opened his mouth and shouted at him, "Stand still." Kongsu, who had already half burrowed into the space crack, and the space around him were frozen, implacable to move. Yuri didn't say a word and stabbed out with the holy sword. Stabbing accurately, he took out Kongsu's clothes and skin, and stabbed his heart, which was the only one that wasn't shriveled. Immediately afterwards, he directly revealed his mutated true body, and the dozens of transmission tubes behind him plunged into the rapidly shrinking heart. Streams of pure vitality carrying Yuri's life breath entered their original owner's body from the transmission tube. Although the suction of the transmission tube that incorporated a small part of the swallowing rules became stronger, it still failed to recycle all the lost vitality. But Yuri is not without gains, since the heart is the basis of survival for the gods of the Egyptian pantheon, and Kongsu was forced to start integrating with the priesthood. So now he is part of the priesthood itself for Kongsu. This allows him to strengthen his control over the rules. For Yuri, this allows him to seize the rules and powers controlled by the moon goddess without damaging the moon godhead. Kongsu's heart was completely shriveled, and in Yuri's perception, the mummy in his hand had become a real mummy with a thought. All the restrictions around the mummy disappeared, and a magnificent and ethereal chanting sound appeared. It was like it had never appeared before. Just like the temple of the moon god not far away, it turned into fine sand all over the sky with the gentle night wind. At this time, Mark, who was paralyzed on the ground, finally came to his senses. He fell weakly into the sand dunes, and his whole body looked as weak as if he had been drained by Layla. Yuri looked up and found that although this guy had lost a lot of life force, compared with himself, the difference was like shaving his head and losing his hair. He guessed that this was probably because he obeyed the voice and paid tribute to Kongsu. The reason for worship, although, even if he was given a second chance to choose, he would definitely not do it because once he knelt down, he really became a diehard believer of Kongsu under the influence of the rules. Yuri withdrew the transmission tubes from Kongsu's body and caught the colorful and multi-edged moon god crystals that they took out along with it. The godhead lay quietly in Yuri's hands, emitting a faint light flashing like fireflies, as if he sensed something. Mark, who had fallen to the ground, raised his head with great difficulty. He looked at the godhead in Yuri's palm, like a gourmet who had not eaten for hundreds of years, and saw a plate of delicious food. The delicious food and the desire in his eyes can be felt from 100 meters away. Yuri came to Mark's side with the godhead in hand. He helped the latter up and transferred the newly generated life energy into his body. Yuri, Mark's voice was extremely weak. He held Yuri's arm with one hand to maintain his posture. The other hand pointed at the colorful godhead in Yuri's hand and said, "What is this? Why do I long for him so much?" "This is the godhead, the moon godhead." Yuri said, "Remember what I said, Mark. I said I would let you get rid of Kongsu's control and replace him as the real moon god. Are you willing?" "Of course." Mark nodded and added, "I remember very clearly that you also said that you wanted me to be your teammate or something." "Of course I am willing, to be honest. After experiencing extraordinary power, I cannot accept that I will become a human again. Ordinary people who know nothing, very good." Yuri nodded, held the godhead in his hand, placed it on Mark's open palm and looked into his eyes and said seriously, "You must promise me that after taking charge of the moon godhead, you will not be enemies with Merlin and me. You are not allowed to interfere with the natural state of the multiverse and endless dimensions without my consent. Outside of this, you are free." An invisible power of rules was born between the two of them. After Mark nodded, he promised in a weak but firm voice, "I promise that after taking charge of the Dark Godhead, I will never be enemies with Yuri and Merlin. Without Yuri's consent, we will not interfere with the natural state of the multiverse and endless dimensions." The rules contract connected to Yuri, and Mark took effect instantly after the latter finished speaking. The two looked at each other with emotion, and then Yuri took the initiative to speak. "Now, open your mind and try to communicate with this dark godhead. Build connection." Before he finished speaking, the colorful polygonal crystal that was lying quietly in Yuri's hand slowly floated towards Mark. It stopped on Mark's chest, flickering as if it was breathing, "Ale mist thorn." Yuri held the spell in his hand and suspended it in midair, whispering an incantation of unknown meaning in his mouth. In his distant and deep chanting, the frequency of the flash of the godhead became higher and higher. This colorful polygonal crystal, it turned from real to virtual at a speed visible to the naked eye, and went straight into Mark's heart. The singing sound became more and more ethereal and farther away, and Mark's mind gradually merged with the moonlight in the sound. He only felt an indescribable sense of fullness filling him up in an instant. And then Yue's authority began to fade away. Branded with his own name, Mark opened his eyes, and a gentle moonlight streamed from the corner of his eyes. He stretched out a hand, and the symbiote that Yuri had previously sent into his body to maintain combat effectiveness was squeezed out every drop. Yuri took the symbiote and looked up to hear the new moon god Mark Spectre murmuring the name of the rules controlled by his priesthood, the rules of death. The vitality of all living creatures within the scope of the moonlight divine power will be robbed. He stretched out his Hondon, the staff of the moon god, which fell on the sand after the transformation of the moon god Kungsusha, flew back to his hand like iron filings attracted by a magnet. When he saw a bright moonlight flashing past, the moon god staff, the staff was instantly transformed into two crescent-shaped scimitars by its new owner. Kindness without saying thanks. Mark put away his swords and patted Yuri on the shoulder. "If you have anything to do in the future, please feel free to trouble me, okay?" Yuri closed his divine eyes directly after hearing this. Without the blessing of Merlin's power, he staggered and almost fell down after losing a lot of vitality. Facing Mark's worried eyes, He chuckled, please be a driver for once and take me send home. New York beach house. Yuri lay on the beach, letting the naughty Vanax and the somewhat timid Sue Xialing pick up the warm sand warmed by the sun with both hands and bury them in his legs. Half of the body is buried in the ground. Vanax clapped her hands and stood up. She looked down at the leaders, whose thighs were buried in the sand, with a secret joy on her face that she didn't know why. She pulled Sue Xialing aside and turned to the camera was put into the latter's hand. Xialing, come here, take a picture for me. Just when Sue Xialing was about to refuse, Vanax forced the camera into his arms. She looked at Vanax, who was lying beside Yuri in a hurry, and then looked at Vanax, who was half buried on the beach. Yuri was lying in the ground, finally. She looked at Kate, who was lying on the lounge chair with a smirk on her face. Take pictures of her, Xialing. Seeing that Xialing was asking for her opinion, Kate acted like a person who was just enjoying the fun and not taking it too seriously. She said, don't look at it. She is as happy as if she is missing her brainstem. When the leader recovers, she will regret everything she did today. Sue Xialing ignorantly pressed the shutter button on Yuri and Vanax. As the clicking sound sounded, Yuri looked at the silly bird with an increasingly unkind expression, and the third eyelid between his eyebrows beat violently. Countless times I wanted to use the power of Merlin to kick this idiot into the beach. Fortunately, Vanax still knew how to be afraid after all. After taking the photo, she first quickly removed the sand that buried Yuri's legs, then moved Yuri lying on the beach to a lounge chair. And finally, she knelt down on the sand next to the lounge chair. Various kinds of food and drinks were diligently delivered to Yuri's mouth. Yuri rolled his eyes, feeling his weakened body. The final battle with Kong Su was not a loss, but definitely not a gain. It was not a loss because he got some incomplete dead silence rules and a trustworthy god teammate. It was not a gain because in this battle, he lost too much vitality, although part of his heart was extracted from Kong Su after killing him. It was not even half compared to the part of vitality he lost. Yuri turned to look at Kate, who was lying on a recliner like him and being fed by the little girl Sue Xialing. Wind asked, have you found the breeding farm you were looking for? Although the vitality recovered is not a lot, it at least keeps his origin undamaged. As long as the origin is not damaged, the rest can be slowly raised back, but if it is really raised, it will take too long. Fortunately, there was something about the newly acquired rules of death that gave him a way to quickly restore life. Found it, leader. Kate sat up from the recliner. She picked up her mobile phone on the table and gave Yuri the pictures and information about the breeding farm to check. This is the largest breeding farm nearby, with pig, sheep, cattle, livestock, and poultry. When negotiating the price, I also learned that one of its shareholders includes your father. What? Yuri glanced at the various livestock that filled the breeding shed and nodded. He looked at Kate, who was his most capable right-hand man now. Nothing else matters. But before I go in, I have to make sure that there are no other staff on site. And my extraction of life force is full range without any blind spots. And I don't want to cause any troubles. Kate leaned down and kissed Yuri lightly on the face. I'll take care of things. Don't worry. Putting aside the little Sue Xialing, who covered her eyes shyly after seeing this, Vanax, who was kneeling beside Yuri's bed to feed him, had a worried look on his face. Chief, is the vitality of a breeding farm enough? The emptiness is so great. If that doesn't work, why don't we contact a few more people? What? Yuri's face immediately filled with black lines after hearing this. He spat out the snack that Vanax had just stuffed into his mouth. He looked sideways at Silly Bird and said harshly, wait for tomorrow. I will make it impossible for you to get out of bed, really. Are you sure? Far from being afraid, Vanax showed abnormal excitement. She wanted to say more, but was stopped by Yuri, who waved her hand. The latter looked at Kate and said helplessly, go back. No more sunbathing, prepare the car before tonight. And we will go after the dairy before that. I need a place to do some things where I will never be disturbed. The underground secret room of the villa. Yuri lay on the soft and comfortable big bed, and his consciousness entered his soul space. After spending such a long time together, the little green man no longer had the fear of Yuri he had at that time. Seeing the latter's arrival, he jumped up and down with excitement like a husky that saw its owner return. The reason why I say that I think of huskies rather than other furry children is because this little guy who is always in a state of anger has the ability to demolish homes no less than Urha. The furniture and furnishings in the soul space that were imagined by Yuri were destroyed. This guy left a mess all over the place. Fortunately, Yuri had complete control over everything in the entire space. Otherwise, cleaning up would have been quite a hassle. With a thought, all the damaged furniture and furnishings were brand new. And all the debris on the ground disappeared. After seeing it, the little green man roared even more excitedly. This new owner is much better than the previous one. Not only she never scolded him, and countless times prepared toys for him to vent his anger on. After throwing the little green man aside and making sure that the little green man was obsessed with demolishing the house and could not hinder him, he opened the panel of the idol system. Host Yuri Ambrosius. Available skills: Technology side manufacturing. Magic side manufacturing: Super Agility Spider Sense. Electrostatic absorption laser ice swallowing rules. Dead silence rules idle column 0. Points for adding columns 5. On-hook skills: Super strength integrated version. Dragon mark super speed energy control material control. Force field flight mind control Merlin's power. Super healing gand weaving illusions. The 5 bonus points are provided by the giant tortoise, giant eagling rock, giant leader the demon god Amit, and the moon god Kongsu in the symbiosis world of Amit. It doesn't matter if you get points or not, because Yuri believes that as long as there is life, the world will not lack the birth of gods. And as long as there are births of gods, he can have endless points for adding points and idle bars. What really caught his attention were the 2 new things that appeared in the idle skill bar: devouring rules and dead silence rules. Rules are an important part of the world, and natural rules are established iron laws that cannot be changed. In reality, people who master the rules can use the rules to seek benefits for themselves and gain prestige and status. In the surreal world, those who master the rules of nature there is no one who rules. Only God. The power of rules is tyrannical and unrivaled. For example, the legendone force can defeat all laws, which is to use a certain ultimate rule to break all other forces. As far as the information that Yuri knows so far, in addition to fusion apart from godhood and performing divine duties to enhance the power conferred by the priesthood, which is the control of rules, there has never been a second way to control the rules. All this information not only refers to what Yuri has seen and gained, and the various secrets in Kamataj's library, but also includes countless unidentified guardians Merlin in the multiverse and endless dimensions. As expected of the system, Yuri nodded with great satisfaction. If this idle system can really successfully idle the rule fragments and continuously improve its power or continuously complete it, then he can do it without merging any godhead or performing any priestly duties. Get control of the rules system, add some points. Following his command, all 5 additional slot points turned into empty idle slots. After careful consideration, he selected 5 abilities for this hang-up: devouring rules, dead silence rules, super agility, spider sense, and electrostatic absorption. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the devouring rules and the dead silence rules. Even if there are only 2 idle slots, these 2 must definitely be selected. This is what Yuri has now. It is the highest level ability and also the upper limit of growth. The highest ability, but the growth method is completely unknown. If you don't hand them over to the idle system, only a fool would do so. Super agility. This ability that can directly improve physical fitness. If there are many idle slots and there are no other better abilities, this ability to accompany you must be Yuri's must choice. He always believes in one truth: one's own strength is the real strength. Only by gathering great power can one be fearless in the face of any difficulties. Spider sense is an ability that favors exploration. Although Yuri feels that his current awareness is enough to face any situation, he doesn't mind getting stronger. Electrostatic absorption from these days of fighting. He discovered a more serious problem, that is, his enemies are becoming more and more advanced, and their abilities are becoming more and more diverse. Although it is said that one move can conquer the world, he believes that to deal with more advanced enemies, to deal with more advanced opponents, you should use more advanced abilities. His ideal level of electrostatic adsorption is not to control thunder and lightning like Thor, but to control the magnetic field and even the four major forces like Magneto. Electromagnetic force is one of the fundamental forces. In this way, the only skills that can be hung up are the three abilities of technological side manufacturing, magic side manufacturing, and laser eye. The reason why the first two are not selected is because as long as Yuri continues to learn new knowledge, they can continue to improve compared with the idle system. This method of improvement is faster. The reason why the laser eye is not selected is because this thing doesn't have much effect on Yuri, who prefers melee attacks. Those who can be defeated without laser eyes. And those who cannot be defeated can still be defeated with laser eyes. At this point, Thigh's Point edition is completely over. And the content on Yuri's idle system panel has also become Host Yuri Ambrosius. Available skills: technology side manufacturing, magic side manufacturing, laser eye, idle column 0 points for adding columns 0. On hook skills: super strength integrated version, dragon mark, super speed, energy control, material control, force field, flight, mind control, Merlin's power, super healing, weaving, illusion, swallowing rules, dead silence rule, super agility, spider sensing, electrostatic adsorption. It's over. Yuri got down from the bed with difficulty. There was no pain in the loss of vitality, only the fatigue and weakness coming from his bones. He walked out of the secret room slowly, with the support of Vanax and Kate. The three of them carried their unwillingness to themselves. The little girl Sue Xiling, who was alone at home, took the bus to a large breeding farm outside New York City. As mentioned before, in the underground world, a piece of intelligence can be sold many times. Not only that, the sale of one piece of intelligence must also mean the generation of another piece of intelligence, just like Kate obtained it from the intelligence organization regarding Su Wenwu's information. Someone took Su Wenwu's information itself is also very useful information to some people. Among some people, there was one named Su Wenwu. Although Sue Xiling is a little girl who does not receive the attention and love of her father on the surface. In fact, no one in the entire military fortress dares to ignore her existence, because everyone knows that the reason why Su Wenwu, the leader of the Ten Rings gang, does not the reason why he is willing to talk to Sue Xiling is not because he dislikes his daughter, but because when he sees his daughter, he will think of his late wife. Less than an hour after Sue Xiling was abducted by Kate, someone noticed something unusual. They thought it was a child's usual naughty behavior. But when they couldn't find anyone after 2 hours of searching, they realized that things may be serious. The news reached the ears of Su Wenwu, this mature man, who had lived for thousands of years and was even older than ancient Yi. Immediately put down all the work in his hands, took a special plane and rushed to the military fortress as quickly as possible. After the search failed, he immediately ordered his troops to search with all their strength. When Kate abducted Sue Xiling, one of her wishes was to let Su Wenwu come to her home. So on the way back, she did not cover up or hide her whereabouts in any way. Within a few hours, Su Wenwu saw the photo of Kate pulling Sue Xiling on the plane from the ubiquitous surveillance cameras, saw them taking a taxi in New York City, and found the taxi and the car they took. The gray-haired taxi driver asked about their route of action and final destination. Yuri Ambrosius. Su Wenwu sat in an armored vehicle that looked like a food delivery truck, looking at the information on the tablet that the underground forces had collected and summarized about the owner of the seaside villa, absolute controlling shareholder of Rebirth Pharmaceutical Company. Ambrosio, the only heir to the Sri Lankan family. A collaborator in the US military's secret plans. A close relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. but unknown to us. And a close personal relationship with Iron Man. Master, a car has driven out of the villa. The confidant on the side who had been watching the surveillance said, according to the information we know. Yuri Ambrosius's menth woman who abducted the young lady. Kate hired her in the suburbs outside the city. They found a large breeding farms. And judging from the direction of the car, that should be their destination. Su Wenwu put down his tablet and nodded gloomily, separate a group of people to follow. The rest follow me into the villa to search. Boss, a car is coming up from behind. It was already dark at this time. And there were not many vehicles on the wide but not very clean street. With Kate and Vanax's level. No matter how much the vehicles behind them changed their photos. Colors and models. Their the gaze will not change from time to time, Yuri, who was teasing little Su Xiaoling in the back seat, stopped smiling when he heard this. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw two white cars turning left and right towards the streets on both sides. Although he only had one glance, Yuri still saw a lot of useful things, such as the tattoo of a circle surrounded by 10 circles on the back of the driver's hand. Xiao Zialing, I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first? He poked the little girl's bulging cheeks. He didn't have the slightest interest in these miscellaneous fish. In his opinion, teasing the little girl was more interesting if you choose to listen to the good news. Just put it away, the right cheek on the other hand. If you want to hear the bad news first, then close the left cheek. Okay, Zhu Xiaoling nodded, tilted her head and thought for a willing then. In the face of Yuri's aunt's smile, she unskillfully put away the right half of her cheek. Xiao Zialing wants to hear the good news first. Yuri rubbed her little head, smiled and whispered into the little girl's ear. The good news is that Xiao Zialing's father does not dislike you. Although you may not feel it, he really does. I love you very much, boom, when Su Xiaoling heard this. She opened her mouth anxiously, and the air left in her left cheek made a crisp sound. But the little girl didn't care about this at all. She grabbed Yuri's arm half curiously and half timidly. He asked why brother Yuridad clearly doesn't like me. Seeing that the little girl was showing signs of crying as she spoke, Yuri had no intention of coaxing her. He leaned into Xiao Zialing's ear again, then it's related to the second bad news. How about it, do you want to listen? Want? Su Xiaoling pursed her lips. Showing signs of crying if she disagreed, she stared at Yuri. With tears already filling her two big eyes, okay then. Yuri pointed at the rearview mirror for her to look at. He saw 3 vehicles of different sizes and types. They looked different from old to new in appearance. They were walking along the branch roads on both sides of the road they were on. He drove out slowly and followed behind. Looking at the little girl's puzzled eyes, he explained, look, this is proof that your father still loves you very much. He sent people and even came to New York himself to trouble Sister Kate. Who abducted you from home, really? Su Xialing's mouth dropped even more fiercely. The 2 large reservoirs on her face had obviously reached their limit. Just waiting for Yuri's answer. They would burst the embankment and release the flood immediately. Seeing how pitiful her expression was, Yuri couldn't help but make a pitiful expression as well. In the little girl's tearful eyes, he nodded and said seriously, yes, it's true, wow. Loud cries resounded throughout the car instantly. Su Xiaoling grabbed Yuri's arm with one hand and the big hand handed to her by Vanax from the passenger seat with the other and cried at the top of her lungs. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be raped by that bad man, take it back. Okay, if you don't go back, you won't go back, Kate, who was in the driver's seat, turned around and gave Yuri a charming look. She held the steering wheel with one hand and handed everything over to the spider sense. Then she hurriedly reached out to wipe away the unstoppable tears on Su Xialing's cheeks and said, Xiao Zialing, don't worry, Sister Kate and Sister Vanax are both here. With our protection, it's impossible for your father to take you away. But Daddy is great. Su Xialing's analysis was very logical, if you can't defeat him. I will still be captured even if you protect me, fine. As the main person responsible for making the little girl cry. For the sake of road safety and driving safety, Yuri felt that he needed to comfort this crybaby. He gently raised his hand and patted his chest, and assured with a confident face, "Don't worry. Zio Zialing, no matter how powerful your father is, he will never be able to beat me. I protect you. You can't do it anymore." Su Xialing looked aggrieved. "You slap your chest not as loudly as I do. And Sister Kate also said that you look like you are dying. Why don't you surrender?" Kate met Yuri's unkind gaze and quietly withdrew the hand that was wiping Su Xialing's tears. She smiled coquettishly and drove the car honestly amidst Vanix's gloating ridicule. "Don't even think about getting up," Yuri said. At the same time, the beach villa. Su Wenwu retracted the 10 rings on his arms with a gloomy expression. He looked at the undamaged hollow door of the villa, his eyes full of confusion and doubt about himself. He knew only too well the power of the 10 rings on his arms. Not to mention the iron doors. Even a ship's steel plate made of high-strength alloy would be damaged if he punched it. But the villa in front of him had withstood dozens of violent bombardments from the same location. But the opponent acted as if he hadn't been touched at all. It was still the same as it was before, Xialing. "Su Xialing, are you in there? Go home with me." After many attempts, he finally extinguished the idea of forcing his way in. As a last resort, he could only try the most primitive methods, shouting. Seeing the appearance of the gang leader, the gangsters with 10 rings tattooed on their bodies spontaneously scattered around the villa wall. They each shouted at the top of their lungs and repeated loudly what their gang leader had just shouted. For a time, the whole area around the villa was bustling with activity. A group of people shouted around the villa 3 times, but still received no response. Su Wenwu stood at the gate for a long time, and finally waved his hand and said, "There is no one here." Everyone gets in the car and chases at full speed. For a moment, everyone jogged back to their respective vehicles. Su Wenwu strode to the car door that had been opened by his subordinates and got into the passenger seat. The subordinate sitting in the back seat handed over the intercom that was already connected. "Report the situation." Su Wenwu didn't even ask who the person on the other side of the walkie-talkie was. Or in other words, it didn't matter to him who was on the other side of the walkie-talkie. The person on the other side of the walkie-talkie obviously knew this very well. He didn't make any nonsense. The target is always within sight. According to the other party's driving speed, it is estimated that we are still 3 to 10 minutes away from the target destination. The vehicle ignited, and 3 or 4 cars outside the seaside villa started burning tires and rushed out with a Chinese letter sound. In the car, Yuri's lips curved into a disdainful smile. He felt it from the first time Su Wenwu hit the villa's protective shield. If he was still afraid of this old monster who had lived for at least 2,000 years before, he was no longer panic at all. The 10 commandments or 10 rings are indeed of infinite use. But that depends on who uses them, in Yuri's view. Su Wenwu had completely lost the 10 rings on his arm. During these thousands of years, all he thought about was how to use the power he already had to expand his power. Plunder wealth and gain status. But never thought of using the long lifespan and the strength he already possessed to find more ways and methods for himself to improve his strength. In the future, although Su Shanqi has grown crooked, he can actually activate the 10 rings, unlike Su Wenwu, the most useless master of the 10 rings in history. The 10 rings are in his hands and are used as sticks. "Slow down a little bit, Kate." Yuri glanced at the cars following closely in the rearview mirror. He pinched the little face of Su Xialing, who had just been coaxed to stop crying, and said with a wicked smile, "Your father rushed to us from the villa. Are you afraid, bastard?" Su Xialing turned her back and refused to show Yuri's face. She looked at Yuri reflected in the car window and said fiercely, "You are no longer my good brother. I don't want to talk to you again for a whole day." Yuri lay down on the seat with a smile and played with the little girl's black and smooth hair. As for the little guy's next destination, he thought it was best to let him reach a reconciliation with his father Su Wenwu. a man who has experienced the pain of losing his mother. The little guy, if there is no father in her life, then she will definitely not have a decent childhood. Besides, during the few days in the villa, this little guy competed with him for women every night. Seeing that he was about to regain his glory, this was absolutely unbearable, must be sent away. On the street, Su Wenwu and his group, who were at the back, were charging at full speed. Fortunately, there were very few vehicles and pedestrians on the street after dark, and the sound of the motors of these cars could be heard from a long distance away. It was clear that they were speeding all the way and completely ignoring traffic regulations. Except for being yelled at by some residents living on the street, they did not cause any casualties or financial losses. After driving like this in the city for less than 10 minutes, the group finally got rid of the intricate urban roads and arrived on the suburban avenues where there were basically no cars. 3 or 4 cars lined up in a row with their lights on, speeding towards the front at a speed of nearly kilometers per hour. Along the way, the strong wind pressure broke the grass that had finally grown out of the roadside. It was shocking. The little bird, which had just returned to its nest to sleep soundly after a long day of flying, raised up a cloud of sand and dust 5 to 6 meters high. Gang leader, the target is still less than 10 minutes away from the destination. The members of the Shihuan gang on the opposite side of the intercom dutifully reported the whereabouts of Yuri and his party. At the end, he added another sentence to supplement his judgment, since you, the gang leader, started to join us. The speed of the other party has not been obvious, but the reduction of objective existence gives me a strange feeling, as if they know you are chasing you and are deliberately waiting for you. Su Wenwu waited quietly for the person on the other side of the intercom to finish speaking. He lowered his head, knowing that this might be the truth. The mysterious lines that would appear faintly every time he was bombarded by him were very similar to where he had been all these years. The formation mentioned in the collected information, whether it's the myths and stories you've heard since childhood, or the real information, there are always some indescribable connections between the formation and the people who set it up. I see. He ordered into the walkie-talkie in his hand, keep a safe distance. No unauthorized actions are allowed before I arrive. Receive. A crisp response came from the walkie-talkie. After ending the communication, the speaker turned and looked at the strong white man behind him. What should I do? The gang leader said you are not allowed to take action without permission. The strong white man in the back seat pressed a sharp-looking hook on his broken arm. He raised his eyes and glanced at the guy who was talking to him, and then said casually, Jesse, you know why can I be selected by the gang leader as the deputy general instructor? But you can only be my investigation liaison. Jesse didn't understand why he suddenly brought up this issue, but he still thought carefully and replied, because you are stronger than me in actual combat ability. Ha ha ha, the strong white man burst out laughing. He waved the hook on his arm twice, patted the driver on the driver's seat and ordered, accelerate. Overtake, let us wait for them at the target destination. Are you sure? The driver glanced at the strong white man in the rearview mirror. Have you ever considered what kind of punishment we will receive for blatantly disobeying the gang leader's orders? You must know that we have already been charged with poor guarding. Change your thinking. The white man's face was full of confidence. He looked at the taillights of Yuri's vehicle on the road ahead and said faintly, if we can rescue the little princess before the gang leader arrives, or ask as for her whereabouts, can we make up for our failure in guarding her well? There was silence in the car after a few seconds. The correspondent on the co-pilot suddenly slapped his thigh. He looked at the driver and said, done it, brothers. Wealth can be found in danger. Hearing this, the driver no longer had any hesitation. He hammered the steering wheel hard and stepped on the accelerator. After a sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the car they were in immediately broke away from the following convoy. He rushed towards the large breeding farm head-on. Do you want to intercept Chief Instructor in the convoy? A man wearing a grimace mask silently raised his head after hearing this. He glanced at the car of a strong white man who was almost approaching Yuri's car. He let out a disdainful snort under the mask and lowered his head. He replied casually, report the truth to the leader. And don't worry about the rest. When Su Wenwu was reported here, the vehicle in which the white man was driving was already driving alongside Yuri's vehicle. At the former's signal, the driver slowed down and kept driving side by side with the latter. The white man opened the windows. He cursed at the car that was only one step away through the glass. The little Zia Ling, who was facing the car window, was startled by the white-haired pig face that suddenly appeared. After recognizing who he was, she turned around and threw herself into Yuri's arms. Brother Yuri. They are coming, catch me, rest assured. Yuri glanced sideways and patted her little head to comfort her. He can't see you. In addition, Yuri poked the little girl's cheek. Didn't you say you were going to ignore me all day? Since all the windows of the car Yuri was riding in had been processed with superpowers, no one could peek into the car by any means unless he wanted to. The big white man gestured at the car window for a long time without getting any feedback. He could only resentfully close the curtains of the car again. The Shihuan gang members in the driver's seat saw the other party's face as red as a monkey's butt in the rearview mirror. They quickly suppressed the not-so-obvious smile on their faces and stepped on the accelerator. The car instantly overtook you, the vehicle in which you are riding, ignoring the little minions passing by. Yuri hugged Zia Ling, who was sitting on his lap and was reluctant to apologize to him. He felt that his whole arm was sore and tired. When had he been able to the leader of the mutant clans, who uses air as a channel for transmitting power? Can hardly hold a little girl now, how about we make a bet? Yuri slumped down on the seat, letting his chest take as much weight as possible from his arms. The little girl crawled in her arms for a few times, then found a comfortable position and stayed there. She raised her head and looked into Yuri's lowered eyes. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this made her feel at ease. Brother Yuri seems to be planning something bad. But the heart of a child is always pure. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, what bet? We'll bet on whether your father still loves you or not. Although Yuri had a bad smile on his face, his tone was extremely serious. He opened his mouth, which was full of nonsense. Look at the two beautiful big sisters in front. They have been without their father and mother since they were young. Poor children, even though they seem to be living a careless and happy life now. They suffered a lot before this. He leaned close to little Su Xiaoling's ear and whispered in a very low voice, let me tell you a little secret. Your two sisters are the most envious of the children who have parents. In private, when we are communicating, they mentioned your father to me more than once. We think that the reason why your father doesn't seem to like you must be because he has unknown difficulties. But in fact, they must cherish you very much, after all. Is there any old father in the world who doesn't love his girl? What about, really? Zhu Xiaoling rubbed her itchy ears, crawled to Yuri's ears and whispered, but Dad doesn't want to pay attention to me at all. If you want me to see it, it's better to be like Sister Kate and Sister Vanax, and have both parents together as soon as possible. He died and was adopted by you. Oh, you are such a filial son. Yuri glanced at the wonderful expressions on Kate and Vanax's faces in the rearview mirror, and gave them a look to indicate that they should cooperate in the performance. The two women looked at each other and smiled. Kate nodded, and Vanacker, Zeki and Mimi turned around and gave Yuri an okay gesture. Look, don't you believe it? Yuri patted Su Xiaoling's little butt and signaled her to go down. It's because you don't believe it. So we have to make a bet if you are willing. We will let the two elder sisters in front of you be witnesses. How about it, are you willing? Su Xiaoling tilted her head to think. But what could be the result of her thinking? After pretending to be tilted for a long time, she could see the lights of the farm before she nodded and said with a smile as if a weasel had stolen a chicken, okay. I'll bet if I win you have to agree to a condition. Yuri smiled. He was worried about how to raise the bet, but he didn't expect that the little girl was quite right. Okay. If your father Su Wenwu really doesn't care about you and doesn't like you, then I will promise you one condition. On the contrary, if your father Su Wenwu actually loves you very much, you have to do me a favor. Yuri stretched out a hand and hooked Sue Xialing's little finger. It looked like a fisherman who threw the bait into the water and didn't lift the fishing rod. Then, between the two of Kate and Vanax under the witness of two witnesses. Our bet will take effect, okay. Sue Xialing looked very confident. And she didn't know, what should I be proud of if my father doesn't love me? In short, the little girl looked like she had a chance to win and shouted to Yuri in advance. Hey, brother Yuri, you definitely lose. Yuri didn't want to say anything more to the little girl. Because the car had stopped steadily at the gate of the breeding ground. Those staff who were arranged by the farm to receive them were overturned to the ground and tied up by several 10-ring gang members headed by a strong white man. Do not waste time. Yuri reached out and covered the eyes of little Sue Xialing in his arms. Although the latter was used to seeing dead people, Yuri's insignificant actions still made her feel a father-like warmth. The door was knocked open when no one opened it. With a thought in Yuri's mind, intertwined golden patterns instantly appeared on the entire car. These were the patterns he had left long ago. They were just activated at the moment and did not require any strength at all. The doorstop hits the door. People block and hit people. Step on the gas pedal in one breath. And someone will clean up the mess. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Kate snorted coldly. As early as when the white man was provoking through 2 layers of glass. She wanted to swipe the man in the direction and knock him into the ditch. Now that she got the leader's orders, she immediately opened the control panel and clicked on it. After pressing a few buttons, the whole car lights up with more dazzling patterns. Vanax and Kate's eyes were simultaneously locked on the strong white man standing in front of the car with a hook raised and a ferocious smile on his face. The surging murderous intention and mental power covered the latter's body like a mountain and a tide. His smile froze and his body was frozen at this moment. The strong white man was like a big white pig that had been cleanly shaved. He stood there motionless and greeted the fate of death that was about to come. In the 10-ring gang amid the screams of everyone fleeing. And under the watchful eyes of the farm workers who were tied up but not knocked unconscious. The vehicle Yuri was riding in slowly took off into the reaching its maximum speed in an instant. Like a heavy hammer hitting a raw egg with precision. The strong white man didn't even have time to leave his last voice in this world before he was hit by Kate driving the car, and turned into a rain of blood and rain falling in the sky. Bone pieces after that. Kate had no intention of letting go of the accelerator. The whole car with flashing golden lines was like a runaway horse on steroids. Slamming hard towards the tightly closed thick steel door of the breeding farm. Passed by Duong. The piercing sound spread far and wide. Su Wenwu, who had just caught up with the tracking team, glanced at the direction of the sound with an expressionless face. He did not say a word, but the Shihuan gang members who drove the car very considerately opened the accelerator. He stepped hard a few more times. What a white pig. In the tracking convoy, Ghostface Mask sneered again after hearing the noise. He knew that after today's incident, even if the white pig could not die, he might not be able to live very comfortably. In the breeding farms, Yuri walked out of the car with some difficulty. He closed the car door, controlled the formation, opened the car windows, and said to the 3 women inside, Xia Ling is hiding in the car. Believe Meher can guarantee your absolute safety. Kate and Vanax, you 2 are responsible for holding back Su Wenwu and his miscellaneous fish. I'll go in alone and I'll be back soon, by then. Yuri smiled brightly and said, leave everything to me. He randomly found a patrol car with the key inserted in it. And Yuri rode it towards the inside of the breeding farm. All kinds of sensory abilities were unfolded. One after another. Strong life sources were scattered in the surrounding buildings. It can only be said that it was indeed a large breeding farm. And all the animals here were full of energy. Which was just the tonic Yuri needed. After the dead silence rules are unfolded, it will be a circular area with a radius of about 100 meters. Within this range, the vitality of all creatures will be deprived of the rules. After conversion, they will either become Yuri's own vitality, or transform into other Yuri's vitality. The energy required. After making sure to avoid the two waves of people at the door, he no longer hesitated and directly triggered the rules to open his own realm of death. The closest thing to the gate is the place where chickens and ducks are raised. After feeling their life force disappear inexplicably, these animals with low IQs immediately screamed in fear and anger. But their voices could not last long, although especially the realm of death here is still very weak. But how long can it take to drain a chicken or a duck of its life force? In the chicken coops stacked one after another, the fat and strong edible chickens seem to have been scratched by the scythe of death on their necks. Their cries quickly weakened as their eyes quickly dimmed. And their plump and chubby bodies also looked like it shriveled up like a deflated balloon. Yuri drove the patrol car and walked slowly between the chicken coops and duck pens. In front of him, there was a louder scream and neigh. Behind him, there was endless silence and silence. Feeling the rapidly filling vitality in his body, he silently apologized to those dead lives. Although these livestock could not escape the fate of death in the end, Yuri's arrival finally brought them one step closer to death. Putting aside the boring harvest of life, the scene turns to the gate of the breeding farm. Kate drove the car into a dark place with no lights. After repeatedly asking Zio Zialing not to open the door and get out of the car, and getting the latter's solemn promise, she and Vanix got out of the car and walked towards it. They could already vaguely hear the engine roaring outside the gate. Su Zialing was lying on the car window, with a pair of big watery eyes watching the two big sisters with super figures and top-notch looks walking from the darkness to the light illuminated by the lights. What? It wasn't until the two of them disappeared that she reluctantly retracted her seat. The little girl lowered her head and murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "If I win, I will let brother Yuri be my father." Laugh. Squeak squeak, they started with burning tires. Punctured the brakes and before the vehicle could stop. The doors of 30 or 40 vehicles were all opened, and people from the 10 Rings gang armed with various cold weapons walked out. They quickly surrounded the entire gate, and a group of people walked out. Both eyes looked at the blood on the ground and the familiar head rolling aside in surprise. The few members of the 10 Ring gang who wanted to seek wealth in the car of the strong white man had long since knelt down towards a certain car in the convoy, because they knew that all they could do now was to pray for forgiveness. And the person who can forgive them is in that car. Gang leaders, we were wrongs. It's all the vice president's teaching, it's all him. Su Wenwu walked out of the car, without even looking at the guys who were kneeling on the ground and banging their heads. He raised a hand, and they immediately shut their mouths with horror on their faces. How many enemies are there? Where are they now? And how did that idiot die? Zhu Wenwu glanced at the bloody dead head with no expression on his face, and then turned his gaze directly to the dark breeding farm. With the blessing of the 10 Rings, he could hear the wailing of the livestock that seemed to be absent inside. The sound was just that the source of the sound was too far away and was far less obvious than the sound of the two approaching footsteps. The enemy is in the car. Can't see how many people are inside. The assistant instructor was directly hit by a car and died. The car is driving in and the enemy is inside the farm. The several 10 Ring gang members who were kneeling on the ground quickly answered Su Wenwu's questions. The latter waved his hand, and the several members of the 10 Ring gang behind him immediately took back their weapons. They stepped forward and put the few guys on the ground set up, and waited for the gang leader's next order. Those who disobey orders will be killed. Su Wenwu's eyes never fell on these stupid little minions from the beginning to the end. His voice was cold, pull it down. After several shrill wails, the two footsteps inside the farm gate finally revealed their true identities. Kate and Vanix were both dressed in black clothes suitable for fighting, although they were not as tight-fitting as leather clothes, but also clearly outlines their beautiful figures. Su Wenwu's eyes flickered to the two of them, and then he stared at Kate among them and said coldly, "The Ambrosius family and the Rebirth Pharmaceutical Company and I have always been on the same page. So why did you kidnap my daughter?" Kidnapping. Kate looked at the man in front of her who was more than a head lower than her. She looked at the 10 simple and magical rings on his arms for a moment. She looked into Su Wenwu's eyes and said jokingly, I can't do that. That kind of dirty thing your daughter Suziling took the initiative to follow me. As for the reason, her eyes were full of contempt, you know it very well. Su Wenwu was silent for a moment, and finally chose to avoid the topic. Where is my daughter and what do you want from me? He didn't want to start a direct war with these two women. Firstly, he was afraid that the people behind them would get angry and break up the fight. Secondly, he didn't have the confidence to win the battle. After all, it was a strange thing that he couldn't attack even with all his strength. The owner of the villa, after living for so many years, is very self-aware. Vanax didn't have as many thoughts as him. Silly Bird only had one thought in his mind. We'll talk about it after the fight. The leader said, let us hold him back. She looked at Kate and acted very smart. We beat them all down. This will delay the longest. The rings on Su Wenwu's left and right arms slid down silently. They did not fall to the ground, but maintained a certain distance from each other, evenly distributed in a straight line, extending down Su Wenwu's arms. The 10 Rings gang members beside him quickly dispersed, each holding a weapon to surround Kate and Vanax as well as their own gang leader. Su Wenwu turned his head and looked at the ghost-faced mask next to him. The latter nodded imperceptibly and waved his right hand lightly at his side. After several gang members saw it, they took advantage of the chaotic moment when everyone was walking around. Following him, he walked into the breeding farm inside the gate, of course. Silly Bird didn't know anything about all this, but Kate noticed it kindly. He looked at Su Wenwu and smiled disdainfully. The leader who drove the Dead Silence realm to rob the vitality naturally didn't need to pay much attention. Even if he was too weak to be hard, he couldn't harden. It's not something that the few minions who entered can fight against. As for the little girl in the cars, that is a defense that even she can't break. As long as Su Xiling is not stupid and doesn't take the initiative to open the door, there will be no problems. Su Wenwu frowned when he saw Kate smile. Although he didn't know what was going on inside the farm, he seemed to have fallen into some kind of trap when he sent people in. He didn't care about his assistant instructor at all, but he valued his chief instructor very much. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He saw his arms flexing, and the 10 extended rings made a harsh trembling and buzzing sound. Take a step and squat down, swing your arms. The 10 rings are like a thick whip that continues to extend during the swing. And the farthest ring, which is the tip of the whip, reaches Kate and Vanax under the control of Su Wenwu in front of you. SHH2 orange gold lights flashed by, and Kate and Vanax easily dodged Su Wenwu's first blow without any look or words. The two had fought side by side for hundreds of years before they transformed into human beings. The year-old humanoid mutant beast summoned the symbiote armor at the same time. One of them spread their wings behind their backs, and the other stretched out sharp thorns from the fingertips of both hands and feet, and rushed towards Su Wenwu, who was preparing for the next wave of offensive. Su Wenwu failed to attack from a distance, so he quickly changed his combat strategy. He spread the 10 rings around his body. The 10 rings were connected with each other, forming an invisible shield to cover him. As his hands slid the 10 rings, the ring rotated rapidly. Boom, the moment the three people's attacks collided. Violent energy fluctuations emanated from Su Wenwu's protective shield. The turbulent airwaves pushed Kate and Vanax away, and directly overturned the group of people surrounding the three. Get up, the 10 rings gang. Su Wenwu, who was in the airwave, also felt uncomfortable. Although he was able to withstand Kate's punch, he was unable to withstand Vanax's energy bomb. With the blessing of the detonating dragon pattern, this energy bombed directly, it penetrated the protective shield composed of 10 rings. Puff, Su Wenwu held it back, and endured it again and again, but finally couldn't help but lower his head and spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes looked at the two black monsters in front of him with disbelief. How could anyone be hurt? It's comparable to a large-yield artillery shell. He couldn't be hit by long-range attacks, and he couldn't be stopped by close combat. Su Wenwu's eyes flashed with solemnity, as if he was really being held back by two women. I belong to the 10 rings. Leave me alone and go inside to investigate. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he was very reluctant, he had to say truthfully, I will hold them back. And you go find Su Xiaoling, yes. Those members of the 10 Rings gang who were thrown out responded one by one and got up from the ground in a hurry. The aftermath of the battle alone could make them lose their resistance. This is not the battlefield where they should appear at all. What made Su Wenwu uneasy was that the two guys in front of him had no intention of stopping him at all, which made him even more convinced of his belief there was definitely a trap in the breeding farm. After sighing silently in his heart, he could only choose to trust his chief instructor and hope that he could successfully complete all his requirements like every previous mission. Reality didn't give him any more time to think. After the blow, Kate and Vanax had already adjusted themselves again. Kills inside the car. Su Xiaoling shrank into a ball in fear. She held her head and hid in the gap between the back seat and the front seat. She only showed a pair of eyes and looked at the Shihuan gang members outside the car window with various weapons trying to break open the window in horror. Outside the car, a man with a grimace mask stood on the front hood of the car. He held a sledgehammer, and every time he swung it in a round shape and hit it with all his strength. But what puzzled him was, every time he hit it, not only did it hit, a no mark was left behind, and even the sound of the collision was so small that it couldn't be detected. But he still hammered it up and down, because his sixth sense told him that what he wanted to find was inside this car, where he couldn't see anything inside, countless things in the past during this battle. His sixth sense had given him correct guidance countless times, but this time he still chose to believe it. Come here and smash them all. He called to the members of the 10 Rings gang who had just arrived. Everyone. When you are tired, change Pepliach person has a position. And hit him to death with all your strengths. 80 times with one blow. Although the group of people could not see the scene inside the car, they were extremely convinced by the words of the ghost face mask. One by one, they took advantage of their tools and smashed the car in front of them. Su Xiaoling in the car finally calmed down after the initial fear and panic. She finally remembered what Yuri said to her, as long as you are in this car, you are absolutely safe. She tentatively said. He moved closer to the window and gently pressed a finger on it. As a result, let alone being injured, she couldn't even feel the slightest vibration. What? She withdrew her hand and yelled at the 10 Ring gang members who smashed the window with ferocious strength. But the latter continued to move as if they didn't hear it. Look to see if there's anything to eat. Su Xiaoling was no longer afraid. She flipped from the back seat to the front seat, opened the drawer and looked for any snacks. After knowing that the other party could not cause any harm to her, she had completely lost her fear and was replaced by novelty. This car is like a big screen. No matter what the people outside do, they can't interfere with the people inside at all. On the contrary, the ferocious expressions and exaggerated movements on their faces made little Su Xiaoling inside the car let out a cry. A hearty laugh after rummaging through all the drawers. Su Xiaoling did not find anything to eat or play. She only found a few exquisitely packaged small boxes, which contained a small ring wrapped in a vacuum bag. She opened the package and took out the ring. Su Xiaoling fiddled with a few next. I discovered that it was actually a balloon rolled into a ring. Hum. She laughed evilly. Whose brother Yuri or the two sisters? They are so old and they secretly blow up balloons to play. What? She unfolded all the small rings and wiped off the oil-like mucus on them with disdain. Then she put her mouth on the mouth of the balloon, puffed up her cheeks and blew in air. But the balloon seemed to be made of excellent material. She blushed and blew it out into a small round ball. It is indeed a balloon for adults to play with. Su Xiaoling wiped the oil stains from her mouth and admitted with admiration, a kid like me can't blow at all. After playing for a while, she suddenly noticed that the guys outside the window who were taking turns saying 80. And 80 suddenly stopped one by one. What happened? She lay on the car window and looked out curiously, and found that, for some reason, Several members of the Shihyuan gang lay down directly on the ground. Not only thought as if they had seen something terrifying. Those standing on the ground felt the guys behind the helpless gang turned around suddenly. Looking painful and trying to escape, what is it then? Perhaps the previous performance of this car gave her great trust. Regarding the thing that scared the Ten Rings gang members into retreating. She actually dared to lie on the window and watch curiously. I remember brother Yuri as he entered through here. Could it be him? She didn't let her doubts linger for too long. A patrol car slowly turned out of the alley next to a chicken coop. The person sitting on it was the one who plundered all the vitality of the livestock in the entire farm to replenish himself. The vitality of Yuri not long ago Yuri, who had fully recovered his vitality and had a surplus, felt that his energy was extremely strong. He drove a patrol car with a limited speed and rushed towards the gate as fast as he wanted. But what surprised him was not too far from the gate. He actually plundered his vitality again. Turning the corners, a large group of people from the Ten Rings armed with swords, gunswords and halberds came into his sight. Before he could make a move, he heard a guy with a grimace mask pointing at him and loudly saying, "Shoot. Kill him. Good guy, what kind of hatred or grudges are there? You're going to shoot me as soon as you meet me." While the members of the Shihyuan gang were taking out their guns and shooting, he glanced at the corpses on the ground and the car behind the group. After silently calculating the distance in his mind, he directly closed the dead silence field, further field its time to come into contact with the car. Although the car's defense is very strong in terms of rules, those defenses are no different from paper. In order to prevent accidentally injuring the little girl, he could only directly turn off this dead field that absorbed life force in an indiscriminate manner. Bang bang bangs. A series of gunshots exploded inside the deadly silent farm. Under the nervous gaze of little Sue Xialing in the car, Yuri just raised his hand slightly, and a blue portal suddenly opened in front of him. Heading towards him, the bullets that were fired turned around instantly after passing through the portal. Some of them collided and exploded directly in the air, but most of them still followed the trajectory they came from, rushing towards the members of the Ten Ring gang who shot them out. And go, puff puffs. The sound of a series of bullets piercing flesh was heard, and the members of the Ten Rings gang were swaying one by one, vomiting blood and falling to the ground, losing their lives. On the other hand, Yuri was driving the patrol car at the same speed as before. And he was still the same as before. Humans, the proud hot weapon, was like a piece of dough in front of him. Seeing that there are still a lot left, Yuri didn't want to bother anymore. He flicked his fingers lightly, and the door of space in front of him instantly split into hundreds of pieces as thin as cicadas' wings, almost untraceable with their sharp blades. They spun and rushed into the Ten Rings gang. After only a moment, everyone stood stiffly on the spot. Under the action of gravity, no matter how high the viscosity between flesh and bones is, they cannot avoid being separated from each other. Bloodlines quietly emerged from the bodies of the gang members. Before they had time to take a look at their current state, the entire people fell to the ground like collapsed building blocks. The window in front of little Sue Xialing, who was sitting in the car and looking attentively, suddenly turned dark before she could have any doubts. She felt a familiar force on the back of her head. The next moment, Yuri's voice ringing in the ears, "What are you looking at? Are these things that children your age should watch?" Oh. Sue Xialing hugged her head and let out a cry of pain. She turned around and found that Yuri, who was sitting in the patrol car just now, appeared beside her now. "How did you do this, brother Yuri?" she asked curiously. Yuri rubbed the place on the little girl's head where he had just hit him. He opened the car door and said truthfully, in line with the principle that children should not be deceived, "I can't learn even if I tell you. Get out of the car and follow me to find your father." Sue Xialing moved out of the car on her hands and knees. She turned around to see what had become of the Ten Ring gang members. But Yuri directly held her head down. "Listen to me and learn from it. This person should always look forward. Everything behind has passed, and you shouldn't look back at the past you know. You just don't want me to see it. Su Xialing thought that I'm not stupid. But she didn't turn her head anymore. She just hugged Yuri's arm and asked him, "What are you going to ask Dad later? He can tell lies." While listening to the aftermath of the battle that exploded from time to time outside the gate not far away, Yuri answered the child's question, "Did you see that blue circle of light just now? Let me tell you a secret that everyone knows. I can do magic," in the little girl's doubtful eyes. He said firmly, "Just wait and see. No matter what questions I ask, your father Su Wenwu will answer me honestly." He hugged Su Xialing to his chest, and then opened a portal in front of him that led to the gate of the breeding farm. The three people fighting outside stopped their next actions in no particular order after noticing the door. They set their sights on the portal and heard its voice before they saw it. "Su Wenwu, put down your weapons. Put your hands on your head and surrender immediately." Yuri held the aggrieved Su Xialing in one hand, and held a sharp knife made of symbionts in the other hand against the latter's delicate neck. He looked at Su Wenwu with a fierce look on his face. "Your daughter is with me now. Please do as I say immediately. Otherwise I will slit her throat immediately. If you still care about her." It suddenly became quiet in front of the breeding factory. The little girl looked aggrieved. She really couldn't imagine that such a high-level magic as Yuri said could actually be used to kidnap children as hostages. Kate and Vanax also remained silent. They knew very well that they were cooperating. It was a performance, so they could only keep quiet until Yuri gave him an order for the next move. As for Su Wenwu, his heart is even more complicated. After seeing his daughter, his tense heart immediately relaxed because on the surface, she did not receive the abuse he imagined. This also meant that the other party's purpose in kidnapping Su Xialing was not to avenge himself out of hatred. This leaves a good chance of negotiation. But after he relaxed, he quickly noticed something strange. The people he sent to search in the breeding farm could still hear the sound of smashing things from time to time during the battle just now. But after the man who held his daughter hostage appeared, those sounds never sounded again. He was not a fool. He understood that all those people were probably dead. "What do you want from me?" Su Wenwu glanced at Su Xialing in Yuri's arms. His face still had the same indifferent expression. "Say your conditions and we can negotiate." Haha, Yuri looked down at Su Xialing in his arms and said with regret, "Mrxu Wenwu. It seems that you are exactly as described in the rumors. In your eyes, such a cute little daughter is just a tool used to negotiate with me." In this case, with a sharp look in his eyes, he lightly slashed with the sharp knife condensed from the symbiote in his hand. A thin line of blood immediately appeared on Su Xialing's neck, accompanied by Su Xialing's painful moans. Blood beads fell from her neck one by one. The blood leached out from the line and rolled down continuously along the delicate and smooth skin. "Stop!" Su Wenwu finally couldn't pretend anymore. He anxiously wanted to rush up and snatch Yuri's knife away. But before his first raised foot landed on the ground, Yuri pressed the knife deeper as a demonstration, somehow. He had no choice but to stand there and glare at Yuri. "If you dare to hurt her again, then I guarantee that no matter what you want to get from me, you will get nothing." Yuri looked like "I'm so scared." He looked at Su Xialing, who was shaking with fear in his arms, looked at Su Wenwu and said with a smile, "I have a question. And I really need your answer, I say." Su Wenwu looked at his daughter Su Xialing, who was held in Yuri's arms with her feet in the air. He felt pain in his heart. He raised his head and met Yuri's gaze. His tone was very determined. "I will tell you whatever you ask. I know where many treasures are buried, and I know many secret events that are buried in history. I'm not interested in that stuff." Yuri lowered his head and did not look at Su Wenwu at all. He held a sharp knife and gestured back and forth on Su Xialing's neck, like a skilled chef thinking about how to decompose the high-end ingredients in front of him. After a moment of silence, he raised his head. A look of nervous confusion. "Look at how you look now. Don't you care about your daughter very much? But why is it that from the information I have learned, you are completely opposite to your current behavior?" When Su Wenwu heard this strange question, His handsome face that had not been eroded by time suddenly showed an expression of hesitation. His mouth opened and closed, and the look in his eyes looking at Su Xialing changed from pure anxiety and worry. Gotta get complicated. Yuri waited for him with great interest for a few seconds, but the latter remained in a state of hesitation and refused to speak. As a last resort, he could only change his expression again and wave like a madman. The knife once again cut a longer and deeper gash on Su Xialing's neck than before. What are you waiting for? Yuri looked at Su Wenwu, who was standing there and roaring at him. The expression on his face and the movements of his hands looked like a real lunatic. You are waiting for me to cut more times on your daughter's neck. Or do you want me to kill your daughter? Stop. Su Wenwu now finally understood the meaning of the phrase, if you are ruthless. You will be stunned, and if you are stunned, you will lose your life. He stretched out his trembling hand and quickly explained, because I don't dare. Because I don't dare, I don't dare. Xialing looked so much like her mother. Su Wenwu collapsed on the ground as if his backbone had been ripped out. He raised his head, looked up at the daughter who was crying in Yuri's arms and said quietly, "That is the only love I have in this long life." After she left, there was not a day that went by that I didn't miss her. I hated myself for why I didn't eradicate the roots. And I hated myself for why I left them alone that night. Until one day, Xialing was naughty. She ran into my room and put on her mother's clothes. At that moment, I really thought she was back. The smiles on their faces were exactly the same. Their hair was as black and shiny. And even their movements towards me and holding me in their arms were exactly the same. After that day, in order to regain my career, I made up my mind to forget her mother. But Xialing is so similar to her as soon as I see her. I can't help but think of every moment when we were together. So, Yuri looked at the man who put his head on the ground and asked, "It's not that you don't love your daughter. You're just afraid of seeing people missing your late wife, right?" Su Wenwu did not answer. But his breathing became heavier. I know she longs for my care. And I understand how sad it is for her to be left out by me. But I dare not see her. I love her very much, she. But in order for her to no longer become my weakness like her mother, I have to do this. Yuri nodded and let go of his hand without saying a word. In Su Wenwu's astonished eyes, Su Xialing, who was held in his arms and had 2 bloody wounds on her neck, seemed to have been hit directly by the sun. The disillusionment quietly disappeared like a bubble. As his eyes moved back, he finally saw the daughter who was hiding behind Kate and looking at him with an aggrieved face. "We never kidnapped your daughter, Mrx Su Wenwu." Yuri waved to Su Xialing, who saw it and trotted obediently behind him, hiding and looking at his father, who was kneeling on the ground with a confused look on his face. "I do want to get something from you. But judging from the strength gap between us, I don't need those despicable methods to deal with you. The reason why I did that..." Yuri rubbed the little girl's head, bent down and held her in his arms. "That's just to verify a bet between me and Xialing to see if you really don't love her anymore. Now it seems that I have won." Su Wenwu was stunned on the ground for a long time, and finally came to his senses. He looked at his daughter, who was huddled in someone else's arms, and felt aggrieved. His heart felt like he had been punched hard, like. But after all, he is an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. He did not show anything strange. He just stared at Yuri and said coldly, as the helmsman behind the dignified Rebirth Pharmacy Company, the famous Ambrosius family, the next successor. "Yuri Ambrosius, are you meeting me just to help me deal with my own family problems?" Without even looking at him, Yuri lowered his head and whispered in Su Xialing's ear, "How about it? I'm willing to admit defeat. You have to help me get something. Daddy is a bad daddy." Su Xialing glanced at Su Wenwu secretly, and then glared at Yuri fiercely. "You are also a bad brother." What? Yuri laughed and whispered in his ear, "Have you seen the 10 rings on your father's arm? You can help me get them back. Even if we draw this round, I will agree to your request. How about this deal? Make sure you make money without losing money." When the two of them spoke, they could not lower their voices. with Su Wenwu's hearing which was blessed by the 10 rings. It was as clear as if it were in his ears. He lowered his head and raised his hand, looking at the 10 rings on his arm in silence for a while. Thoughts swirling since he got the 10 rings. He has fought in all directions and conquered every battle. He has conquered the largest empire, lived the longest years, drank the strongest wine, and played with the most beautiful women. He once thought that it was happiness. That was all he was after. But after the day he entered the taro bamboo forest, all this seemed to have changed. Where would I be without the 10 rings? He asked himself and answered, I will fight for him under the emperor's order. I will have a group of comrades and brothers who will share life and death. I will be discharged and return to my field like an ordinary person. I will find a well-matched or mutually agreeable woman to get married. After giving birth, I will age with the passage of time like everyone else. I will watch my offspring grow up day by day. I will sit on a recliner and watch the blue sky and white clouds all day long. I will be surrounded by the noise of my children and grandchildren. And Ran closes her eyes. Zhu Xialing was put down by Yuri. And like a little kitten that had just opened its eyes, she cautiously walked towards Su Wenwu. She looked at her father, who was bowing his head in deep thought without even looking at her. The grievance in her heart was like the roots of the tree are growing strong. And soon it is about to pierce the heart and come out of the eyes. Daddy. The childish voice brought Su Wenwu back to reality from his thoughts. He raised his head slightly and saw a childish face that had appeared in his dreams countless times. But unlike before his time, he no longer hit the little girl harshly, pushing away or ignoring her. He knelt down and pulled Su Xialing into his arms amidst her screams. It's good to hide your name and be an ordinary person. He shook his arm slightly, and the 10 rings on it slowly floated towards Yuri, who was smiling. For this set of sources of power that had both achieved and blinded him. He felt it was time to remove it, completely abandoned. Dad. Su Xialing in his arms had already burst into tears. Why are you so cruel? Why are you ignoring me? I thought. Daddy was wrong, Daddy was wrong. Su Wenwu buried his daughter's head on his shoulder. He gently stroked the latter's black and shiny hair, and his warm palms conducted the heat along the cold hair to the latter's head. From Dad will never do that again after today. And I promise Yao will always be Tojtharake. Let's not mention the father-daughter reunion there. Yuri stretched out his hand, and 10 metal rings of different shapes, and inlaid with different gemstones wrapped in a biological force field fell on his hand one by one. White blues no matter what the 10 rings were. The power of the artifact contained in it, and the gems embedded in it are also priceless. He sat cross-legged in the air, with 10 rings lined up in front of him. The detection capabilities of technology-side manufacturing and magic-side manufacturing quietly penetrated into the 10 rings. The invisible force scanned and analyzed over and over again. The mystery in it from the memory of the traveler. He learned that the 10 rings were a set of artifacts from the ancient divine system, heaven from the east. But looking at the historical documents preserved by Kamata, the largest supernatural force on Earth, and the memory of Merlin's, he couldn't find any trace of the other party's existence. So he could only believe in another theory. The 10 rings might be the weapon of a certain celestial clan. This kind of speculation is well-founded, as we all know. The 10 rings are not as weak as they were in the hands of the Su family. In addition to the super abilities of the 10 rings, they themselves are an extremely powerful weapon. Being smaller and indestructible, these 2 points alone are enough to prove their power. The 10 rings is just one of the names, in fact. In the oldest title, they are 10 rings rather than 10 rings. Since they are rings, they should be worn on the hand. Combining them can create a bigger picture. The insignificant characteristics, and the intelligent life form with 10 fingers in this world. Their owners are naturally self-evident. Yuri has a bold guess. There is no doubt that their owners are the Celestials. But this Celestials may not have been born yet. The purpose of their existence on Earth may be to kill their masters the moment they break the ball. He can summon them into his hands and has strong combat power. While Yuri was thinking, Su Xialing over there was coaxed to stop crying by Su Wenwu. This old man who had lived for thousands of years looked at Yuri with a look on his face that was unclear whether it was ridicule or kindness. Smile, it's difficult, right? In my long years, I have wanted to give them to others more than once so that I can have peace of mind. But unfortunately, except for my chief instructor who should have died in your hands, I've never seen a second person appear who could control it. What? Yuri gave Su Wenwu a funny look. You call your use of the 10 Commandments control? He shook his head and under Su Wenwu's puzzled gaze, he pinched the spell and waved it. And he transmitted the energy into 10 metal rings lined up. The gems embedded in the ring, which Su Wenwu thought were just decorations, shone brilliantly from weak to strong one by one, starting from those gems and running through the entire metal ring. Su Wenwu also thought that they were the mysterious patterns on the decoration gradually shine with their own light. Control while activating the 10 rings. Yuri shook his head with a smile and said, "You are like an unintelligent monkey, waving a sniper rifle loaded with bullets. But you only think that you have got an extremely hard iron rod." After having the super database of Merlin's wisdom, even if the knowledge he learned from it was only a drop in the bucket, it also made his technological and magic bilateral manufacturing capabilities a qualitative leap. In the past, the runes engraved in the 10 Commandments, he definitely couldn't understand it. But it was different now. Although he still didn't understand everything in it, he could at least roughly understand the meaning. It's like the English reading in the memory of the time traveler. Although the whole article is full of new words, Minato can piece together a roughly complete plot just by relying on the connectors among these countless new words. In such a short period of time, Yuri had no intention of exploring the entire 10 rings. He had only two goals. One was to activate the 10 rings so that they could show their true power. The other was to find the person who had inherited the 10 rings after Su Shanki. The reason why the signal sources actively emitted by them are generated. The first one is very simple: switch. As long as the person who created the 10 Commandments has no brain problems, he will definitely set it in the most conspicuous and convenient place. Yuri only found out their existence after a little inspection. The second one is not easy among so many runes. Trying to find one with special functions is equivalent to finding the fuse that can successfully pause the timing in a time bomb with intricate circuits. Fortunately, the generation of this information source requires the joint action of the 10 Commandments, which means that some of the 10 rings have the most similar aura pattern. And it may be his target. After many comparisons and repeated screenings, it is not bad with luck. He successfully found the lid that might lead to disaster. After setting isolation magic on these runes to block the incoming energy, he confidently and boldly injected the energy in his body into the activation runes of the 10 rings, watching the 10 metal rings that have accompanied me through thousands of years, showing a posture I have never seen before in the hands of a person who just got it. It feels like something depicting human nature. In film and television works, the male protagonist sees with his own eyes that the female protagonist is just as aggrieved and unwilling as the male and the female protagonist are having sex with each other. Although Yuri's words were ugly, Su Wenwu had to admit that this was the truth. During the thousands of years he had owned the 10 rings, he was really like a monkey holding a sniper rifle loaded with bullets. Although he dominated the entire group with the most insignificant part of the weapon in his hand, he never thought about it. Discover the true secrets of this weapon. 10 gleaming metal rings were spinning around Yuri in the air, like a group of puppies and kittens playing with their owners. They imprinted Yuri's breath into their bodies. And then 10 streams of light flashed. They shrank in size and were firmly wrapped around Yuri's 10 fingers. Yuri raised his hands in front of him and looked over and over at the 10 exquisite rings on them, creating gravity explosion controlling lightning, controlling the mind-controlling matter. These abilities were not only diverse, but also similar to the superpowers he now possessed. The abilities match exceptionally well. But that's not what pleased him the most. What pleased him most was that the 10 rings had never had any master who actually activated it before. This meant that Yuri was its first master, which also confirmed that his guess, the real owner of the 10 commandments, has not yet been born. That is the god Tiamu, who is still sleeping in the core of the earth. After opening and closing his palms a few times, he looked up at Su Wenwu, who was holding his daughter with a complicated expression on his face, and asked Su Wenwu, what are your plans next? Is there any place you want to go or something you want to do? Su Wenwu frowned slightly when he heard this. The 10 Rings gang under him is a huge worldwide organization, and he is fully aware of all the cliques and intrigues within it. However, with the powerful force of the 10 Rings, which should now be called the 10 Rings, he can always intimidate all the villains and suppress all the dissenters, even if they were put on the shelf in the past few years. The remaining power can still make the sneaky people dare not be presumptuous. But this time it's different if there are no accidents. The 10 Commandments will not belong to him at all. Without the blessing of the 10 Commandments, he is at best just a middle-aged man who has lived a long time, seen Alatha's rich experience, and possesses martial arts far beyond ordinary people. It is certainly easy to maintain his dark empire, but there is an extremely important prerequisite. That is, no one will cause trouble for him. He knew full well that this was impossible. It seems you haven't figured it out yet. Yuri stretched out his hand and waved towards the breeding farm. The car parked inside rushed over and stopped in front of him with a whoosh. Kate and Van Axe consciously opened all the doors on both sides and sat down together. He got into the driver's seat, walked around in a circle and got into the passenger seat. It's getting late, and it's hard to find a car this late at night. Yuri pointed towards the car and said, if you don't mind, you might as well take my car back together. I have a good idea about the future that you haven't thought about yet. This, Zhu Wenwu was still hesitating, but Yuri's next words completely dispelled his worries, even if you don't care. Zio Zialing is always needed, right? Su Wenwu lowered his head and looked at his daughter in his arms. The latter raised his head, looked at Yuri and then at his father and said seriously, don't worry. Dad, brother Yuri and the others are fine, don't be afraid. If he dares to hit you, I will fight him back for you. Su Wenwu no longer hesitated. He hugged his daughter and leaned over to sit in the car. Wait a moment. Yuri did not sit back in the car immediately. He came to those unlucky farm employees and found that they had already been stunned in the aftermath of the battle. The bright golden eyes turned completely white, and Yuri quickly revised all their memories about the past. After making up a plot with clear logic and seemingly reasonable logic around the broken corpses and broken doors in the breeding farm, and then turning his group into victims of bitter hatred, he clapped his hands and turned around to sit down with satisfaction. Back in the car, he only needs to give a reasonable explanation. As for the truth of the matter, for the sake of the so-called social stability, whether it is the police military or SHILD, recalling the timeline in the memories of old Rogers and the time traveler. Loki will come to Earth in a few days, let's talk later. Yuri got into the car, closed the door and looked at Su Wenwu who was sitting next to him. The two looked at each other, and the latter spoke first, what were you doing just now? Modify their memories. Yuri told the truth, there may be a period of time in the future. You and your 10 Rings gang will encounter overt and covert probing by countless people. Because I put part of the blame on you, Zhu Wenwu nodded, showing no concern for this scapegoat falling from the sky, just kidding. If he was afraid of being investigated and targeted, then his 10 Ring gang should have been disbanded long ago. What he is most concerned about knows what Yuri said before. His thoughts about the future, I thought so. As if he could read his inner thoughts. Before Su Wenwu could speak, Yuri took the lead and said, you join my camp and in return, I will give you more power than when you had 10 rings before. I know you have lived for a long time and I know your strength. Believe me, MRXU, your real strength is not your ability to fight, but your ability to manage everything and handle affairs. Whether you want to admit it or not. But in that seems to me to be the truth, Su Wenwu was silent. If other people said that he was not strong in fighting, he would definitely give them some trouble. But what the person next to him said was very reasonable. Yuri took out his mobile phone from the storage space, found the information bar after some operations on it, and handed the mobile phone to Su Wenwu. This is my current general manager. Ethan was originally a not very famous scientist, was entrusted by me to manage the company after being rescued by me. But it's a pity. He shook his head and said half teasingly and half helplessly, although he has been studying very hard. This guy really hates his current job. Look at the message he sent me. He is not begging me to give him. I sent a few trusted assistants to ask me when I would be laid off. Su Wenwu dialed the phone a few times and returned it to Yuri. He took a deep breath and said, "So if I accept your opinion, what will my future identity be or subordinate? Servant or housekeeper, how is this possible?" Yuri smiled and shook his head and said that he was overthinking. Joining my camp does not mean that you surrender to me. We are collaborators and partners who help each other. Although there may be a big gap in strength between us, believe me, you are equals. Su Wenwu's expression softened slightly, and he asked the question he most wanted to know the answer to. You said you would give me more power than when I had the 10 rings. What was that? It depends on your own choice. Yuri confidently introduced, I have superpowers to improve physical fitness. Superpowers to increase special functions. Magic and witchcraft. I even said that if you really miss the 10 commandments, I can try it. A set of 10 rings is tailor-made for you that you can truly control and unleash your full power. He spread his right hand upwards, and the mobile phone in his hand floated up as if it had lost gravity. Under Su Wenwu's horrified gaze and Su Xialing's round eyes, the whole mobile phone looked like something from Transformers. Just like the Autobots, they automatically decompose and change shape, clicking. During this process, stretched out his left hand again, pinched the magic weapon, and a little bit of golden magic energy flowed down his fingers into the 9 thin metal rings, accompanied by a burst of the subtle sound of laser engraving. Each mysterious rune and formation was imprinted on it by Yuri. After that, he covered his left hand on top of his right hand. After a moment of pause, he flipped his hand over and covered his right hand on top of his left hand. After doing this several times, only a pop sound was heard. Yuri spread his hands, and a metal ring that looked exactly like one of the 10 rings, except that it was not inlaid with any gems, appeared on his wrist in the palm of your hand. The material of the mobile phone is not very good, and there are a lot of impurities and waste materials in it. Yuri handed the ring in his hand to Su Wenwu and motioned for him to pick it up. But before the latter made a move, Su Xialing, who was held in his arms, took it in his hand with a swish. Unfortunately, the little girl was really, she had no autonomy. And before she could take a closer look, her father took it away. The little girl is very careless. Su Wenwu gave his daughter a head-shattering blow. The latter pretended to cover her head and said in a resentful tone, Bad dad. I was originally thinking that I would use the reward from my bet with brother Yuri to help you get something good. Now, it can only be said that he is worthy of being a little cotton-padded jacket. Within an hour of getting back together, Su Xialing learned how to cheat without a teacher. Su Wenwu angrily held Su Xialing in his arms to prevent her from showing her head, and even made a bet. How come which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted? He held the ring and tentatively activated it according to his previous experience of using 10 rings. Then after a slight buzzing sound, the metal ring was quickly put on his arm. With white streaks, the energy started to flow through his entire body, instantly from the arm covered with rings. And Su Wenwu couldn't help but groan at the numb feeling. Let me introduce you. Yuri spoke while Su Wenwu was still adapting and fumbling. The ability of this little thing is to emit various forms of energy along the electromagnetic spectrum, thereby creating a powerful gravitational field. You can use it to restrain the enemy, or this field acts on oneself and realizes all kinds of miraculous effects. But he changed his voice, shook his head and stated its disadvantages, as I said just now. The material used to make it is so rubbish that maybe after you use it a few times, a certain area engraved with a certain rune, if it cannot withstand the powerful force, it will collapse on its own. The white energy surging in Su Wenwu's body finally slowly disappeared. He took a long breath, looked at the ring on his arm and said, "This is already very good." He stretched out the hand that was not holding his daughter to Yuri, and said with firm eyes and affirmative tone, "Mr. Yuri Ambrosius, I choose to follow your advice and join your camp." An extremely wise choice. Yuri smiled and took Su Wenwu's hand and shook it vigorously a few times. He leaned back on the chair, stretched out a finger and gently drew a circle on the road ahead. A blue portal quietly appeared in the distance, about 100 meters ahead of the car, and opposite the teleportation gate was the entrance to Yuri's beachside villa. The moment the portal appeared, Kate released the accelerator and gently stepped on the brake. The vehicle slowed down smoothly, and finally slowly passed through the portal and entered the interior of the villa, where the door opened automatically. After parking the car, Vanix, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately opened the door and got out of the car. She opened the door on Yuri's side and affectionately held Yuri's arm, who had just gotten out of the car. The latter rolled his eyes and invited Su Wenwu, who was walking out of the car from the other side with his daughter in his arms. "Come on, my partner. You are welcome to stay at my house for a while as a friend." Early the next morning, inside the villa restaurant, while helping his daughter pack the lobsters, Su Wenwu casually asked Yuri opposite him, "What happened last night?" "Yuri, why do golden lines appear on the walls of my room from time to time? Is this a normal phenomenon or just last night?" Su Xiaoling, who escaped from her father's clutches after entering the villa, immediately held Yuri's arm and used the reward from the draw bet. Yuri needed to agree to her one condition. "In addition to Daddy's set of 10 rings, I want a super powerful rope dart." After ignoring Su Wenwu's refusal and agreeing, Yuri returned to the room on the pretext of making weapons for the two of them. Not long after, Vanix and Kate also got in one after another. Delicious food is close by. How could Yuri, who had not eaten meat for more than a month, be able to bear it when it was so available at his fingertips? That night, a fierce battle started in the small room, with the doors and windows closed. Every room in the villa has excellent sealing properties thanks to Yuri's superpower. However, the noise caused by the three people was too great. The shock-absorbing and silencing formations could no longer completely eliminate the noise they created. So in order to ensure the peace in the house, various formations in Su Wenwu's room had to work. Although this was the truth, Yuri definitely couldn't tell the truth. He raised his head and drank the first glass of wine today, and then said calmly with an expression that said, "You don't need to care. After I went back last night, in order to create a good enough weapon for you and Zia Ling, I studied in the room for a long time, you know. Research is bound to cause some unnecessary noise. But these are small things after a night of hard work. I have basically got some insights. Probably in the past few days, you will be able to get your own weapons." Su Wenwu just asked casually. He thought that the movement last night was caused by Yuri's physical exercise, because in his opinion, a person with such powerful strength must be addicted to training himself. But he did not expect that the latter worked all night for himself and his daughter. He glanced at Su Xiaoling, who was sitting next to him and was addicted to eating shrimp, and then leaned towards Yuri opposite without leaving any trace. His voice was very small, as if he was afraid of being heard by the people around him. "Actually, I don't think Zia Ling needs so-called weapons. If possible, it can't." Although Su Xiaoling was indeed immersed in cooking, she was always paying attention to every move of others. After seeing her old father leaning forward and whispering, she immediately pricked up her ears under the table. The short leg angrily kicked Su Wenwu. "If you keep doing this, I won't like you anymore." Su Wenwu glared at Su Xiaoling angrily, but received a pair of eyes that widened even further. Helpless, he could only admit the matter. Just when Yuri thought he could finish the meal quietly, Su Wenwu spoke again, perhaps out of embarrassment, or perhaps wanting to repay part of the favor. The uncrowned king of the underground dark world, the man who once dominated the world, patted his chest and said confidently, "In my 10 rings and Zia Ling's rope dart forge, do you need any help with the required materials? Military alloy special steels, various laboratory products that cannot be mass-produced, and even the legendary and priceless vibranium. As long as you need it, I am sure to get it for you." Yuri nodded and shook his head. He looked at Su Wenwu opposite and explained, "The vibranium you mentioned is the best material on the technology side. But whether it is the 10 rings I made for you or the one I made for Zia Ling, rope darts they are most likely based on magic. Don't worry, MRXU." He raised his glass and stretched it out to Su Wenwu. After the two clinked glasses, smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. If you feel really sorry, you might as well go to my rebirth pharmacy company, Ethan. As if I know you are coming, I will definitely punch through the ceiling with joy." Su Wenwu heard what Yuri meant, but he still didn't give up. "I'm going back to the company." "But Yuri, if vibranium is the best material made by the technology side, then what about the magic side? The magic side is the best. Whatever the material is, as long as it is available on the Earth, I can make it for you. It's not for anything else, it's just, I can't let you work alone, can I, Tahafis?" While Su Wenwu was talking, Yuri quickly cleared away the food on the plate. He wiped his mouth and looked at the former with a smile. "I can understand your mood, MRXU, but there is really nothing you can do in this regard. If your intelligence organization has investigated there, you should have heard the truth about the meteorite crash that happened in Mexico not long ago. The best material made by the magic side is indeed not on the Earth. It is in the legendary kingdom of gods, countless light years away from the Earth, Asgard." He put down his napkins, stood up and left the table. "I know you have a lot of energy, MRXU, but just leave this matter to me. What you have to do now is to spend more time with your daughter and make up for the mistreatment of your daughter in the past few years. She owes her a debt, and in the meantime, just go and help my poor Ethan handle the company affairs during the free time." "Oh, father," Su Xiling interrupted what Su Wenwu wanted to say. "I'm going to Disneyland." Su Wenwu looked at his daughter, who was holding his arms and dangling, and then at Yuri, who disappeared directly into the restaurant through a portal. He smiled helplessly and said, Okay, you. This time I owe you a lot of favors." At the same time, in a deserted and silent universe, there is a fleet of spaceships full of technology. A group of half-flesh, half-mechanical Chitauri are half-kneeling on the ground, reporting something to the person sitting on the huge throne in front of them. "Great world-destroying overlord. Although all methods have been exhausted, we still cannot detect the existence of the cosmic cube. Maybe it's time for you to interrogate Loki Odinson, the second prince who claims to be from Asgard. We have reason to suspect that everything he told you is a big lie made up to survive." On listening to the continuous accusations at his feet, the man on the throne said nothing. He turned to look at Loki in green robe, standing beside him with his hands behind his back and frowning, quietly waiting for the latter to give him a reasonable explanation. Feeling the gaze on his face, Loki instantly woke up from his meditation. He turned to face the man in golden armor on the throne and bowed unhurriedly. "Great world-destroying overlord. You should remember the human named Yuri I mentioned to you. This is a strong man who even my father must treat as an equal. And the cosmic cube is in his hands." Loki turned sideways and glanced down at the several Chitauri kneeling on the ground. He took a deep breath and continued, "In my opinion, a person who is that powerful will definitely be able to see the hidden meanings in the cosmic cube. What kind of mystery is he holding? And he must know what this mystery represents, since he chose to hold the cosmic cube and the space gem hidden in it. He must have the confidence to deal with the enemies who want to take it away from him. At the very least, he has the ability to hide this peerless treasure through some means. The great world-destroying overlord Mr. Thanos." Loki saluted again. I can swear to you on my life and honor that the cosmic cube definitely exists objectively on Midgard. These Chitauri scientists under your command cannot detect the cosmic cube or the space stone. Absolutely not. It's because I have concealed my information. But because they lack the ability to avoid the powerful man's hidden methods. The Chitauri kneeling on the ground would never admit that there were problems with their skills. They raised their heads and were about to argue. But they saw the golden-armored giant sitting on the throne reaching out to them and shaking his hand gently. After shaking it, he said to Loki beside him, since the Chitauri's technology cannot accurately detect the location of the cosmic cube, it is up to you, the provider of information, to find its location in person. When Loki heard that, he immediately bowed his head and looked extremely obedient. The corners of his mouth raised a subtle arc. But his tone was extremely serious. The great world-destroying overlord Thanos. It is my duty to serve you, it's a great honor, but... Thanos frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. Oh yes. Loki's head dropped lower and the corners of his mouth raised higher. He said in a worried tone, as you know, Midgard is part of the 9 realms. And the 9 realms are mine. The territory of my father Odin. As his former son, I know his character very well. If I am found in Midgard, he will definitely capture me as soon as possible to make up for the crimes I have committed. The next mistake, in addition, there are also the famous supreme mage Ancient One on Midgard, and the strong human named Yuri. Please forgive me for being too straightforward. Even if you are the world-destroying overlord, and you don't dare to head to Midgard rashly when these people exist. Right, bold. My Lord Thanos, please allow me to throw this guy out. Several Chitauri who were kneeling on the ground wanted to get up and cut him into pieces when they heard the treasonous words from Loki's mouth. However, Thanos, the person involved, did not show any dissatisfaction or even anger as they expected. Anger, you are right. Under the disbelieving gazes of all his men, Thanos slowly stood up from the huge throne. As his footsteps moved, the hard shining golden armor collided and rubbed against each other, making a crisp clanking sound. Your father, the god King Odin's, made his name in this world thousands of years ago. And at that time I was not yet born. The supreme mage Ancient One alone defeated almost all known and unknown dimensional lords. And the strong human named Yuri you mentioned. Although I don't have any information about him, a guy who can make the god King Odin look at him equally. His danger, the level won't be much lower. A thick and powerful voice kept ringing from his mouth. I have a more important mission to complete. So I can't risk my life after all. In the eyes of the above 3 so-called righteous people, Thanos am a ruthless evil executioner. He walked unhurriedly to the shelf next to the throne. On it was placed a strange-looking scepter, engraved with mysterious patterns all over, and exuding the aura of science and technology. So, Thanos gently grabbed the scepter, held the yellow gem embedded in the tip of the scepter in front of his eyes and watched it obsessively. I will provide you with everything you need. About the Ancient One and the space gem. Top secret intelligence, powerful weapons, and a promise. What promise? Loki saw Thanos turning to face him, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on the gorgeous scepter held by the latter and the yellow gem inlaid in the tip of the scepter, which was the famous Infinity Stone. One of the best, the Soul Gem. Thanos noticed the look in his eyes, but he didn't care. I know why you surrendered to me, Loki. Holding the scepter, he walked slowly towards Loki. His tall figure and thick armor made him look like a moving mountain. Asgardians have long lifespans, but they have their limits. Everyone knows that your father, the god King Odin, is about to burn out the fire of his life, and his road to kingship is about to come to an end. I promise you, Loki. The gem on the tip of the Mind Scepter held by Thanos suddenly shone with a faint light. Under this light, Loki looked up as if he didn't realize it. He saw Thanos' determined eyes and heard the words from those who followed. The words that came out of his mouth made his blood boil and he couldn't control himself. You brought the space gem to me, and in return, I will make you the next king of Asgard after Odin. Loki's face turned dark blue. and his eyes quickly turned blood red in this excitement. He couldn't help but reveal his frost giant bloodline. This skin color that should have disgusted him now, but it didn't make any waves in him. He knelt down on one knee towards Thanos, his eyes full of determination and a beautiful vision for the future. Great world-destroying overlord Thanos. Please rest assured. I will definitely bring the space gems to you. Okay, very good, very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Thanos' big wrinkled purple face. He stretched out his arm and gently placed the Mind Scepter in his hand in the palm of Loki's hand raised above his head. For mastery for you who practice psychic magic. There is no more powerful weapon than the Psychic Scepter. Now goes there with this huge Chitauri army in front of you. I will deliver them into the palm of your hand. For my mission, for your dreams. Thanos gently placed his palms on Loki's hair and rubbed it gently. He smiled kindly like an old father sending off his son for the war. Let's go to Midgard. The great world-destroying overlord Thanos. Loki held the spiritual scepter, feeling the surge in strength under its blessing. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Please wait for the good news. We have not found the existence of the cosmic Rubik's Cube, but it does not mean that our detection ability is weak. A Chitauri scientist brought Loki to a huge sphere suspended in the air. He waved his hand and opened a holographic projection, which showed the current position of the fleet. The next moment, the galaxy on the screen quickly flowing. The starlight all over the sky is connected into a light curtain. And finally, the picture is still in the solar system where the Earth is located. According to the cosmic coordinates of Midgard you provided, we have indeed detected the existence of an energy source with the same origin as the space gem. And many more did you detect it. Loki's expression was not very good. He looked down at the dwarf who was 2 heads shorter than him, and asked angrily, then why did you say that the existence of the cosmic cube was not detected in front of Thanos just now? How dare you lie to him? The Chitauri scientist raised his head and glanced at Loki like a fool. I have served Thanos for many years, and I don't need you to question my loyalty to him. Your experience in finding infinite gems. You are also not qualified to question my judgment. The infinite stones contain endless terrifying energy. Since the birth of this universe, they have been everywhere, leaving traces of their existence in many places. But the traces are just traces, just like radiation. Traces the existence of cannot represent the existence of gems. Seeing that Loki seemed to realize his mistake, he snorted and slowed down his tone in the first few moments. We had the same idea as you, but after failing dozens of times in a row, this idea disappeared. It no longer exists. While operating the suspended giant ball to open and reveal the cavity inside, the Chitauri scientist introduced the equipment in front of Loki. This is a space teleportation facility we created in order to save manpower and material resources. Its first advantage is that it can transmit the target to a space with an error of no more than 10 meters at the destination. This accuracy is one of the best in the entire universe. The second advantage is that it can achieve ultra-long distances. The transmission can be locked to the coordinates as long as it does not exceed the detection range. Everything has advantages and disadvantages. Obviously, this technology has been very perfect, because only one scientist can control the entire process. And he even has time and brain to talk to Loki. Its shortcomings are the number and volume of targets transmitted at one time. Wait, I'll have hard limits, all right. He clapped his hands, looked at the huge ball that had begun to slowly rotate, stretched out his hand and said, Your Highness Loki from Asgard, you have received all the knowledge and information that Thanos promised you. And now the equipment it has been fully debugged. So if you have no other questions, please feel free to ask. Loki looked at the scientist in front of him, and then at the huge suspended ball. He tightened the spiritual scepter in his hand, took a deep breath, and then stepped on the suspended ball that extended all the way to the inside of the ball. Among the stairs, after lying down in a capsule-like device, he felt his eyes light up, and then the familiar sense of space crossing instantly filled his entire senses. Die, accompanied by a rapid electronic alarm. Nick Fury strode into the slightly crude research institute wearing a black leather coat. Under the care of the rebirth potion and the most professional medical team in the world. His injuries have fully recovered without leaving any physical sequelae. After regaining consciousness, the first thing he did was to recruit the people who had been there. The brilliant Jane Foster and her mentor in Mexico State secretly opened S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-secret storage vault and took out the Cosmic Cube research facilities and related information left behind by Hydra during World War II. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the men and women who can directly quell the chaos in the 9 realms in the future. Professor Eric and Dr. Jane's abilities in energy research far exceed everyone's imagination. But they have only been exposed to this information for a dozen or so years. By the end of the day, they had understood it all and started their own practical exploration. After that, it only took less than a month for them to activate Hydra's Cosmic Cube energy block manufacturing machine without the Cosmic Cube through a series of operations that I couldn't understand but I called awesome. Successfully reversed this process and finally produced a controllable, continuously regenerating Cosmic Cube energy source. After Fury learned the news, he wished he could enshrine these 2 people and worship them every day. But the good situation did not last too long. Just after the energy source was created, a lot of abnormal data that could not be explained appeared in just a few days. Just when everyone thought it was an algorithm error and tried to modify it. Toddy a few 10 minutes ago. Abnormal data filled the entire data screen, moreover. The energy source has also undergone inexplicable changes visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Fury frowned. He walked quickly to the researchers and looked with them at the huge blue energy source, located more than 10 meters in front, which was about to expand into the control facility. This is due to the characteristics of this energy. Director, Eric held a piece of papyrus filled with messy formulas and came to Fury's side. His face was full of excitement and joy for having just solved a big problem. The essential attribute of this energy source is space. You can understand the space, is it? He is equivalent to a door. A door that can lead to any place in the universe. And the function of the door is to communicate between 2 spaces. Jane Foster in a white coat also came over. And she added excitedly, you know. The door can be opened not only from our side, but also from the unknown end. Nick Fury not only frowned, but also made a black question mark face on his entire face. He tilted his head and looked at Eric and asked sharply, so what you mean is that there is someone? Or there is some unknown person? The aliens with the identity are trying to reach the Earth through some method, using this energy source as a medium. Yes, that's right. Jane looks like an idiot with a missing brainstem. There are other intelligent life forms outside the Earth. This is proof. Are you kidding me? Nick pushed Jane away. He came to the scientific researchers he had personally trained and gave a straightforward order. Close it. Now immediately, I'm sorry, sir. The scientific researcher sitting in front of the computer recording the data helplessly spread his hands and said, we have tried cutting off the power supply. But this guy itself is an energy source. Although we are unwilling to admit it, all we can do now is wait and see what happens. Or it's about praying to God that the person who comes to Earth is a guy who is friendly to humans. Fuck God, a Patton. Nick turned to look at Barton, who was observing the situation from the top, and ordered loudly, organize all personnel to evacuate quickly immediately. After receiving the order, Barton quickly slid down from a hanging rope. After nodding to Fury, took out a small, high-power loudspeaker from his waist and pointed it at the group of people who were still observing the data in front of the test bench. The scientific researchers and those who were busy transferring data made arrangements loudly. As a research project set up secretly by Fury, all information here is not allowed to be leaked to the outside world. And the researchers and staff in it must also be subject to some extremely strict restrictions. Just like now, even if there is a powerful enemy in front of them, they are not allowed to escape at will. And someone must monitor them here. A group of scientific researchers and workers quickly organized, classified and packaged various materials and data. At the same time, under Fury's order, a group of heavily armed agents also rushed here from the outside world to carry out the investigation. Support. Barton had already changed into his combat uniform. He stood in a dark corner, put a bow and arrow with a large dose of anesthetic in the arrow on the special bow and arrow in his hand, and then bent the bow like a full moon's, holding his breath and staring at the blue energy source that is constantly expanding and contracting. Rumble, rumble. The movement of the energy group is getting louder and louder. But fortunately, most people have been evacuated from the site. No only Fury Bartons. Professor Eric and Professor Eric, who insist on staying here, are left in the huge research site. Several security personnel arrived quickly after receiving the order. Boom! A blue energy beam instantly shot out from the energy source. It was inserted into the space 20 meters ahead. A bowl-sized space channel began to slowly expand with the energy beam as the center. After the passage was extended to allow a car to enter and exit it, under everyone's gasite exploded, and a surging energy shock wave hit everyone fiercely. Without any preparation, next except for Hawkeye Barton, a senior agent with many battles and experience. Everyone was thrown away and slid on the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Barton watched with an arrow and found that after the explosion, a humanoid creature emitting dissipating blue light appeared in the space passage. He blinked without any hesitation and waited for a long time for a tranquilizing arrow. Ejaculation instantly. The specially made bow and arrow rotated and trembled at high speed but when it approached the humanoid creature, half kneeling on the ground in a superhero landing posture, the arrow seemed to have encountered some obstacle, and the speed of its advance was faster than the naked eye. The visible speed quickly slowed down. Loki slowly raised his head. Because the distance of this teleportation was too far, the teleported target spent a lot of energy along the way to resist the mental shock caused by the spatial changes during the teleportation process. He glanced at the metal arrow resting in front of his temple, and slowly stood up with the spiritual scepter in his hand. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air on the earth's here. He will be Loki, the first stop to become king, sir. Please put down the spear in your hand. Fury climbed up from the ground in embarrassment. The black leather jacket he was wearing didn't know what material it was made of. It was rubbed against the ground, not to mention signs of damage. There wasn't even a speck of dust on it. Loki looked at the mind scepter in his hand, with a wicked smile on his lips. He recalled the methods he had obtained on how to activate the scepter, and slowly pointed the tip of the wand at the point he had just taken out from his lower back. One-eyed black man with a small pistol, boom. A sky-blue laser beam shot out from the tip of the staff. But except for Professor Eric, everyone present was an out-and-out warrior. The moment Loki pointed the tip of the staff at him, Fury dodged with great agility, rolled over and rolled behind a piece of research equipment, raised the gun in his hand and prepared to fight back. But how could Loki stand and be beaten? He used his legs and jumped up high. The psychic scepter in his hand fired several laser beams in midair. The powerful energy rays directly disemboweled those unlucky ones who were hit. Broken bellies, ding 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 dongs. Several security personnel finally shot the bullets on Loki's body. But to their surprise, the bullets packed with huge kinetic energy hit Loki's green robe, which looked like ordinary cloth and were directly shot. It bounced back, evacuates. Seeing that something was not going well, Fury immediately wanted to retreat. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a man in a green robe standing in front of him. Loki took time to look up and down at the one-eyed black man in front of him. With a warm smile on his face, they all listened to you. Then you are the leader of these people. How about doing me a favor, Director? Leave him alone and evacuate quickly. Just when Fury was in a dilemma, Hawkeye shot an arrow, which directly penetrated the green-robed figure who was talking in front of him. This is fake, I'm here to stop the real thing. Fury turned his head and glanced at Loki, who was still massacring the security personnel. He did not hesitate anymore. closed his only remaining eye, and passed directly through the phantom of Loki, who stretched out his hand to block him. He strode towards the exit. He also didn't forget to turn around and shoot Loki twice from time to time. Loki pulled out the tip of the Mind Scepter from the chest of the last armed agent. He turned his head to avoid the bullet fired by Fury, then swung his staff to knock away Hawkeye's cold arrow, and gave him a cold look. Fury disappeared at the entrance. In the fight, just Nohai's divine power, which was exhausted in the space shuttle, finally recovered some. After dodging a cold arrow from Hawkeye again, a figure exactly like him quietly appeared in front of Hawkeye. Phantom Luo Jai stretched out his scepter and pointed at the latter's chest. But Hawkeye was not moved at all in his sight. Loki always stood still and did not move. So the one in front of him must be the same as the one that appeared in front of Fury. An illusory projection, his observation is indeed correct. But how can an ordinary person who has never been exposed to magic be able to guess the magic? The moment the tip of the spiritual scepter touched Hawkeye's chest, this phantom suddenly condensed into reality. Smoke-like psychic energy flowed from the Mind Stone into Barton's chest. They penetrated into his brain along the latter's flesh and blood, and arbitrarily modified the latter's thoughts under Loki's order. "You are very spiritual." Loki smiled and took away the scepter. He looked at the top shooter with sky-blue eyes in front of him and said with a smile, "Now, you are mine, Stark Buildings." This tallest and most ostentatious building in the city is now completely dark. Countless media crouched around the building, pointing their cameras at the dark building in front of them. Countless off-site hosts held microphones and introduced the current situation to their viewers on the camera. "Hello. Dear audience friends, if you are as you can see. Just 10 minutes ago, Stark Tower was completely disconnected from the power grid connected to the outside. It's dark now in Stark Tower, and all we can see are a few shining emergency lights. It is like a star that has extinguished its light. Can this star shine again and live up to expectations?" After the commercial, come right back. At the same time, a ray of fire shot into the sky from the sea. Tony drove the deep-sea operation armor he developed and walked through the bustling streets. He looked at his beloved on the helmet display and said, "From now on in the future, Stark Tower will become a landmark building for self-sufficient clean energy." Pepper, wearing a simple home office uniform, leaned on the table and looked at the confident and proud man on the virtual screen in front of her. She joked, "The premise is that your arc reactor can take over the power generation and operate normally." "I am very sure." Tony turned a corner in his armor. This was an avenue that led directly to Stark Tower. He raised his head and glanced at the dark building in the distance. He clicked his tongue twice and then ordered to Jarvis, "Now, light it up." Bangs, bang, bang, bangs, amid countless reporters rushing to report. This dark building lit up layer by layer from the first floor up. Helicopters from several high-energy news companies hovered around the building, the reporters inside pointing to the huge slogan that flashed a few times in the camera and then suddenly brightened up. He made fun of Stark's high profile. Tony flew up the building to the landing platform of the armor. While talking to Pepper, he strode forward along the winding open-air passage. As he advanced, a circular hollow device emerged from the ground. It turned from horizontal to upright, and countless mechanical arms stretched out from it, dismantling Tony's armor piece by piece. "Sir, Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. is calling." Jarvis's voice broke into the conversation between the two at an inappropriate time, and Tony directly ordered without thinking, "Say I'm outside." "I am indeed outside." After a few seconds, Jarvis spoke again. "Sir said he had to talk to you." Tony glanced at Pepper in the penthouse, shook his head and joked, "Have some backbone, Jarvis." "I have an appointment tonight." He strode towards Pepper, who was barefoot and looking happily at the successful man in front of him. The two of them were chatting, laughing, and joking around. Seeing that they were both sitting on the sofa, they were about to enter a more in-depth communication session. Suddenly, Tony and Pepper's exclusive elevator that could reach here dinged and opened. "Security breach." When Tony saw the bald man coming out of the elevator, his face turned ugly for a moment. He complained, not sure whether he was reminding Jarvis or mocking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s methods of doing things. Mr. Stark, Miss Pepper, good evening. Although his methods were somewhat unflattering. After the official meeting, Coulson's behavior was always so unproblematic that no one could fault him. He took the tablet under his arm, looked at Tony and said, "I can't stay long. You have to hurry up and read these materials. The sooner the better." Seeing the serious expression on his face, Tony knew that now was not the time to joke. He stared at the tablet handed to him by Coulson, shook his head and said, "I don't like to take things handed to me by others." "It's okay, I like it." Pepper reached out at the right time, and she took the tablet from Coulson's hand. With a confused expression on the latter's face, she turned her hand and handed it to Tony, who obediently stretched out his hand to take it. Tony took the tablet and turned around and walked towards the workbench. But when he turned around, he found that his little Pepper was still chatting and laughing with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He could only clear his throat and pretend to be indifferent and called out, "Pepper, come here, I need your help." Coulson stood at the door and observed for a moment, and found that the so-called help was a passionate kiss after a while of whispering. He turned around helplessly and sighed. Tony opened the information, and videos and photos were instantly projected into the air in front of him. Captain America, Hulk, Thor, Destroyer, Tina, Loki, who just appeared, there's even Yuri. "I'm going to Washington tonight." After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Pepper decisively chose to leave. She put on her shoes without hesitation and walked into the elevator despite Tony's plea, and went downstairs accompanied by Coulson. "Oh." Tony pulled out Yuri's photo and enlarged it. He raised his chin and said to himself, "What on earth is this? Are you involved in it, India, Calcutta? In this place full of violence and poverty, there is such a dilapidated building in the middle of a noisy market. It may not have gorgeous decorations or a solid body, but everyone living here knows that this place is a safe house. Its owner is a doctor named Banner here. Everyone only needs to pay a very small amount of money compared to other hospitals or clinics, and can receive treatment that is dozens of times better than other hospitals or clinics. Medical service at this time is nightfall." A little girl wearing a tattered robe and a panic expression suddenly ran into the building. She got into the open door and ran up the stairs quickly. "Who are you?" The nurse, who was working on the side, noticed the little girl walking up the stairs. She quickly blocked the entrance of the stairs and waved to the ladder, "Get out quickly. There are patients here. Are you a doctor?" The little girl stood on the stairs and looked at the female nurse and said anxiously, "My father is sick. He is unconscious now. He is very hot and keeps screaming. But no matter how I call him, he just can't open his eyes." "Open your eyes and look at me. Don't worry, speak slowly." Banner, who was dressed in a decent suit, washed his face and interrupted the little girl. He squatted down, pointed at the guys lying on the simple hospital bed who couldn't stop coughing, and asked, "Are they the same as them?" When the little girl saw Banner, she stretched out her clenched palm towards him. A small amount of banknotes came into Banner's eyes. Along with it, the little girl begged as if she was crying. "I beg you." Banner looked at the banknotes in her hand. With a kind smile on his face, then led the way. He picked up the medical kit that he had prepared earlier and carried it on his shoulder, and followed the little girl through the noisy market at a fast pace. Along the way, people recognized Banner from time to time, and most of them smiled and bowed to say hello. Banner also smiled and nodded to these patients or family members who may have been treated by him in the past. The little girl was either walking briskly or jogging along the way. From time to time, she would turn her head to look at Banner, who was following behind her. She had a complex expression on her face that she was both afraid that he would lose track of him and that she would not be able to provide timely treatment to her sick father. The two of them walked through the more prosperous downtown area one after another and arrived at the outskirts of the city. A slum within a slum. After walking through another open space full of grass, the little girl finally told him that he had arrived. Banner looked at the extremely simple house in front of him. There were no doors, only a few rags fluttering in the wind, and no windows, just a few broken boards nailed together. Outside the house, several men chatting looked sideways. I glanced at myself, and then continued chatting as if nothing was wrong. 3 or 4 children gathered around a small TV that would be filled with snowflakes from time to time and watched with great interest. While he was observing the environment, the little girl had already run into the simple house in front of him. Banner retracted his eyes and walked in. But in his shocked expression, the little girl actually obeyed. He climbed out of a window that was not completely sealed and disappeared. What? Banner looked at the window and laughed to himself. You idiot. You should collect the money first. Shouldn't you stay away from stress? A clear female voice came from behind. Banner raised his eyebrows and turned around to see a beautiful girl with red hair. Tall figure and stunning appearance. Sharon came out from behind the curtain. This woman looked very interested. Banner asked with a very familiar look, "Why did you choose such a place to settle?" "You led me outside the city limits." Banner did not answer Natasha's question. He put down the medical kit on his shoulder and nodded to the latter with approval. Wise decision. He got out close to the window and found that all the men chatting and children watching TV outside had disappeared, if I guessed correctly. This place should have been surrounded right. You guessed wrong. Natasha took off the distinctive clothes she was wearing. She smiled as she walked and said, "There are only 2 of you and me here." She lay on the chair, crossed her legs and looked at Banner, who was pacing back and forth in the room. "My name is Natasha Romanoff. You can call me Natasha, I'm from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing the name, Banner paused. He turned sideways and looked at Natasha, the expression on his face flickering in the dim light. "So, are you here to arrest me?" Natasha shook her head. She looked at Banner and said seriously, "To be honest, the world is about to face an unprecedented global disaster. We need the help of you and the big guy in your body to help us save this world." Banner walked to the opposite side of Natasha. He smiled slightly and lowered his head, as if he wanted to burst out the anger he had accumulated over the past year. He slammed the table hard and yelled at Natasha in front of him. Said, "Don't lie to me anymore, crack, crack, crack." Looking at the black muzzle of the gun in front of me, listening to the sound of gun bolts being pulled from all directions outside the house. "Didn't you say there are only 2 of us here?" Banner raised his hands and asked timidly, "New York." Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had just escaped, did not take any rest. He got on the helicopter of the combat force that came to support him. After going to the Tri-Wing building to make a series of orders and layouts, it was already early in the mornings. Sitting in the exclusive black car that he spent a lot of money to build, he didn't bring any assistance and drove it straight into the urban streets where vehicles were already flowing. Search results were constantly reported on the car speakers. And on the car computer screen, there are 3 small light spots that are constantly flashing. The red one represents his current location, and the 2 green ones represent the goals of his trip, Captain America Rogers. And the Valkyrie Tina, booms, boom, booms. Nick leaned against the wall, watching the sweat-soaked man in front of him blow up the sandbag in front of him with a punch. And while the latter was changing the sandbag, said, "Are you insomnia again, Mr. Captain?" Rogers carried the sandbag and looked in the direction of the person coming, and saw that it was Nick Fury. After a pause, he hung the sandbag on the hanger and said casually, "I have been sleeping for 70 years here. I feel like I've had enough sleep." "Then you should go out and see the current Huahua world." Fury walked towards Rogers with his hands behind his back. The latter had just hung up the sandbags, and before he could punch him a few times, he heard the meaning of the former's words, "Did you bring me a mission?" "Sir," Fury nodded. He looked at Rogers, who was quickly untying the bandage on his palm, took out the folder in his hand and introduced, "During the years you have been sleeping, we have made many mistakes, and one of them is in the last few days." Rogers took the folder, flipped through a few pages, and then his eyes settled on the beautiful blue energy ball. "That's where the mistake comes from." Fury shrugged. "It attracted an alien with powerful weapons and powerful force." "So," Rogers returned the folder to Fury, "you want me to come back to the world?" Fury shook his head, his face full of seriousness. And he said seriously, no, we need you to save the world. It was 3 or 4 blocks away from Roger's residence. A beautifully decorated flower shop. Tina held a glass of hot milk, stood in front of the newly opened store door and stretched out. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. But in her mind, she was thinking about the phone call that just woke her up. That was you. I called her from inside and said I hadn't seen her for a long time and I missed her very much. I miss you so much. The corners of Tina's mouth raised slightly. She put down her hands and let out a breath. Just as she was thinking about disappearing for a day to satisfy her inner restlessness. Her keen hearing caught the sound of an engine coming from the corner of the street. Seeing the large car equipped with Fury's standard equipment slowly approaching her. She curled her lips, drank the hot milk in her hand, and then turned around and walked to the second floor of the flower shop. Miss Tina seems to be in a good mood, sir. Rogers looked at the blooming flowers at the door of the flower shop, then turned to look at Fury, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Don't we need to get out of the car to explain the situation? Need not, Fury shook his head. And he leaned on the seat and said helplessly, she might have been in a good mood before we came. But that was only before we came. Now, I'm afraid she will kick me out. I have a mission and I can't get away for the time being. Yuri looked at the message sent by Tina on the phone, shook his head and let out a long sigh, although Tina is essentially a robot. This robot is soft and fragrant and has her own thoughts. That's all Nick Fury after getting up to eat. Su Xiling took Su Wenwu and went out to play with her immediately after the meal. After making sure that the two of them were far away, Yuri called Kate and Vanax to him and asked, compatriots in the Arctic, now how many people have awakened their intelligence and mastered superpowers? What? More than half of them have awakened their spiritual wisdom. Vanax, who was mainly in charge of communicating with the North Pole, hugged Yuri's arm and raised his head, complaining, it's just that you left too few symbiotes and superpowers. And many guys have completed the tasks you ordered. But I just can't get the symbiote, Yuri nodded. He pushed Vanax away a little bit, then held her head and stared at her eyes and ordered, bring all those compatriots who have already opened their minds. Dust off 500 years another year of training, no. It's time for them to come back to the world. Vanax wanted to ask more questions, but Yuri moved directly to the stairs on the second floor. His figure slowly climbed up the stairs, but his voice came down to the ears of the two women, start now. Hurry up, go and come back quickly, preferably tonight. Vanax and Kate glanced at each other, and the two put away the other expressions on their faces, and said loudly to the stairs, yes, Chief. Yuri entered the secret room in the villa. He spread his hands, and the 10 rings on his hands slowly floated in the air in front of him at his command. Merlin's. The third eye between the eyebrows suddenly opened, and the Merlin mark in the pupil slowly rotated. And then the wisdom of Merlin from the multiverse and endless dimensions was selflessly opened to him in an instant. Yuri picked up one of the 10 rings and activated his analytical ability to create superpowers to analyze and scan the secrets hidden inside it over and over again. He dug out the runes one by one. He could see 6 directions with 3 eyes. With his brain working rapidly, Merlin's wisdom turned into a huge database in his hands, just to fully explore and understand the 10 rings in front of him. He has been doing this for a whole day. If there was a progress bar for the level of analysis, the part that had been lit would probably be or %. Although there is not much left, just like a certain spelling software. This is also the most difficult part to complete. 1 person, 3 eyes, 1 room for 1 day. Although this work is boring, Yuri feels that it is very meaningful. From the runes that have been analyzed, he has discovered many things that can be connected with the Celestial Clan. So now it is completely certain that the 10 Commandments, or this group of creatures, is the creation of the creator of all spirits, who controls the life and death of the planet. This means that if Yuri can thoroughly analyze and understand the formation method of the 10 rings, then he can further understand the body structure of the more advanced Eternals, who are also created by the Celestial Clan, and in the process, he is likely to touch life, the truth of birth and the emergence of the soul at the worst. You can learn how to mass-produce superpowers with a fixed upper limit. Even this is not the most important gain, as a powerful enemy who will definitely fight in the future. Any knowledge of the opponent can increase Yuri's chances of winning. As we all know, the Celestials are a group of planetary consciousnesses wearing powerful armor. Their bodies are like human brains, wrapped and protected by hard skulls. Once the armor protecting their bodies is damaged, they want to kill the Celestials. It is as simple as eating and drinking water. Time passed quietly minute by minute. The sun climbed from the east to its highest point, and then slowly slid down from the commanding heights, gradually handing over the ownership of the sky over New York to the moon. Darkness descends quietly, Germany, Stuttgart. 28 Kuning Ave. The melodious sound of the violin floated quietly along the warm night wind. A car slowly stopped in front of the red carpet on the wide driveway. Waiters in decent attire were waiting there early. They bent down and opened the doors. He opened the car door and reached out to guide tonight's guests into the grand hall at the end of the red carpet. In the hall, bright incandescent lights illuminate every inch of the place. Guests in gorgeous dresses hold clear drinks in their hands and gather together in small groups to chat. Musicians stand one by one. There was a passionate performance behind the microphone, and no one noticed that several men in black clothes, led by a man in green robes, were entering the building from the back door. Barton, whose mind was controlled, handed the instrument in the suitcase to the latter Loki. The latter took it and put it directly into his arms. Then he leaned on the spiritual scepter and swayed from behind to the melodious tones of the violin. Went up to the second floor, approaching the railing. He leaned over and scanned the crowd on the first floor. His strong eyesight brought him super observation skills. With just a cursory glance, he accurately spotted the target person who was adjusting the microphone in front of him at the top of the stairs. A devilish smile appeared on Loki's lips. The music education he received in Asgard allowed him to grasp the rhythm of the music in the venue very well. For him, even when he appears, he needs a perfect timing. After a few breaths, he finally took steps again. He recalled the appearance of his father Odin in Asgard, imitating the manners and postures taught to him by his mother Frigga. Holding it sideways in his hand, he walked slowly down the wide staircase that spiraled down. Finally, some guards noticed the man walking down the stairs. They were about to step forward to ask, but Loki didn't bother to talk to these ordinary people alone. He threw the scepter in his hand, and then held holding the tail of the stick. A silky swing directly knocked the unlucky guard to the ground. More guards rushed towards him, but Loki just smiled evilly. Without any warnings, his figure appeared directly next to the target person. Amidst the latter's panic screams, Loki grabbed his collar and walked straight into the hall like he was carrying a little chicken. Carved stone bed at this time. The violinists who didn't know what happened were still dancing their instruments. Amidst the sudden excitement of the music, Loki slammed the unlucky man in his hand onto the stone bed. When the latter temporarily lost the ability to move due to pain, he placed the man in his arms who was previously held by Barton. He took out the conical instrument given to him. Amidst the screams of all the guests, Loki grinned and stabbed it into the eye socket of the man on the stone slab. He raised his head and looked at the group of mice in front of him who were running away in a hurry as if they had seen a cat. Midgard's high-quality men and women showed dismissive smiles on their faces. The retinal scan was successful, and the identification was successful, Dr. Heinrich safe unlocked successfully. Hawkeye behind the building reached out to take out the target from the fresh-keeping warehouse. He turned on the headset and carefully put the glass tube and the iridium element in it into the suitcase while reporting to Loki on the other side of the headset. Boss. Mission completed, very good. Loki let go of the unlucky doctor on the stone bed, who had been completely turned into a fool by the spiritual energy. He walked toward the bustling street outside the hall with his scepter, and softly ordered Barton on the other side of the headset, "I have sensed it. A big guy flying fast, if nothing unexpected happens. He should be the one from S.H.I.E.L.D. that you told me to be careful about." Act as planned, you evacuate quickly, I. Cast yourself, be careful, boss. After Barton finished speaking, he hung up the headset directly, and Loki also reached out to take off the little thing from his ear. Crushed it and threw it aside. He looked at the celebrities who fled in a hurry and those who came carelessly for unknown reasons. The ordinary citizens who were joining in the fun suddenly thought that the gorgeous attire that belonged exclusively to the second Prince of Asgard and the future King of Asgard quietly covered his green robe. One after another clones instantly appeared in every corner of the site. When the humans who were scurrying around saw that there were so many identical people in front of them, they didn't know whether to retreat or continue to run away. Loki gently moved the mind gem in the scepter, and an invisible and immaterial energy quietly seeped into everyone's mind after being modified and weakened by the scepter. He looked at the suddenly quiet crowd, nodded with satisfaction and ordered, "Road to me." Nail downs. Powerful coercion mixed with psychic abilities rushed towards everyone. Following a crashing sound, countless humans looked at each other and knelt on the ground obediently. But before he could be happy, he heard someone in the corner. An old man who was still standing said forcefully, "Who are you? Worthy of letting me kneel down, ha, what am I?" Loki laughed in anger. He looked sideways at the brave and fearless old man and found that after that, there were more than a dozen people standing up silently and glaring at him. Everyone's. He turned the tip of his staff and pointed it at the most heroic and fearless old man. "Look at this old man." He lowered his head, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and the tip of the spiritual scepter shone with a bright blue light. "I want to use him to scare the monkeys." Boom, clang, ugh. A bright sky blue laser beam shot out from the tip of the scepter towards the old man. But faster than this laser. It was a round shield that was thrown down from the sky with great force. After an experiment that science cannot explain at all after the magical refraction, the laser was returned along the original path and struck hard at Loki, who was holding the scepter. At the same time, all the nearby broadcasting devices were suddenly turned on, and amidst a burst of passionate rock music, a human-shaped flying object swooped down from the distant night sky, dragging four long-tail flames. Boom, ugh, the palms of Tony's hands suddenly shone, and two blazing lasers hit Loki accurately, who had just gotten up from the ground, knocking him to the ground again, clangs. The cool red and gold two-color battle armor landed directly beside Rogers of the US team. The latter looked at the iron guy next to him, who was exuding a slight residual heat under the friction of the atmosphere, and politely greeted first, "Good evening, Mr. Stark." "Good evening, captains." Tony and Rogers looked at each other in the armor, and then looked at Loki, who was struggling to stand up for the second time. He raised his arms and opened his shoulder armor, revealing the densely packed small missiles inside. "Keep attacking." Little dear Bambi, Loki covered his abdomen, which was hit by two lasers in succession, and gasped in pain. He glanced at the small aircraft hovering in the sky, shook his head helplessly, and then touched the gorgeous armor that had transformed into it. He put down his scepter and slowly raised his hand towards the two of them. "Mission completed." Natasha, who was driving the plane, turned to look at Tina. The latter was holding a mobile phone, and a few slender fingers were flying quickly on it. She didn't know who she was chatting with. After hearing Natasha's voice, she even shook her head. Without raising his head, said, "I'm just telling you. There's no need for me to take action." Natasha shook her head and said nothing more. After all, this was a woman who couldn't even give orders to the director. All she could do was remind her. Rogers picked up the psychic scepter on the ground. He looked up at the planes, which had no intention of coming down. He had no choice but to look at Tony, who had just picked up Loki. Tony looked at the embarrassed Rogers and shook his head helplessly. He reached out and took hold of the latter's outstretched hand, holding Loki in one hand and Rogers in the other as they slowly flew into the suddenly opened plane door. "Captains, continue." Natasha threw a pair of handcuffs full of technology to Rogers. These are electric shock handcuffs that the director specially ordered the technical department to research and create in order to deal with these superpowers with special skills. Trust me, Loki, she turned her head and glanced at Loki, who didn't take him seriously and said, You don't want to know what you look like with twitching limbs, foaming at the mouth hand incontinence of urine and feces. The expression on Loki's face froze. He looked at his hands that were locked together. After a moment of silence, he could only sit down without saying a word. Inside the armor, Tony became uneasy after recognizing Tina. She was one of Yuri's women, and each of Yuri's women had the ability to push him to the ground and beat him violently. Who is she talking to? Tony turned off the external sound and chatted quietly with Jarvis in the armor. Jarvis, hack into her phone and send me her chat history. Jarvis reminded cautiously, considering the strength of this lady and the more powerful Mr. Yuri Ambrosius behind her eye do not recommend you to do this. Sir will be such a coward, Jarvis. Tony said confidently, Yuri's strength and network information is still very weak. Since you insist on doing this, Jarvis said helplessly, then as you wish. A stream of news instantly filled Tony's sight like a waterfall. After flipping it for a few times, he suddenly turned his head to look at the gorgeous scepter that Rogers had casually placed on the seat. The blue gem in the tip of the scepter was being amidst charming light. 6 infinity stones. The cosmic cube is the space gem in it. Spiritual scepter, the eternal strongman Thanos. And also, the gem of the mind is right before your eyes. Hey. Tony raised his head and found that Tina had arrived in front of him at some point. The latter pointed at the spiritual scepter that Tony had held in his hand and said calmly, Bring it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.